Hello, nobody likes YouTube introductions, so let's make it quick. I've been playing the game for a long time. I've beaten the Inferno, I've beaten every quest in the game, unlocked every music track, and completed every task of the achievement diaries. I've also beat the Champions Challenge and have the cape. I've got a Bloodhound and a bunch of other pets. I also run a clan that I started about 13 years ago called Saints, and if that wasn't enough, I met my fiance playing this game, who also has some amazing accounts. So yeah, I'm a massive nerd, but what's all this about? Well, here is my new account. It's fresh off Tutorial Island and it has one of the most ambitious goals ever. It's not an Iron Man, it's not a hardcore Iron Man, it's not an ultimate Iron Man, it's not a group Iron Man, it's not a hardcore group Iron Man, and it's not an unranked group Iron Man. It's not locked to any area of the game or any build. It's a normal main account. So if the account isn't an Iron Man or it's not locked to any area of the game, what's the ambitious goal then? Well, my goal is basically everything, which means getting every 99 to unlock the max cape, the Inferno cape, the Quest cape, Diary cape, Music cape, Champions cape. Though I've already done all of that on my current account, so let's just keep going. I want the Zuk Slayer helm, which requires being every combat task in the game. Remember that Inferno cape I was talking about? Well, on my main account, that actually took me 7 hours. One of the tasks in the combat diary is to beat it in 65 minutes. Next, we have the pets. So what pets am I going for? Well, if I'm going to be completing everything, I need all of them. Not only that, but we're going to go for as many collection log slots as possible until either Jagex shuts the servers down or I die in real life. We also have the Dragon Trophy from Leagues, and there's also the new rewards from the Quest Speedrunning, which I'm really not looking forward to. So now that you have a rough idea of who I am and what I plan to do, let me show you how I'm going to do it. So I do actually have a couple of limits. First, I'm not going to be taking any money from my main account because that would just totally ruin the early game. Next, I'm going to be starting as a member and not free to play. I don't want to use alts to money make either, though I may use an alt to help with certain things if I can't find anyone else. Now, I have played this game an awful lot, so I am going to be playing somewhat efficiently, and I'm going to be doing a lot of dumb grinds right from the get-go. Now, I am also going to be starting from complete scratch, which means dropping the iconic starter kit that we're going to be given. Okay, so let's start building the account, shall we? So I didn't actually go into this account with any particular strategy, I just kind of winged it really. But my first goal is definitely going to be the Barrow's Gloves and probably the Quest Cape after that. Just because when you go for Barrow's Gloves you unlock a lot of areas, you unlock a lot of untradables and things like that, so it's definitely the one to go for right at the start. But of course this is RuneScape, so once you have one goal set you have to do 10 other different things. And for Barrow's Gloves and the Quest Cape, I'm going to need some GP for runes and teleports and a bunch of other stuff. So I thought, why not knock out another goal on the way? And that goal, I'm afraid, is 99 fire making. I know everybody does this, and I'm not even an Iron Man. There could have been so many other things that I'd go for, but honestly, getting a 99 out of the gate seems pretty good to me. I have to say, getting bird nest drops right at the start when you have no GP and they sell for 5k on the GE, it's just so helpful. With the GP that I earned from the bird nest and some of the logs, I then bought some supplies and went to go to the Stronghold of Security. Of course, we picked the rainbow boots because they are the best. And with the cash from that, I bought some upgrades. I bought some more axes and I bought myself a glory. I then teleported to Drainer and I did a lot of woodcutting there at the oak. Now my plan was to start woodcutting the willows in Drainer, but I completely forgot about the wizards. So I bought a chronicle and made my way back to Varrock. From here I bought a games necklace so I could get to Barbarian Assault instead. I made sure to skip the tutorial so I could use the minigames teleport to get back here. I then just kept cutting willows until I had enough for 50 fire making banked. Once I had everything, I just started burning Varrock to the ground. As soon as I was done with 50 fire making, I decided just to go straight to Varrock Museum and just finish that off. And then when I was finished with the Varrock Museum, I realised I was really close to starting the Daddy's Home quest, so I just decided to do that. Now I didn't really want to start doing tons of quests before starting Wintertop, but this one's really useful because it gives some starting construction XP. Not only that, but it gives you some construction supplies so that you can level up your construction pretty early on. And of course this is super useful because at Wintertop, when the brazier breaks, when you repair it you get some construction XP based off of your construction level. So the higher your level, the more construction XP you get. Another quest that I finished was X marks the spot. I used the lamp on agility because low level agility absolutely sucks. The last part of the preparation was grabbing the Clue Hunter outfit. Now this counts as warm items, which basically means you take less damage at Wintertop. I will speed up the clips for Wintertop. On the way to 99 we did knock out some combat tasks as well as some collection log slots. Now we are missing one of the combat tasks where we need to get 3000 points in one game, but I'll come back to that one later when we start the combat tasks properly. For the collection log slots, we did unlock the majority of the items. I was opening up the crates when I needed to go back for more food from the bank. I know a lot of people will say just hold on to the crates until you've leveled up your skills a bit more, but I really needed the starter cash to get on with the Quest Cape goal. I was really hoping to get a Tome of Fire because there are about 850k, which will buy me a lot of questing supplies, and luckily enough though, we did manage to snag one. As I said in the introduction, I will be going for all of the pets, so I will need to try for the Phoenix pet at some point, but here's a fun fact that you may not know about the Phoenix. It's not like all of the other skilling pets. For all other skilling pets, once you hit 200 mil in that skill, you are 15 times more likely to get the pet from all the sources. But the problem with the Phoenix pet is that it's actually a boss pet, so you could be way over 200 mil firemaking, but you're still relying on that 1 in 5k drop. So just imagine doing Wintertop after 200 mil firemaking trying to go for the pet. That's just absolutely awful. Anyway, as soon as I hit 99 firemaking, I went straight to the Grand Exchange to sell everything, which you can see. I wasn't really planning on making that much, maybe about 3 mil, but we did actually end up making a decent bit more than that, especially because we did manage to get that Tome of Fire. So now that firemaking is over, I'd like to quickly show you how I'm going to play through this progress series. I'm going to have an active goal, so that would be the Quest Cape, and then I'm also going to have a side goal that is going to be mainly AFK. So throughout the series I'll explain my active goal and my side goal. My current side goal is to go for 99 woodcutting. It's just a nice AFK skill and it'll bring in a little bit more GP, so we needed to do a little bit of preparation for that one too. Now obviously for 99 woodcutting we are going to of course need a Jagex, but we're also going to need to unlock the woodcutting guild because redwoods are so nice and so AFK and they're great for XP. So to unlock the woodcutting guild we're going to need about 75% Assiduous Favour, but we may as well just go for the full 100. So I started and finished the Client of Kourend quest. We used the lamps again on agility, and to quickly gain favour for Assiduous we can just make fertilizer, which actually gives us some starter farming levels too, which is pretty nice. And it's as simple as that, the Woodcutting Guild is now unlocked for our AFK goal. Back to the active goal now, and we're cracking on with some more preparation. Before we start questing, I'm wanting to unlock 55 prayer, 55 magic, and around 70 agility and full graceful. Magic is pretty much self-explanatory. I'm wanting to unlock High Elk, so that's whilst I'm running around and doing quests, I can gain some passive magic XP along the way. Now I'm sure you might be a little bit confused about the 55 prayer. 55 prayer is going to unlock the preserve prayer once we've read a torn prayer scroll. What this does is keep your stats boosted for longer. So when I'm going for the 70 agility, I can eat a summer pie and start the next course a few levels early. So let's start with the 55 prayer. I guessed roughly how many bones we would need and we went over to the Chaos Altar in the wilderness. We managed to get quite lucky at the Chaos Altar, we didn't see a single PK, so we managed to snag 59 prayer instead. Back to magic now, we started off with Imp Catcher and enchanting sapphire necklaces into games necklaces, which actually gave us a little bit of profit as well, around 100k or so. After that I moved on to house tabs until I had High Elk unlocked. Once I had both the prayer and the magic all knocked out, I just moved over to agility. I stuck to rooftop courses until I unlocked the Canifest course, and then to unlock Canifest we had to do the Restless Ghost quest and the Priest in Peril quest. But for the Priest in Peril quest we had to kill the Terror Dog, and at this point I was fairly low level. So I did the Waterfall quest to get some starter melee stats. With protection prayers and a fresh Ali Scimitar we finished the Priest in Peril quest and carried on with the rest of the agility grind. We didn't stay long in Canifest because we soon unlocked the Wilderness Agility course. Again, we got quite lucky and we didn't see any PKs. After that, we bought our first couple of graceful items. For the AFK woodcut grind, I decided to cut teaks on Soul Wars Isle, and we managed to get some of the random event collection log slots finished here. With the agility grind, I would always keep Halkin whilst running around the courses, and after a little bit of time spent on the Sears course, I finally had enough marks of grace for the full set of Graceful. So I will eventually be going for all recolors of Graceful, but for now this unlocks some more collection log slots and completes the rooftop agility section. So now that I managed to get full Graceful and our other skills are prepared, this is where the fun begins. There's roughly 150 different quests in the game. If it's your first time doing these quests or you're interested in the lore, you might want to take your time and have fun with them, but for me this is going to be like the 4th or 5th time I've gone through them, so I'm just going to try and get through them as quickly as possible. So if you're ever in the same position and you're just creating a new account or you're playing for leagues, then I'd highly recommend getting the Quest Helper plugin on RuneLite and following the optimal quest guide on the wiki. That way you're leveling up your stats through XP rewards instead of actively training them up, and it's so much faster and it saves a lot of time overall. I'm not exactly the most efficient player in the world, but if I could save a decent amount of time by putting in a little effort, then I'll do it. Now I'm not exactly a fan of most of the quests in the game, so I was essentially just getting through them as quick as I could. I think at one point I did like 30 quests in a single day. Now recently the speedrunning worlds have come out, and as I mentioned earlier, there are some rewards that will be available from that, which I'm going to have to go for. As it stands though, there's only like a few quests available which won't give enough points for all of the rewards, so I'll start knocking out some of those items once more quests become available. If you're this far into the video, chances are you're interested in the upcoming progress of the account. I've got some crazy grinds planned that not many people in the game have actually done, and I'm actually doing that grind as I'm editing this video. So if that's something you want to see and you want to help out a really small creator like myself, then subscribe and like the video, it means a lot. Thanks. As you can see on screen at this point, I have over 100 quest points and it's only going up. A lot of the quests I'm doing only take around 5 to 10 minutes each, and the Quest Helper plugin helps out so much. I just turned on some background music and was essentially just clicking anything that was highlighted in blue on my screen. It was great. After I unlocked Fossil Island, I started doing birdhouse runs whilst carrying on with quests. That way I get some nice starter hunter levels and I'd start building my god egg collection, which I'm going to need in the future for the evil chicken outfit pieces. So after around 150 quest points, I decided to take a small break from the quests, otherwise I was just going to start burning out. So I finished off 70 agility and decided to spend some cash on getting my range level up. I started out at the Ammonite crabs on Fossil Island, but then I decided to put a bit of money into red chin chompers, which I used on red spiders in the 4th dungeon. After that small detour, I regained some motivation to power through some quests again. But not for long, because whilst following the optimal quest guide, I realised I had made a small mistake. I kept putting all of my XP rewards into agility because it's a skill I dislike the most, but I had completely forgot how bad low level Slayer is. So I did a quick Slayer task in the wilderness to see how slow it was, and it was really bad. So I then started to finish off the easy diaries for some reward lamps that I could put into Slayer. Any XP lamps that I got from quests I'd now put into Slayer. Carrying on with the quests, and I'm getting some pretty big completions here, unlocking some nice areas and content. Even starting to work on Recipe for Disaster, which was the main goal to begin with for the Barrows gloves. At one point during Recipe for Disaster quest I had to kill some crabs, and for some reason they have some collection log slots, so that was nice. Also along the way I'm sure you've spotted me doing various random events, and that is of course because they have their own collection log slots. One of the rarest being a stale baguette, but with the new upcoming update they're going to be making those a lot more common. Because of that I started to stockpile the mystery boxes so that I could do a big opening in the future. Taking yet another small break from the quests, but for a good reason. I needed to get the Jagex talisman because I wanted to start working on the favour system in Zaya and the unlocks surrounding it. One of them being the minecart system. But really there was one big one that I wanted to complete, which was the Shazian armour. There's a nice 25 collection log slots up for grabs, and I was going to do this anyway for the Zaya favour. Now as you can see I look like an absolute champion, and at one point I had someone offer me 500k. Now I'm not going to lie, I was needing the cash at this point, but I'm not going to take handouts. I mean I have one bill that I could just transfer from my main, but I'm not going to do that. So I finished off the Shazian armour slots to complete the collection log. Then I finished off the Architectural Alliance mini quest, which is the one for completing all Zaya favours. I put the lamp into Slayer of course, and then carried on with the questing spree. At this point I'm over 200 quest points and there aren't many quick and easy quests left, so they were starting to take a little bit of time to complete, but whenever I would get bored of the quests I'd just go back to Soul Wars Isle and start woodcutting. Also, throughout the optimal quest guide, I asked you to train certain stats up in between quests. I've skipped over most of them because it would be something boring like just get 30 to 40 smithing. Here you can see I was training up some herb lore, which did cost me a little bit. Also here you can see me completing some of the elf quests and the legends quest. At this point I'm not too far off the quest cape, only about 50 more quest points to go. I also managed to unlock 90 woodcutting around this time, so I could finally start cutting some redwoods. One of the most interesting quests that I completed around this time was a Kingdom Divided. Now the quest itself is super long with a lot of dialogue to spacebar through, but I really did enjoy the boss fights. Also it unlocks thralls, which is going to be super helpful for a lot of PvM activities. Yet again I put the XP lamp into Slayer and then finished off Fairy Tale Part 2. From here I decided to keep woodcutting at Redwoods and I got to a whopping level 97, which is pretty nice. Alright, here we are going into episode 2. Let's start off with some farming levels. This is something I forgot to show off last time. I'll show a level for farming and hunter every now and then, but just know that I am doing them in the background. So the active goal at the moment is still the Barrow's Gloves and Questscape. Despite having around 250 quest points, we still haven't finished Recipe for Disaster. The AFK goal is still 99 woodcutting as well. We will be getting all of this done and more during the video. As I mentioned earlier, I started a clan back in 2009 and it's still going to this day. Now this is relevant to the progress because every now and then I'm going to have to put the active goal on pause. This is so that I can focus on clan events like a skilling week or a PVM bingo. I'm not going to abandon what I've done for over 10 years now just because my YouTube has blown up. Not to worry though, because we will always be progressing even if we do take a quick detour. So here's the first detour, an agility skilling week. Agility is one of the most hated skills for most people in this game, so to provide a little motivation we did an XP competition. I decided personally that I'd go to Brimhaven to knock out one of the first graceful recolors and grab the Pirate's Hook, which is a collection log slot. In total this means 1050 tickets. You can get roughly 1 ticket per minute max, so that means that this grind is going to take 17.5 hours minimum. Now I could wait to complete this grind after finishing off some of the higher tiers of the Karamja Diary, which give a chance at double tickets, but my thought process was the Pirate's Hook is 4 mil and essentially I need the money now in the early and mid game, not when I've completed the Elite Diary. However, that thought process didn't for some reason factor in that I wanted to complete the Karamja Medium Diary at least. This meant buying a Gout Tuber because I unfortunately wasn't lucky enough to find one whilst doing the Tyboro One Eye Favour. Anyway, whilst doing the agility, a few clan members stopped by to join me and I decided to be evil and host a drop party here. You may be thinking, why would a drop party be evil? Well, just imagine seeing a drop on the floor but you're getting absolutely destroyed by the arena's obstacles and someone else grabs the drop.
Let me through if I hadn't failed this obstacle 6 times in a row. Literally 6 times in a row.
Oh, unlucky. It reduces your agility level, by the way.
Does it?
Yeah,
that's why you should have brought summer pies. Here we are unlocking our first graceful recolor then. Honestly, I think this is probably my favourite and I'll likely be wearing this one a lot until maybe we get the Sepulchre recolor. There's not really much else to say about the Brimhaven agility course. It's fun for a while but it gets old quick. After unlocking the recolor, it was another 800 tickets for the Pirate's Hook. So 13 hours later I had grabbed all of the tickets and claimed it. I then sold it on the GE for 3.6 mil. We still had a little bit of time left on the agility event, so I decided to do some rooftop courses. Ideally, you wouldn't be doing the Polniv niche course because you'd be doing the Seer's Diary, which boosts the XP rate there, but I didn't want to get sidetracked on my sidetrack goal. After the Polniv niche course, I started boosting for the Relica course, and it's here where something quite amazing happened. Oh my god, I saw the collection log, and I saw the collection log and then I was like, what the hell is that for? Oh my god, the agility pet. Oh, that's such a good one. I really didn't want to go dry. I didn't get that on the main account with 99 agility. No, I hate agility, so that's really good. Oh my god, that's so cool. Yep, that's right, our very first pet drop on the account. I continued with agility until around level 80 and that's where I decided to stop. Here's some quick farming levels as promised. So the agility grind did burn me out a little bit and so I decided to take a break and AFK at the Redwoods. It wasn't too long until we hit 99 woodcutting. Yes! 99 woodcutting! Finally. Okay, bye. I'll go do something else now. So we completed the AFK goal for now, and it's time to move back onto the active goal. There was only a couple of quests left to complete until I had the Barrow's gloves. The first being Monkey Madness, which also unlocks us the Dragon Scimitar and some nice combat XP. This also unlocks the last subquest for Recipe for Disaster, so I completed that too. At this point, all of the subquests are complete, and the only quest I have left to finish RFD is Desert Treasure. I think Desert Treasure is one of the requirements because the RFD bosses are essentially a clone of the Desert Treasure bosses. So I defeated all of them for both quests and finally have the Barrow's gloves. So we don't have many quests left until the Quest Cape. We will be finishing that off in this video, but I wanted to upgrade my gear and clean my bank first. I sold off some of the Redwood logs and some of the Marks of Grace for some quick cash. Now, whilst I show a time lapse of me cleaning my bank, I want to talk about something that kept coming up in the comments of the last video. Lots of people kept mentioning how much progress I made in a single video and that I'd be maxed really quickly. Some even saying it's a max cape speedrun. I even had one of the best people going for a max cape speedrun leave a comment saying he would race me to completionist. Now, I just want to temper expectations and let you know that I'm really not the most efficient RuneScape player. I do play more efficiently than most people, but I'm nowhere near the level of JCW and Habok, so I wouldn't expect a max cape speedrun anytime soon. That being said, I will however aim to get at least one big achievement per episode, and so chances are if you're this far into the video, you're interested in the future progress of the account. So if you want to help a small creator like myself, then subscribe and leave a like on the video. It means a lot. Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about the upgrades I want before the Quest Cape. One of the best melee upgrades you can get for yourself is the Fighter Torso. Now, I know a lot of people struggle with Barbarian Assault and hate it, but when you're in a voice call with some people, even if they're new to the minigame, it makes it so much more fun. Egg, are you going to sleep? Or are you still good?
No, it's almost 12, not too much. And I have only drink 9 beers.
9 beers.
Bruh.
I don't know how you're playing Barbarian Assault. You're doing God's work, dude. Mad Egg, wait. Come heal
Did he fall
people.
asleep?
Mad Egg, heal people.
Oh, he's here. He's here.
I'm back. Okay, 10 beers done. Let's go.
Tim, what is that? Oh my good god.
I mean, I can take my main. It's fine.
You know you can buy rune, right? You can buy rune platelets and stuff.
I know, but it's expensive. Heal me, please.
In the beginning of this BA grind, I was leveling up the roles because I will have to get level 5 eventually for all roles at some point, though I did save my points up for a torso as well. I'll be finishing off the level 5 roles and grabbing more of the collection log slots along with the pet in a future episode. Next on my list of upgrades was a bunch of items I could get from the GE. I decided to invest in an Amulet of Fury as it's a great all-rounder. I also bought some dragon boots, a dragon skimmy, a whip, a berserker ring, and a full obsidian set with a berserker necklace for training. The obsidian armor set gives a 10% boost in melee accuracy and melee strength. Pair this up with a berserker necklace, which increases the amount of damage when holding an obsidian weapon by 20%, and it becomes a very nice set to train melee with early on. So I then trained up a little bit with melee, but then quickly decided that I want to get even more upgrades. So I started to level up ranged instead. I was pretty broke after spending money on those upgrades I mentioned, so I decided to AFK sand crabs with darts. After I got 75 ranged, I decided I was going to take on the fight caves. Being super broke, I had to go with a classic setup, which was the Carol's crossbow. I hadn't used this thing in years, and honestly, it absolutely slaps. Also, because I unlocked ancients, I brought an ancient staff and some blood blitz runes just in case. Honestly though, I didn't even need it because I had a bunch of supplies at the end. Getting the first fire cape on an account always feels a little bit special. One day in the future, I'm going to be speedrunning this with a T-bow. The next upgrade was a dragon defender. I didn't quite have the stats to get one yet, so as a short-term replacement, I bought the Buck of War pages. This gives a +2 strength bonus. Every little helps. More farming levels as promised. So for the Dragon Defender, I needed a total of 130 in my attack and strength skill. I like to just go for 65, so I killed a bunch of Ammonite crabs and then just made my way to the Warriors Guild. Usually when I go for the Dragon Defender, I'll reanimate a set of mithril armor. Honestly, I don't know if this is the best method, but it works well enough for me. Here you can see me getting all of the Defender drops as well as a long bone and a Dragon Spear drop. Usually those wouldn't be worth mentioning, but it's the first time getting them on this account, so it makes the number go up in the collection log. So now I have almost everything I need to start training my melee stats. I decided to train up in this spot at the Ammonite Crabs. It's somewhat hidden away from the main beach area and it's got a nearby bank at the volcanic mine area. Anyway, I trained up here until around base 75s. And here's some more farming levels as promised. So, now that I had base 75s, I thought it was about time that I train up within the Nightmare Zone. Because I completed tons of quests, I had access to a whole bunch of bosses, but in reality, you really only need to turn on like 5 or 6 when training up. Now, each time you go into the Nightmare Zone, it costs 26k. This doesn't sound like much, but if you mess up or go AFK for too long, it really does add up. Luckily though, every day you can buy some herb boxes from the rewards chest, and these end up paying for the entrance fees, and give a slight profit. For supplies, you essentially just use the potions that you can buy from the rewards chest. Eventually, I had earned enough extra points to imbue the Berserker Ring, which gives extra strength bonus. So, whilst I train up in the background, let's talk about future plans. As it stands, we completed our AFK goal of 99 woodcutting, and the current active goal is the Quest Scape. Currently, we're AFK in our melee stats to base 85s, but I do have the next AFK goal lined up. This is something not a lot of people have done in the game, which is obtain every single piece of Castle Wars armor all at once. Now, a few of you watching already know this, as collection loggers will buy the most expensive item in Castle Wars shop and then sell it back. This gives back the same amount of tickets and also completes the item in the collection log. So if you want to just complete the collection log, you only need 800 tickets. Now I'm not going to be doing this. I'm going to unlock and own every single piece of Castle Wars rewards all at once. This means 5,549 tickets, which if I win every single game of Castle Wars, I'll be looking at 1,850 games. Each game takes 2 minutes to start in the lobby and then 20 minutes of playtime. So assuming a win every single time is going to take roughly 680 hours. There are ways to speed this process up, but as I said, this is going to be my AFK goal, so I don't want to put a ton of effort into this. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because the majority of the armor can be stored inside the player-owned house, which is going to be one of the big objectives later in the series. I want to fill every single container inside the player-owned house. So that means every graceful recolor of the Castle Wars armor, all of the clue scroll items, and a ton more. You might see me sell items that I could have stored in the POH, but don't worry, I will be rebuying them later on. Which leads me to my next point. What am I going to be doing after the Quest Scape? Well, I'm going to be money making as much as possible whilst clearing a bunch of collection logs along the way. I won't give any spoilers now, but just know I have a clear strategy, and assuming I go on rate for most items, it's going to be a fun journey. So now that I have base 85 melee stats, it's time to hang up parts of the obsidian set and the necklace. I decided to keep the legs because they're still pretty solid until I unlock the Bandos tassets. I then dumped all of my fossils that I collected from Ammonite Crabs into the Varrock Museum. Doing this gave quite a lot of XP lamps that I could then put into Slayer. After that, I then went out to the Chaos Altar to grab some prayer levels. I want level 70 because of the Piety Prayer. Unfortunately, this time we did see quite a lot of peak ears, mainly because I decided to do this at peak time on a weekend. Not my smartest move, but I did still manage to get the prayer level that I needed. Now, I hadn't actually completed King's Ransom for Piety at this point, but I decided to take on some quests I was struggling with before training up the account. The first being a Taste of Hope. I put the XP rewards into Slayer again. A few people in the clan needed some help with a night at the theatre, and I also needed to get it done for my Quest Scape, so I grabbed some quick gear and gave it a shot. I've not done a ton of Theatre of Blood in the past, but I can get past entry mode pretty easily. I'm looking forward to learning Theatre of Blood in the future though. Each raid in the game has kill count milestone capes, so for Theatre of Blood I'm going to need to do 2,000 runs for the Sinhaza's Shroud 5. Of course, I'm also going to need the cosmetic kits and all of the purples too. Should be fun. So this was actually the last quest that a clan member had to do to get his quest cape, so that was pretty nice to see. Every so often I would do Tears of Guthix for that sweet rune crafting XP. I also finished the Halloween event, and because this is a new account, I unlocked dozens of previous year's rewards. Now it's time to focus on the skilling side of the game. I need to raise my skills up to get the minimum requirements for big quests like Song of the Elves. I started out with mining on Fossil Island, but then quickly moved over to the Mining Guild. Here the iron rocks respawn faster, which essentially means more XP per hour. But I was also getting unidentified minerals, which are going to be used to buy the mining gloves that you can get from the guild. These are collection log slots and are actually pretty useful. I sold all of the iron that I mined and made around 2 mil, which was pretty nice. I'm fairly broke, so it's going to help out a lot. I then bought some bars and started smithing some dart tips. I did this so I could make a tiny bit of profit from that as well. With the money I made from mining and smithing, I started buying unfinished Ranar potions and snake grass so that I could make some prayer potions. Because my cash stack was quite small, I could only do a few at a time. I made sure to use the amulet of chemistry for this, as it gives a chance to make a 4-dose potion instead of a 3-dose potion. This helps save a little bit of money. Now, here's a quick look at my bank at this point. I'm really quite broke, and so I decided to knock out the Slayer requirement for Monkey Madness 2. I was hoping to make a little bit of money to fund some of the other skills. Here's 70 farming, which is needed for Song of the Elves. I also decided at this point I should probably start planting Hispori, so I did a quick kill and got a collection log slot for the Iosaur seed. For Slayer, I used the last bit of my cash stack to buy a black mask. I couldn't believe that these were 1 mil. I was half hoping that I would get a cave horror task myself so that I could get a black mask drop. Instead, Duradel told me I was on a cave slime task. I really can't remember why this was my task, but it's a quick one, so I went to finish it off. Strangely enough, I did get another collection log slot here, being the mighty iron boots. Then, if by magic, the first task Duradel gave me was cave horrors. I was pretty excited at this point. I killed 40 or so cave horrors, and wouldn't you know, a nice black mask drop. This came in so clutch because I could now buy a cannon to help speed up the other tasks. Another task that I did was Greater Demons, and for killing my first one I unlocked a combat task, which was pretty nice. I then got a Fire Giant task and got a 60 Slayer and my first Ancient Shard in the same kill. I then bought my cannon and a couple of 1,000 cannonballs. Back to Fire Giants and I got my first Dark Totem drop. Another task that I got was Worms. Never killed these on the main account because I got 99 Slayer before Konor came out. They're pretty cool, and I got another combat task for killing one. Fire Giants seem to love me because I got my first champion scroll from them. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a few of these stacked up in the bank over time. The first Bloodveil kill was also a combat task. Not really sure why these are combat tasks, honestly. Duradel then assigned me some more cave horrors and I was feeling pretty good about it. Walked in and got another black mask drop. Then Bloodvelds gave me another collection log slot, being the black boots. A few tasks later I had completed the 69 Slayer requirement for Monkey Madness. I then got a couple of fletching levels done for Sins of the Father, and then a few thieving levels done for Dragon Slayer 2. I made sure to drink from the Tears of Gothic so that I could get some more runecrafting XP. The next skill and grind was Hunter. Hunter is a pretty quick skill. I was slacking on the birdhouse run so I could have trained this passively, but oh well. Red salamanders are pretty quick, and then I moved on to black salamanders in the wilderness for even quicker XP. Didn't see any PKs here, which makes sense because I mean, why would you PK here? Hunting in the wilderness means I could put down an extra trap and get more XP per hour. Now, the next skill and grinds that I wanted to do was crafting and construction, though I was still too poor to get both done. I had to think about possible money makers and couldn't think of anything better than Bandos. I always seem to make good money there, so I bought a Zami D'hide top and a Guthun set. I finished off King's Ransom and the Night Waves to finally unlock Piety. It was then time to make some money at Bandos.
On but not forgotten.
I told you.
The room
Who
well.
brought the chisel? Who brought the chisel? Come on, own it.
The room as well.
Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I was wondering why it was on two bloody... I picked him up though. Hell yeah. That was good timing.
Crush them under.
Oh, I actually hit pretty big though. Holy shit.
Nice one. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god, we actually got some tasses! Oh, that's Tilly grabbed it! Yes! Tilly grabbed him. Oh, perfect. We was literally just saying. If only that happened 1 kill earlier, that would have been amazing. Can I unironically have them to hold on my sheep account?
Oh yeah.
Because it will be better DPS.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I've got to get the Jade Skirt at the moment, so sweet. Hell yeah. The plan's coming together. I then sold off the tassets and split the cash, spent a bunch of money on molten glass, and then got to the level required for green dragonhide bodies. Now, green dragonhide bodies are fairly cheap crafting XP, but still pretty good XP per hour. I managed to get level 70 fairly quickly from them. As soon as I hit 70 crafting, I didn't waste any time and instantly bought a ton of oak planks for the 70 construction requirement for Song of the Elves. The XP is super quick for construction, so I managed to knock this out within a couple of hours. After construction, I went straight into the Abyss to get the essence pouches. I need 55 rune crafting for Verminic Exiles. Honestly, don't really know why they added this as a requirement. You really only see runes involved in that quest when solving the puzzle on the door to unlock the final boss. Not exactly rune crafting. Anyway, I did a couple of levels at the ZMI altar, but I remembered just how slow and how boring this is. So instead, I decided that I would finish every single medium diary in the game for the XP rewards that they give. I managed to knock them all out fairly quickly. If you didn't know, you can actually use the Quest Output plugin for this too. Anyway, I dumped all of the XP reward lamps into rune crafting, and it just about got me the level required. So at this point I decided to take down a bunch of quests: Grim Tales, Swan Song, Finished a Night at the Theatre, Devious Minds, Dream Mentor, and Beneath Cursed Sands, which also unlocks TOA. Now everything you're about to see from this point on was done in a single day, all back to back. I started out the day finishing off Verminic Exiles and then My Arm's Big Adventure. I then finished off Sins of the Father. I then put all of the XP rewards into Slayer again. I would have chosen rune crafting, but unfortunately needed level 60. After that I went straight onto Dragon Slayer 2. Vorkath was pretty easy and didn't give me any trouble at all. I then managed to beat Galvik first time in a pretty budget setup. Strangely enough, despite in him first time, I did actually die twice to the regular dragons, costing me 200k. Honestly, don't know how that happened, I think I just lost focus. Anyway, Dragon Slayer 2 completed. Of course, we pet the dog at the entrance and then I claimed my XP rewards. I wasn't really sure which combat stat to put these into, so I just chose range. Again, I want to remind you that I did all of this in a single day. Here I am at Crook. Pretty easy fight considering you can flinch him on a corner. I'd feel bad for doing this if I didn't have to suffer the agility section of this awful quest. Towards the end I killed a demonic gorilla, and this also counted as an elite combat task. The last boss is a super simple fight. You can safe spot the first couple of phases with a magic longbow. Again, I'd feel bad for doing this if I didn't have to suffer the entire stealth section on the platform. The final part of the fight is quite straightforward too. You just have to have auto retaliate on and walk back each time he drags you towards him. I dumped the XP rewards into ranged again after completing the quest. Now, the last quest of the day was to finish Song of the Elves. I sold off my whip to buy back an occult and some supplies. I did actually die once to Seren, again because I think my brain was fried at this point, but not to worry because I went straight back, grabbed the anglerfish I had in the gravestone and managed to successfully finish the fight. This means I now have completed every single quest in the game and can get my quest cape. Okay, so earlier I spoke about doing Castle Wars as my next AFK goal. There isn't really much to show in terms of gameplay here, but this is my current ticket stack. What you are looking at is roughly 220 hours of progress. I'm sure a few people might be upset that I'm boosting Castle Wars, and I completely understand. In the future, I'm hoping to run some Castle Wars events and get a small chunk of the tickets done legitimately. One thing that kept coming up in the last episode was the lack of GP that I had. Being a main account in the mid game, a lot of my progress is tied to how much GP I have. So my game plan going into this episode is to make money and go for a pet at the same time. However, before I can start that, a whole bunch of updates and changes was thrown into the game, so I have to get some housekeeping done first. Just a couple of days after getting my quest cape, Jagex added a new quest into the game. I did this a few hours after the release, and it's a decent quest, no dialogue and a bunch of puzzles, and it's a nice 10k farming XP too. Jagex also buffed the XP rewards that you receive from Master and Grandmaster quests. If you've already completed these quests, not to worry because you can reclaim this lost XP from various NPCs around the game. The first being Purdue, who gives the bulk amount of the XP. I got quite a few levels from this, which was a pretty nice dopamine rush. Next is Radimus Urkel, I think that's how you pronounce his name, in the Legends Guild, who gives some more XP lamps. You can put them onto combat skills or some other skills. I chose agility. Next is the Mysterious Stranger at top. He gives a bit of combat XP. I put this lamp into strength. Now the next NPC is a little hard to find, so I'll show you a quick way to get there from the top bank. He's just in this basement here, which isn't too far away. This is an XP tome that can be put in any skill above level 60, so I chose agility again. I would have chosen rune crafting, but I'm too low level at this point, and this also got me 82 agility, which is pretty nice. After grabbing those XP rewards from previous quests, it got me thinking about other XP rewards that I could claim, so I went to the Varrock Museum because some sometimes after doing quests you can claim kudos and further XP from Historian Miles. Turns out I still had 1 XP lamp that I forgot to claim and it went straight into runecrafting. After that I went to good old Tears of Guthix and got myself some more runecrafting XP. A quick tip for this by the way, if you aren't sure when you can next claim the Tears of Guthix, you can open up the quest and it'll tell you at the bottom. Anyway, I then went to Hesperi and because it was only my 2nd kill count, I got a Kronos seed. Normally it wouldn't be worth mentioning, but it is a collection log slot. Another small bit of housekeeping was taking out the GP that I had left in the servant's money bag from the last episode. Every single bit of GP is going to be used for this pet hunt that I'll be doing in this episode. I sold off multiple items from my bank and could just about afford a blowpipe, which is going to be one of the main items that I need. So I'm going to be money making and going for a pet at the same time. Keep in mind that I'm somewhat in the mid game, so I can't camp many boss pets at the moment, at least efficiently, but I have come up with a spectacular plan that not too many people actually go for this early on in an account. My plan is to go to Soul Wars. This is a mini game that gives out spoils of war as the rewards. Each spoil of war has a 1 in 400 chance to spawn the pet and also contains a ton of other supplies. If you were to use this method I'm about to show you, then you can get the Soul Wars pet in around 30 to 35 hours on rate. This also makes the pet one of the fastest in the game and it also makes a good amount of cash, so you can see why I've chosen to do this. Now there are many ways to play Soul Wars, the most popular being boosting with cleanse, but there is actually another method which is more efficient, more consistent and lower effort. The content creator No Monkey has a nice guide on how this is done, but I'd like to signal boost this method and I'd also like to show you that you don't particularly need the most efficient gear to get started. So for this method you are going to need 2 accounts with a high enough range level for the blowpipe on both. Here is what I was using on my completionist account. Now the best in slot here would be Elite Void, but I haven't got that yet. Now obviously an Archer's Ring, Pegasians and an Anguish would also be great upgrades, but I'm broke and that's why I'm doing this to money make. In the inventory you're going to need a rune crossbow, or if you have the money for one, a dark bow is actually the best in slot, and I'll explain that later on. You'll also want runes for telegrab. On the alt account it's basically the same, best range setup with a blowpipe, void being best in slot, but honestly downgrades to dehide and whatnot isn't going to slow you down a whole lot. For the inventory on the alt account you don't need telegrab runes or the dark bow or rune crossbow, you just need either a dwarven rock cake or a locator orb. The locator orb is better because it's just easier to use, but I appreciate that not everyone has an alt account that has Dragon Slayer 2 done. Now before you start doing this method you're going to need to set up a couple of things. The first one is you need to do the Soul Wars tutorial. It doesn't take very long. The next one is to show your Ava's device to Nomad in the lobby. This is because when you go into Soul Wars you are forced to wear a cape like Castle Wars, so if you show your Ava's device to Nomad he will give you that Ava's effect of picking up ammo to your minigame cape. The next bit is to join your own friends chat on both accounts. This is the friends chat, not the new clan system. Make sure that each account is in its own friends chat. On your alt account, set your quick prayers to protect from melee and eagle eye or rigor if you have it unlocked. On your main account, you can do the same, although protect from melee isn't needed until the very end. When you're ready, geared up, and in the Soul Wars lobby, you're going to see 2 zones. We are going to be using the zone with the purple door. Have one of your accounts challenge your other account. Once you accept, the game will start. So this is where you're going to start the grind. You'll spawn in your team's lobby, which has bandages and potions. I would recommend that you swap the left click option on both benches to take 5. Grab 5 of each on both accounts. The reason you want to grab bandages is because they actually give 30 run energy, which is going to be super useful if you don't have 90 plus agility. Now on both accounts, run towards the center of the map. On both accounts you want to drink a potion which boosts your stats. On the alt account it's time to get down to 1 HP with your dwarven rock cake or your locator orb and turn on your quick prayers. When you get to the bridge, go right of the bridge on both accounts. Each ghost in this area is going to drop 4 soul fragments. On your main account you want to grab roughly 12 fragments, and on the alt account you want to grab 16 to 20 fragments. You can mix and match, but as long as you have at least 28 fragments total, you're fine. When your main account has 12 fragments, run towards the center of the map. The reason you want to be stood here is because you're capping the center of the map. This unlocks the soul obelisk for your team. As soon as you have 28 total soul fragments and your main has started to cap the center section of the map, you want to bring your alt account within firing range of the main account. You do not want to bring your alt account onto the center island because it will then prevent your main account from capping. Anyway, from here, use your rune crossbow on long range to take out your alt account. The reason a dark bow is better here is because it's guaranteed to hit hit. But another fun fact is you can just use iron or steel arrows for this and it'll still be 100% chance to hit over 1 HP. With the rune crossbows, sometimes you end up hitting a few zeros in a row which can slow you down. Once the alt account has died, you want to telegrab the soul fragments that you've just PK'd. On the alt account that is now dead, you want to click the portal and get ready to leave the game, but don't do that just yet. So on the main account, wait until you fully cap the center area and use the soul fragments on it. This will weaken the enemy team's avatar. Now make a run towards the enemy's team base, put on protect from melee, repot if you like and use bandages if you're low on run energy. Once at the boss, re-equip the blowpipe and start damaging the boss. You want to do 300 or more damage. When you've hit 300 damage you can end the game, but only do that after the 12-minute and 10-second mark. With my gear and setup, I was finishing a game around the 11-minute and 50-second mark most times on average. And so that's it. Every 3 to 4 minutes you can claim 19 zeal. Each spoil of war costs 30 zeal. There are also 2 other collection log slots that you can get here, including the ectoplasmator and the soul wars cape, which is best in slot for prayer bonus. Okay, so now you have a rough idea of the method I was using to start grinding out this pet. So I'm just going to show me opening up the crates now. I was usually buying around 10 crates at a time. I would have stacked up like 100 crates, but I had a feeling that if I did that I'd end up getting the pet on the 10th crate and would have just wasted a bunch of time getting the rest of the crates. I was able to get around 11 to 12 crates per hour, and so this means you can expect to make around 900k to 1 mil per hour before supply cost. At the start of this grind I had about 500 scales and darts, so I needed to sell off the loot to buy more ASAP. If you look in the bottom left of the Soul Wars reward shop window, you'll see the lifetime zeal. To go on rate for the pet is about 12,000 zeal. In the beginning I was essentially spending the entire profits to fund the blowpipe, but after a while I was able to buy my first upgrade, which was some d'hide boots. The drop table for these spoils of war are actually quite strange. There's quite a few troll drops, being some bones, cabbage and 1 soul rune drop. There is also the dragon drop table, which is pretty rare to land on but adds a lot to the value of them. The best drop outside of the pet is probably the normal soul rune drop. You get around 500 to 600. These have gone up in value quite a bit over the past few months because of the Shadow of Tumakan, which is a reward from TOA. It uses soul runes as its charges. Around this time I made enough GP so I could comfortably buy the dark bow, which helped speed the process up a marginal amount. I think it's also worth mentioning that if you have an Iron Man, it's totally worth trying this out, especially if you're in the early to mid game. You get so many runes, the arrows are super useful, so many alks and resources like raw sharks, herb seeds, ores, coal and uncut gems. You also get straight up GP too, so I highly recommend trying this minigame out. Even if you're not boosting, just playing it regularly, you can get a decent amount of points per hour. So whilst I'm opening up more crates in the background, I'd just like to give a massive thank you to everyone who has checked out these videos so far and subscribed. The support is crazy. I've gone from 50 subscribers to over 11,000 in the space of just 2 months. I'm hoping to get these videos out quicker for you this year. I've just been busy with Christmas, my job, spending time with my family, as I'm sure a lot of you have been too. I have the next completionist episodes planned out already and they are some bangers. I won't go into detail here as I'm planning on making a separate video where I talk about my plans for the completionist account, my channel and future plans including potentially streaming. So keep an eye out for that one as I'm really wanting some feedback from you guys. Also, if you are enjoying the video so far, a like on the video would really help me out. Anyway, I'm now at 12,000 zeal, which is the drop rate for the pet, and I still don't have it. Even though I was selling off all of my loot, I decided to hoard my pure essence, as I know a friend I have in game likes to collect them. He has well over 60 million pure essence at this point. He's a madman. At this point I could buy back some of the gear I sold off previously. I decided on getting back the obsidian plate legs and whip, as it's going to help me out a little bit with Hespori and my plans after Soul Wars. It was at this point I got my second collection log slot from Hespori, being the At Seed. Not normally worth mentioning, but it's a log slot. Also around this time I was getting back into doing birdhouse runs. I managed to get to the hunter level to do magic birdhouses, but I didn't have the crafting level, so I trained that and sold off the bird nests I gathered to help fund it. Blue d'hide bodies are pretty cheap and quick XP. I was also making sure to do a quick farm run every now and then. I should really start planting other trees along with the mahoganies. On one of the Hespori kills I did, my DDS started to pop off and it unlocked me some nice combat tasks, being Speed Trialist and Hespori Adept. I thought getting one of the speedrun times in my gear was actually pretty decent. Back to Soul Wars now, I'm starting to wonder when I'll actually get the pet. A few people guess that I go double or even triple the drop rate. Normally on a pet grind that would really demotivate me, but the money that I was earning kept me going. However, this then happened. Okay, first 10 of the day. Oh! Oh my god, I actually got it! Oh my god, I got it! 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 Ah, finally. Finally! Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank god. Oh, 527. I didn't go too dry. Oh, that's so good. What do I get in my last crate? Tell me it. Oh, could have got back-to-back pet there. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god. Okay, how much money did I make? I think I had about 12 mil, so I made 38 mil? Went from 79 to 84, almost 85 range. I think we got a HP level as well. I think we got a HP level. Not too far off a mage level either from all the telegrabs that I was doing.
He looks heavy.
He looks heavy. Oh my god, Tara.
No, like he's got armor.
That's rude.
He's got really heavy armor.
He looks heavy.
Like Thanos.
He looks heavy. I then also bought the ectoplasmator, which was another log slot. Apologies for the extra window in the bottom there. I was showing a friend on Discord how to do the method. I'm sure you'd like to see the loot, so here's me selling off the bulk of the items that I acquired. Keep in mind throughout the clips you just saw, I was restocking my scales and amethyst darts, which did end up costing me a fair amount. In total though, I ended up making around 38 mil profit. I think for future episodes, I'm going to have RuneLight set up so that it tracks all loot so I can show it off properly. I currently have it set up so that it just resets each time I open the game. So we aren't finished here either. We've got Soul Wars done, but what's next? Well, for a start, the Christmas event was on, so I had to get that done. It was really fun actually. I think the J-mods are doing a great job with these seasonal events. With this being a new account, I unlocked all of the past rewards too, and there were dozens of them. After that, my next goal was to carry on with questing. Now, yes, I do have the quest cape, but I actually had a ton of mini quests to finish, which had some important unlocks. The first being Mage Arena 1. This doesn't take very long, and I really enjoy it as it's one of those iconic parts of RuneScape. I then wanted to complete Into the Tombs, which is unlocked after doing 1 Tombs of a Mascot run. I decided to use this opportunity to ask people in my clan if anybody wanted to learn it so that I could teach them. Teaching raids and PvM in general is something that I've done for a few years now, and it's really rewarding watching someone go from just, you know, killing Bandos for their first time to trying out Inferno. So you'll see a lot of this throughout the series. Did anyone get anything
And
nice?
whatever. Yes,
Sweet.
thread.
You got thread!
Thread.
Nice one, Tikri. Nice. After TOA, I decided to upgrade my Dark Light into an Arc Light. I then decided to get myself the Soul Bearer, which also finishes another mini quest. I made sure to permanently unlock the Fairy Ring in Arceus. Now, after completing the Soul Bearer mini quest, I saw a mini quest in the list called Hope Spear's Will. And I have to be honest, I didn't even know that there was another mini quest linked to the Land of Goblins. When I looked at the rewards for this mini quest, I was actually really surprised because it gives about 40,000 prayer XP, which is extremely nice. You essentially have to kill the 6 undead goblins again and bury their bones in Ubelisk, or however you pronounce it. Anyway, this also got me a prayer level. The next mini quest was Enchanted Key. This is a short one where you have to dig in random places around Gillinor for treasure. I also dug up the Lumbridge Swamp zombie head during this too. As a completionist, there are so many small niche things that I'm gonna have to get done in this game. Once that one was done, it was time for Family Pest. Essentially, after the Family Quest, try saying that 10 times fast, you talk to all of the brothers and pay 500k to get the ability of owning all gauntlets at once. I just kept the cooking gauntlets and goldsmith gauntlets. Now, you may be thinking, okay, but you only completed Mage Arena 1. What about Mage Arena 2? Well, that was the next goal. I had to unlock the ability of using all spells outside of the arena, so I did that first. Luckily, I didn't see any PKs or school trickers whilst doing this. After that, it was time to fight the Mage Arena 2 bosses. Honestly, I love these boss models, especially the Justiciar and Zamorakian Demon. The fights are pretty cool too, and luckily I didn't run into any PKs doing this either. For some reason, my Saradomin and Zamorakian bosses were in the same spot. I don't ever remember ever seeing this happen before, so that was interesting. Anyway, after defeating all of the bosses, I claimed my first imbued cape, but of course, being a completionist, we can't just settle on 1 cape. We have to go back and kill all of the bosses again and claim all 3 capes instead. After that was done, we only had 2 mini quests left, the Frozen Door and In Search for Knowledge. For this, I'm going to need to imbue a salve amulet. For In Search of the Knowledge, you have to grab 4 pages of each tome in the 4th host dungeon. I already had some from when I was killing temple spiders back in episode 1, but not enough to finish the quest. So I decided I would kill undead druids for the remaining pages. These guys have a chance at dropping the Mask of Renewal and also drop hard clues fairly consistently. Unfortunately, I didn't get the mask this time, but I did get a couple of hard clues. If you're wondering what's in the caskets, you're just gonna have to watch to the end of the video to find out what I'm doing with them. Next up was the Frozen Door. For this, you need to kill all of the God Wars generals for key fragments that combine into a key that opens the door to Nex. So I went out in the wilderness and grabbed a couple of ecumenical keys that were also collection log slots. I then decided that Commander Ziliana would be my first victim. I did most of my KC here on the main account with a T-bow, so trying to do this with a rune crossbow really put into perspective how weak I am at the moment. After that, it was time for Krill. I didn't prepare super well for this, I just wanted it over and done with, so I just grabbed a quick inventory of restores and combo food and took him down. I already had the key piece from Bandos, which I killed in episode 2, so the last one I needed was the key piece from Armadillo. After slapping each other around for 5 minutes, I got the last key piece that I needed to assemble the key. I opened the door, and there we are. One of the final bosses in the game has been unlocked. Not only that, but I finished every single quest and mini-quest. I took this opportunity to celebrate by going straight back to Tears of Guthix, unlocking me 60 rune crafting. For Tears of Guthix, it always selects the skill that you have the lowest level in, so because rune crafting was tied with fletching now, I decided to put fletching up to level 70. After that, I did a birdhouse run and got 79 hunter as well as 1775 total. Getting close to 2k total now already, which is pretty awesome. I'm sure some of you are curious how my AFK goal of obtaining all Castle Wars rewards is going, and well, I have over 3,000 tickets now, which means I've put in around 370 hours into this small goal. Earlier, I spoke about the clue caskets, and for that, let me just give you a quick bank update. We've got some real nice gear across all styles, a dragon pickaxe, and we actually have some money to do stuff with. But the most important thing I want to show you is this. I'm going to call this the dopamine tab. I'm going to grow these stacks of items into insane amounts and then open them all at once. I'm not going to say when that will be, so you'll just have to subscribe to find out. So to kick off my active goal of doubling my log slots, I'm going to grab myself a bunch of mining collection log slots. My clan had a mining competition going on, so I decided to go over to the Motherlode mine. There are 6 log slots up for grabs here, the Prospector outfit, a gem bag and a coal bag. Now I've gotten full Prospector a couple of times already on previous accounts and I can't remember it taking very long, though I was sorely mistaken because this did end up taking me a couple of days to get, but it's all good. It's quite a nice chill activity to do whilst I responded to your comments on the last video. I also got some mining levels from this as well, which was a nice bonus. After a few hours of the Motherlode mine, I figured I would take a quick detour and go mine some shooting stars. One of the rewards from this is the Celestial Ring, which gives an invisible boost to your mining level. So this makes sense to go for it early to speed up the mining grind. I used the Star Miners Discord and they would help me scout the stars. Sometimes with this Discord I'd be mining a star with a couple of dozen people, but sometimes I would get lucky and there would only be a few of us there. I kind of wish Jagex would update this so that you aren't punished for mining with other people. Also, does anyone remember back in RuneScape 2 when after you'd mine this thing to the core you'd see like a little alien fella? From what I remember, he would give you some runes and a mining boost for a little bit. Anyway, with the Stardust I acquired, I bought the ring and went back to the Motherlode mine. It wasn't too long until I had unlocked the full Prospector kit. As I say though, I'm not finished yet, I still need to get the gem bag and the coal bag. So I gather more nuggets, snag some extra levels, and after a few more hours, I could buy them from the reward shop. Eventually, because I'm a completionist, I'll need to buy another Prospector set so that I have a golden set and a regular set. I'll also need to unlock the upper level in a bigger bag, but I'll leave that for another day. After that, I started hunting the mining gloves. There are 3 slots available for these. Essentially, all I had to do was mine in the mining guild and I get these unidentified minerals. You can also get these from the amethyst rocks if you have a high enough mining level and want to AFK some log slots. But I decided to power mine iron because it's decent XP per hour and I seem to unlock the minerals pretty quickly. I also got a few levels here as well, and I made sure to do birdhouse runs as often as possible and also got 81 hunter. Once I had 240 minerals, I bought both of the mining gloves from the shop. Then I used the extra minerals to combine them both, which unlocks the 3rd collection log slot. If you're wondering what these gloves do, essentially on some rock types you have a small chance of mining the ore, but the rock not depleting. So they're nice to have, especially if you want to mine runite or make amethyst mining more AFK. You'd think we'd be finished with easy collection log slots when it comes to mining, but nope. Another quick and easy set of log slots can be obtained from the Camdozel mine. This is unlocked after the Below Ice Mountain quest. I started by mining the veins of ore and I got 2 items, baronite shards and baronite deposits. The shards can be used to unlock buffs in the area as well as a small mini game, which I won't be showing off as I don't need to do that for log slots. But the item I'm interested in here are the baronite deposits. I cracked these open and essentially they have a chance at giving more shards or some unique items for the collection log. The items labelled as ancient items can be just donated to the Varrock Museum for kudos. The other 2 items are the Incando hammer, which is broken, and the baronite head. For the hammer you repair this with the shards, and the baronite head is 1 part of 3 to create the baronite mace. I actually ended up getting a couple of dupe hammers, which was pretty cool. I only repaired the one though, and this is a nice little item for birdhouse runs and for the defender role at Barbarian Assault, as well as smithing and mahogany homes and things like that. Anyway, after all of that mining, it was time to start fishing up the other piece of the baronite mace. I don't know how long this is supposed to take, but I managed to get it in my second inventory, so it was then time to start killing chaos golems. These guys drop the last piece that I need to craft the mace. They've got a really low level drop table, so there isn't really much to say about these, but they do drop chaos cores. Essentially what these do is act as 10 essence at a rune crafting altar, so I decided to actually pick these up. But it wasn't long until I managed to get the last piece of the baronite mace. So I repaired it, unlocked another log slot for doing so, and then handed in the ancient pieces to the Varrock Museum for the kudos. Now it's back to mining. Yes, there are still some very easy log slots to unlock still. The next 3 that I'll be going for are the ones obtained in the volcanic mine. These really don't take too long to get at all, especially with a point boosting method that I found. Essentially, I would wait for the game to start, run through the mine with protect range on, check 2 vents, place a miner boulder a few times and run to the exit, then just, rinse and repeat. I got a little over 400 points each time I did this, and it's still decent mining XP too. I think I was getting around 45k XP per hour. After a few hours spent there, I could complete the log. At least as of the time I recorded this video, because they've added another log slot there, being the broken dragon pickaxe. But I'll be coming back for that one in another video. I think I've done enough mining for now, don't you think? I had some extra stardust, which meant I could also claim my first star fragment. You use these to recolor the prospector outfit. It's 1 fragment per piece, so I'll need another 3 fragments in the future. But as I say, I'm done with mining for now. My next 10 log slots are going to be unlocked within 5 minutes, and it's something almost any account can do. I bought Numalite on the Grand Exchange, I then teleported to Fossil Island, and there is this stone chest which you are able to put Numalite into, and it'll spit out these pages which I can add to the Fossil Island notebook. Each individual page is its own log slot, and there are 10 in total. So it's a nice quick boost, and it's an easy way to green log a section in the collection log. Okay, now it's time to PVM. My next target is the creature creation log, which is obtained in the Tower of Life. There are 7 log slots here, 6 satchels which drop from specific monsters, and a tea flask which drops from all 6. What makes this great is the fact that these have a really high drop chance, so I could knock this out really quickly. All I had to do is buy the correct materials and then summon these weird looking experiments at the altars. I think my favourite has to be the Jubster. The thing is massive, and you know what? I think I actually stumbled across a weird moneymaker here because I wasn't here for very long, and I managed to get about 160k worth of Jublies. Something to think about if you're on med level, I suppose. Anyway, I carried on taking out these creatures and grabbing log slots, and it took me about half an hour to an hour to complete. One weird thing that I did find down here though was this weird room where if you walk on the tiles they light up. I asked Mod Ash on Twitter what the hell this was supposed to be, and he just said the dev made it for fun that day. So yeah. I then went under Falador Park to fight the giant mole. This guy has 2 guaranteed collection log slots when you kill him, being the mole skin and the mole claw. This is a great mid level boss, and I'll be camping this guy in the near future. I then grabbed some fishing explosives and headed out to Mudskipper Point. All I had to do was check the explosives in and take the mogres out. The drops I'm looking for here are the flippers and the Mudskipper hat. The hat is a 1 in 25 and the flippers are a 1 in 64, so really not too bad at all. It took me about 20 minutes or so to get both of these items, and again it was pretty chill, so highly recommend if you haven't got these yet. Next up, I'm heading over to the Stronghold of Security. As we all know, there are 4 floors to the Stronghold, and there is 1 monster per floor that will drop a specific piece of the Skull Scepter. and each piece is its own log slot. For the first floor is Minotaurs, and these guys also drop beginner and easy clues pretty rapidly too, which is a nice bonus. I could also cannon everything as well, so it really is just a few fast and easy log slots. Once I had the first scepter piece, I headed down to the next floor to flesh crawlers. I feel like it took me longer to set up my cannon than it did to actually get the drop. So down I go to the next floor to fight the Catablapot. I have no idea how you pronounce these things, but I got the next scepter piece and I decided to finish one off, and I got a dupe piece, which is pretty nice because I can use that to charge the scepter. I then made my way to the next floor and it's Anku's, so I grabbed my ectoplasmator from the previous episode and that just acts as like a bone crusher for these guys. I wasn't here for long either and got the last piece that I needed to combine all of the items into a full scepter. Now this scepter is actually quite handy for some clue scroll locations as it teleports you to Barbarian Village. Teleporting with it is also a hard diary task, so highly recommend if you haven't got this one done either. Another two quick and easy log slots are the boss keys for the free-to-play bosses. Annoyingly, because I was coming back from a beginner clue that dropped, I didn't record the log slot pop-up, but you can see it in the chat box. I'm going to farm quite a lot of these in the future for both moss giants and hill giants, but it is a quick 2 log slots, so I thought why not. For the moss giants, I decided to fight these in the wildy because they have a boosted drop chance. Didn't see any PKs luckily, but I'm sure I'll run into a few of them when I'm farming them properly. For more log slots, I decided to go for some of the metal boot drops. These drop from Slayer monsters starting at bronze all the way to dragon. I decided to just go in order and start at bronze boots, which are dropped from cave crawlers. When I got the drop, I actually picked them up because for some reason I thought I'd need them. I got the iron boots in episode 2, so I skipped over those and went for steel boots next, which is a drop from Pyre Fiends. I had a quick look on the wiki for where these spawn because it's not a monster I go out of my way to kill. I found a nice spot on the Isle of Souls for them. Unfortunately for these I did go quite dry and was there for about an hour, but I'm not complaining because my luck sure did turn around later in the video. Anyway, the last pair of metal boots I went for was the mithril boots, which are actually super quick to get. I could just burst jellies in the catacombs for them. I was there for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, so that makes up for the Pyre Fiends. After that I went on a chompy hunt. These guys don't have any RNG tied to them, it's just hunt the chompies. The collection log slots come from the hats that I get for reaching certain KC milestones. Now I personally decided to just go for 1000 KC because that's all I need for the Western Province diary. There are more hats that you can get and they go up to 4000 KC, but I'll finish those off another time. Also, I personally think they should add the Jubster as a transmog for the chompy bear at 4000 KC. Once I had the KC, I went over to Rants, claimed the hats and unlocked 8 log slots because I'd already claimed some of the lower tier hats previously. The next collection log slot that I decided to go for was a guaranteed 100% drop from a boss that some people don't even know about. It's a level 2 rabbit that can be found just above Prifdinus in a cave. Now don't be fooled by this thing, it has 2000 HP and hits like a truck. There are 2 methods to take this rabbit down. You can either kite it like you would Commander Zilliana with a crossbow, or you can use this really cheesy method of hopping into the cave, firing 1 or 2 bolts and then leaving before the rabbit sends you back to Goblin Town, which is what I decided to do. I should have just kited it really because doing this method took over an hour, but eventually I did take the rabbit down and the drop you get from this guy is the Crystal Grail, which sells on the GE for about 300k. I essentially traded this grail for a Sarachnis Cudgel, which I'll be using next. So, as you could probably guess, I headed over to Sarachnis. There is a really common drop from Sarachnis being the giant egg sack, which drops at a rate of 1 in 20, and you can rack up KC here pretty quickly even in a budget setup. I managed to unlock some combat tasks along the way too, which was pretty nice. I did get crashed at one point by a max main with like 2 bill worth of gear. Quite sad really, but I couldn't really do much about it, so I hot worlds and carried on. Unlocked some more combat tasks and got the egg sack. Overall, a pretty quick log slot. Earlier I spoke about the Western Provinces diary, and for the hard diary you need to kill Zora just once, and it does have a guaranteed drop chance of Zora scales, which is a log slot. I decided I wasn't going to gear up in switches for this and just went for the mage only kill. Something quite unexpected happened during this kill. The audio is a little bit scuffed because I was watching something else on the side, but I've cleaned it up as best as I can. Anyway, here you go.
People are looking for in that type of content. We experimented
No way, no way, no way. First KC. Oh man. Oh man. 3.6 mil as well. That's going to help out quite a bit. I mean, trying to make money in the mid game like this is quite hard to do, so that's a nice little spike in cash actually. After Zora and the quick birdhouse run, I went over to Barrows. I'm not going for any Barrows piece in particular. Instead, what I'm trying to do is get my reward potential to 100%, which essentially gives me the bolt rex in the reward chest, which again is another log slot. When I come back here to do Barrows properly, I'll have the Mauritania hard diary done, and I'll be trying to maximize the rune drops over the bolt rex, so this might be the only time I actively go for them. I then ventured out into the Revenant Caves. These guys have a 100% drop chance for Revenant Ether, and the bracelet is quite common as well to get. But do you know what else has a 100% drop chance in the wilderness? That's right, me. I took a small break from PVM because there are still so many more skilling slots up for grabs. I'm also missing quite a lot of the skilling outfits, so I decided to go over to the fishing trawler. This will give me the angler outfit. Now, normally the angler outfit isn't worth going for if you're just strictly talking about going for 99 fishing. It only saves around 300,000 experience, and you could have probably just earned more than that if you just stuck to fishing instead of doing this nightmare of a minigame. But the angler outfit isn't all about the XP boost that it gives. It's required for a master clue step. You need it to unlock minnow fishing, and I'm going to be storing it in the POH eventually too. Also, when it comes to Temperos, there is a hard combat diary task for finishing Temperos with an angler set equipped. Why that is a hard task, I have absolutely no idea. Not only that though, you can sort of upgrade the angler set at Temperos by turning it into the spirit angler set, which allows it to act as a rope when fighting Temperos. It actually took quite a while to get this angler outfit, and the public chat at times was probably worse than Wintertot, which is saying a lot. Though eventually I did manage to get the full set. One skill and set that doesn't take very long to get is the rogue's outfit, which I went for next. There's a plugin I enabled for this, which essentially just shows the route that you need to take. They also updated this a while ago so that instead of getting a rogue set piece, you can get a crate and just choose the piece that you want. To get the full set, it took me maybe just over an hour, and it's going to be really useful whenever I start to pickpocket Ardy Knights or even go for enhanced teleport seeds or blood shards in the future. I also decided to go for the lumberjack outfit, which you can get from the temple trekking minigame. This is also super quick. I think it took me less than an hour to get the full set here. You just choose the easiest option on route 1, then just keep resetting until you get the undead lumberjack instance. Then just kill the zombies until they give a lumberjack piece and teleport out, and rinse and repeat. I reckon they'll add the lumberjack outfit as some kind of reward for the forestry update coming out later this year as well. There are other skilling outfits I could go for, but I decided to stop there. The next two log slots are going to be coming from the Grubby chest. Even if you don't have the Seracnus pet, you can still get the transmog items for it. Grubby keys are around 34k each, and at least with the loot that I got, I basically would break even. So the transmog items I got here were the orange and the blue egg sac. Both are a 1 in 25 drop. On the last inventory where I got the blue egg sac, I decided I might as well open the last keys I brought and got a dupe, so that was cool. Okay, so these next 30 log slots actually took me over 140 hours to obtain. It kind of sucks that I've spent so long going for these log slots and I could really only show about 1 or 2 minutes of gameplay for it. I went to Trouble Brewing, and essentially there is a point boosting method for this. All I did was join a team, grab an inventory of water buckets, fill them up, and then dump them in the hopper upstairs. 1 bucket is 1 point, and the points are then spent on pirate outfits and banners. The points cap at 100 unless you decide to actually play the game and make rum. Hardly anyone does that though, so I would just AFK for the rest of the game, which would be about 15 minutes. Now, because I spent so long here, I actually optimized the bucket pouring. Yeah, I'm serious. So the first thing I'd recommend people do is download the Trouble Brewing plugin from the plugin hub. This just tracks how many buckets I poured into the hopper. I usually play in fixed mode, and for efficient buckets per hour, I needed to turn on resizable modern layout. Then I will position the hopper in this small area next to the inventory. This allowed me to 1-tick bucket pour. Sometimes people would stand in the way, so to be super efficient, I would pretend nobody existed and turned on the entity hider. If you end up doing Trouble Brewing yourself, there's something I need to quickly show you. Sometimes people on the other team would get so bored Discord waiting 15 minutes for the next game, so they'll just come over to your base and set various things on fire. So to deal with that, pour a bucket of water on the fire. Then to repair the water tap, you need the bamboo pipe. For the hopper upstairs, it's the lumber patches. If someone is burning the water tap and you don't have any water, then you can go to the middle and fill a bucket from the pond. If the bridge is burnt, you'll want a bridge section. And that's about it. If you end up wanting to do this yourself, then you'll want to join World 304. You can also do this 1v1 with an alt account on the other team, but that's up to you. Another small strategy that I could have done was to bank stand skill for about 5 to 10 minutes each game, then join midway through, but I needed the AFK time, so I didn't do that. If you're wondering how many reward tokens you need to complete the log, it's 39,500. I decided to hold all of mine and then just go for one big dopamine rush at the end, unlocking all the pieces all at once. It felt pretty good spamming the clan chat with collection log slots. If you don't want to put in the 140 or more hours it takes to complete the log, you can actually just do one game where you fill 100 buckets and then buy the 2 bottles of rum and the stuff, which is used to brew mature beers. That's 3 log slots in just one game. Not sure I'll be wearing any of these cosmetic items. I think the purple outfit looks alright, but I've never really been a fan of any of the banners in the game. Now, if you've watched this video and thought to yourself that you'd like to get into collection log hunting, I'd like to quickly promote the Log Hunters Discord. This isn't a paid sponsorship or anything like that, it's just these guys have been really supportive of my adventures so far. I'm usually in there chatting most days and forming plans for future episodes. They also have a spreadsheet that you can use that when filled out it will tell you what the quickest log slots are that you can obtain on your account, so I highly recommend joining and having a look. Now for a couple of updates I'm sure at least a few people are wanting to see. Here is the dopamine tab. The clue caskets are piling up quite nicely and the bird egg collection is coming along too. My Castle Wars tickets haven't gone up that much since I had to use my AFK time on trouble brewing instead. Also worth mentioning that I'll be going for another 1800 tickets to build the Castle Wars Armor 3 stand in the POH. So yeah. That's a lot of tickets. Hello, to put it simply, I'm going to complete old school RuneScape from scratch. I'm 5 episodes in now and I think it's time to skyrocket the progress even further. I'd like to make a ton of money so that I could buy a gear setup to take on my next huge goal, 2,000 Tombs of Amascut runs, just so I can wear this stupid cape and get a collection log slot. Now, I thought about some money makers I could do, and I thought that I'd go for 99 mining for 3 reasons. Number 1, it makes a ton of money if you do it correctly. 2, I need to max this account anyway, and it's another 99 checked off. And 3, I'll need a high mining level as well for TOA for the Aqua Puzzle room. The higher your mining level, the higher you hit on the obelisk, so it just made sense. Now, as a small reminder, in the last episode I already did a ton of mining for some collection log slots, grabbing myself a prospector set, mining gloves, celestial ring and more. In fact, I grabbed well over 100 log slots in that episode. I'm not going to name them all, but for one of the highlights, it had to be the 1kc Magic Fang for sure. No way, no way. Now, because I plan to complete everything in old school RuneScape, I can't just jump straight into the moneymaker. There are some other things to mop up first. Most people nowadays really only think of the collection log as completionist content, but there's more to it than that, at least for me. I'll talk about that more in a future episode, but for now I still need to unlock the upper level in the Motherlode mine and grab a second set of the prospector set, so I can have both the gilded version and the normal version. So that's exactly what I did whilst grabbing some levels along the way. Whilst editing this video, they updated the Motherlode mine so the ores respawn faster and there's more spots. Kind of bad timing for that to happen, but I'll for sure be taking advantage of that on new accounts or maybe even in leagues. After I had finished up in the Motherlode mine, I joined the lovely people from the Star Miners Discord and started accumulating more Stardust. I needed a total of 9,000 so that I could buy the last 3 star fragments which will recolor one of my prospector sets. Also, I don't know if you guys enjoy these sped up time lapses as much as I do, but there's just something so satisfying watching Sheep just smack that asteroid at 4,000% speed. Anyway, once that was done, I ventured over to this guy's star shop and bought the last remaining fragments, attached them to the prospector set, and now I have the Fashionscape, a very important part of RuneScape if I do say so myself. The next mining goal to finish off before the moneymaker was to grab the Broken Dragon Pickaxe, which is its own unique log slot from the Volcanic Mine. This one was added just after I finished the log in the last video. To get it, you need to buy all packs from the reward shop, which cost 4,000 points each, and the pickaxe is a 1 in 100 chance. I figured I would do a mix of solo point boosting and actually playing the minigame properly in a team. There is a Discord for this, but I just rather learn it with friends. It was quite a fun experience trying to play this blind, so I'll play some of those clips. My only problem is I've not got any food. I'm on 37 HP.
Better cross your fingers.
And I'm on 17 HP, so see you later.
Wait, the
wait,
stairs
I
are
need
the
to
other
go
way.
Ah, come on! Don't hit me! 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 Okay, alright, I'm good. Oh, we might not actually make it. 10,
Well, I
11. I don't think we're gonna make it.
I'm making it. 7, 6,
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
4, 3.
Ah!
You
Come on, come on, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it! I died! I'm on the thing! No!
Dude, I said on the last fucking time.
Oh my god. Oh, I've got no food. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Build the bridge, I got 18 HP.
Here, trade for food.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah,
as long as I don't get hit by
I can give you a
as long as I
brew.
don't get hit by an arm crystal, I'm good. Alright, let's go.
Who didn't build the bridge?
I also need to pee. I think I'm gonna try pee on Boulder too.
I mean, I am literally peeing like right now.
Just waiting for me. Okay, I'm gonna go for a pee, bye bye.
Hey, let's see if he dies.
Oh. Okay, I'm back. No!
You just got back
I
to
fell
back
into the
on
thing! Am I dead? Am I dead? Am I dead? I'm dead! I'm dead! I just came back! Oh my god.
Right click trade.
Almost got him. 9.6k. Oh, that was a good one. One thing I didn't mention about Volcanic Mine is that if you play it with a team, the XP can actually get to 85 to 90k per hour at level 99, which is really quite good considering you aren't breaking your wrist with all the tick manipulation stuff. After opening a whole bunch of ore packs, I did actually manage to get the Broken Dragon pickaxe. 10 more ore packs. Come on, gimme. Yes! Oh, I got it. I got it. Oh, I'm free. I'm free. I'm free. Okay, do I get another one though? Nope. Oh, I can go gem mining now. Hell yeah. Cost will be about, let me see, I need blah 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 2.5 mil. Yes, let's do it. To be honest, I don't even know if this would be worth fixing anyway. Well, I mean, you could make like 700k out of it, but I have a plan for this particular. I've just teleported to the wrong place. Okay, so this pickaxe is gonna go in the Akka room because you can store a pickaxe in here. Now I could just sell it, but honestly, I'm probably gonna need a pickaxe inside TOA and outside TOA. So I'm just going to store this one in here and it will forever be in here. And every time I grab my pickaxe from here, I'm going to remember the awful grind that I had to do to get here. There we go. Brilliant. Let's leave. So, as my previous self just mentioned, I wanted to try out gem mining next. Now, this was actually going to be my original plan to get 99 mining as well as make some cash along the way because it also has the highest chance to get the rock golem pet, which was my first ever pet in RuneScape, and this is the place where I got it. The XP rates you can get here are also kind of insane. If you do it properly, you can get around 115k mining XP per hour and still make a ton of cash. Now, I tried this method out, but for my first attempt, I was really struggling at this. I thought it was a skill issue, but it actually turned out to be my dementia kicking in, as I had completely forgot to wear a charged glory, and the charged glory essentially triples the success rate of mining these. Once I remembered that, I tried it out properly. I was getting some decent XP rates and banking quite a lot of pricey gems, however these tick manipulation methods are just too much for me. I can really only do this for about 1 to 2 hours before my hand starts cramping up or I just get too bored. So this is where, in my opinion, the best mining method comes in. I'm going to be camping the blast mine on Zaya. I did this originally to 99 mining on my main account and it hits all of the criteria for me. It's not too click intensive, it's got a decent XP per hour rate of around 80k an hour, and you can make roughly 800k per hour at level 99. You also get quite a bit of passive fire making XP, which is an added bonus. The idea is you mine out a small cavity and place some dynamite in it, light the dynamite and then collect the blasted ore that dropped to the ground. There's a few different spots you could do this in, but this one is my favourite. You can see by the tile markers what order I blow these up in. Once they've all been blown up by the dynamite, I'll grab all of the blasted ore and deposit it. You might notice that the XP per hour whilst doing this is around 6k per hour or so, but this works a bit like Motherlode Mine where the ores stack up in the bag. And once you collect the ores, you get a gigantic XP drop. Now, if you've been enjoying the completionist series so far, a like on this video would be very much appreciated and it helps bring in new viewers. I am in this for the long run, and in fact, I've reduced my hours at work so that I can get some more videos out for you guys. I'm working on some big plans and I can't wait to show you them. As you can see, each time I claim the ores, I'm getting around 160 to 180k XP drops at a time. So if your clan is ever doing a mining competition, this is a very sneaky way to give yourself a head start. Just stack up a ton of ore just before the event starts and you'll already be like 2 to 3 hours in front of everybody. Every single time I claim the ores, I do a quick price check and I was getting around 2 mil or so. Also, whilst I was going for 99 mining, I was doing a ton of birdhouse runs, and so I would sell off the bird nest for more dynamite. I was getting so many clues from this entire process as well, and I'll show you how many caskets I've got stacked up in a bit. But yeah, as you can see, the XP drops just keep flying in and I'm just printing money at this point. It's not going to be enough to buy the gear set that I'd like for TOA, so I'll be doing another money maker in the next video. So there it is, I finally got 99 mining. I went straight over to the mining guild to buy my cape. Then I grabbed some extra stardust I acquired and bought some soft clay with it. Then I headed over to Volcanic Mine and bought runite ore with the remaining points that I had. After that I started opening all of the bird nests I had left and chucked absolutely everything on the GE and finished on a total of 93 mil. This is actually the third time on old school that I've gotten 99 mining, but it's the first time I've got 99 without the pet, which kinda sucks. Now, it's been a while since my last upload, and as you guys know, I am always doing not only my birdhouse runs, but my farming runs. I've jumped up so many levels when it comes to farming. I've been planting mainly maples, papayas, hespori, and mahoganies. Also, because I've shot up so many levels, I'm actually able to plant redwood trees now, which is really nice. I think farming is certainly going to be one of the first few 200 mils that I get on the account. Now let's have a quick peek at the dopamine tab that I have going. You'll see that the casket stacks are growing quite nicely now, the bird egg stacks are getting there, and I now have well over 4,000 Castle Wars tickets. I honestly cannot wait to spend these tickets. It's going to be insane and I'll actually be able to do some AFK skilling instead. It's going to be so nice. Also, whilst recording this video, it was the 10th anniversary of old school RuneScape. There was a quick event that unlocked me a ton of rewards from the previous years, which was pretty nice. I can't believe it's been 10 years already. I remember playing old school the day it came out like it was yesterday. I know we all like to poke fun at Jagex for all of their mistakes over the years, but I really love this game and I'm excited for what's to come personally. I've quit my Max Inferno account to start from complete scratch as a level 3. I'm 6 episodes in now and my next goal is to complete 2,000 Tombs of a Massacre, which will not only earn me a lot of money but also give me one of the rare escapes in the game to add to my collection log. Although to do that I'm going to need a decent set of gear. I've gave myself a deadline of just 2 more weeks to earn as much money as possible. Once that time is up, I'm forcing myself into the pyramid regardless of what I have. Lucky for me though, my RNG has been crazy. So whilst you're watching the video and thinking it can't get any better, it certainly does. Very quickly, let's talk about the last episode. I obtained a cash stack of roughly 90 mil from 99 mining and grabbed the broken dragon pickaxe from Volcanic Mine and had it repaired. This was the 3rd time I've got 99 mining in old school, although unfortunately this time I didn't get the pet. Not to worry though, because I decided that I grabbed the mole pet instead. The last time I was here on my main account I went to almost 6,000 KC trying to get the pet whilst on a twisted bow rebuild. Though you don't need a 1 bill GP bow for this, even as a mid level you can just bring a cheap Daruk set and still make close to 1 mil an hour easily with the pet drop as a bonus. The only requirement for this boss has to be the Falador Hard Diary, because without the shield that you get from this, you aren't able to have the big flashing arrow on your minimap telling you where the mole is. If you really wanted to, you could come down here without the mole tracker, but it's going to be absolutely miserable. So that's what I did, completed the diary and put the XP lamp into rune crafting. So this time round, I'm going to be spending that cash stack I got from mining on a fang, and as much strength bonus as possible, which included a torture, ferocious gloves, and a basilisk jaw to upgrade the Native knot. I did originally go with tassets, but these are only a +1 strength bonus over the obsidian legs, and the face guard is a +3 over the Native knot. I'm doing this grind with protect from melee on, so I don't really care about the defense bonuses from the tassets. Whilst you see the KC go up rapidly by the hundreds, you're going to see the inventory setup change a few times. Originally I was going to be cheat with super attack and strength pots, but switched those to divine super combats eventually. I also didn't bring my cannon for the first portion of the KC, I was testing out how it was without one for a while, though I did end up bringing it with me later on. I really do recommend bringing the cannon here because it speeds up the first part of the fight. The mole won't dig until around half health, so it's some nice DPS increase at the start of the fight. And also the cannon just shows that the ward is taken as well. Also, I can't believe I forgot this, but with the introduction of making friends with my arm, there are fire pits in a few different locations, and Giant Mole's Cave is one of them. So I lit it, and that frees up one of the inventory spots for another stamina or a prayer pot. So if you have a fang and some decent strength gear and want to make some money, I can't recommend this boss enough. It's so chill, it's great money, and the fang is great here because it's just so accurate. There were quite a lot of times when I was able to just take the boss down without it even digging as well. And the special attack is really nice for finishing off the fight too and stops you having to run around the cave so much. Anyway, I think you get the idea. The giant mole is good. As you can see by the KC here, I'm reaching around 1400 KC, which is almost half the drop rate of the pet. This is now where my busted RNG starts to kick in, and as I said at the beginning, it's only going to get better. Oh! I got it! I got it! I got it! I got it! Oh, yeah. Wow. That came out of nowhere. I was... Oh, I was just in autopilot mode. I was just about to go kill another one. Wow. Oh man, what KC was that? 1410. I don't know why, I just wasn't expecting that. I was just... Wow, that really caught me off guard. It was like a jump scare. I was like, oh my god. Okay, well, what next? What next? Let's think about it. As you can tell by my reaction, I wasn't really expecting to get the pet so early on, though I did have plans in place just in case this happened. So whilst I had a look at my list of backup plans and deciding which one to take on next, I did some fly fishing at Barbarian Village and later on some RD Nights. I did this to hit 1850 total, as well as make sure that rune crafting was still my lowest stat for tiers of Gothics. So one of these backup plans I had stuck out to me, and that was 99 cooking. Now a few of you must now be thinking, how do I have the time to do that as well as get back into PVM for some busted RNG drops? Well, let me show you. I spent just 3 days one-tick Karambwan cooking. At the start I was hitting around 700k XP per hour, but this went up to as much as 950k XP per hour. This is way more XP than Wines, and this actually profits too. I decided to take on this goal because of the small bit of profit, and it's another 99 under my belt. Remember, this is a completionist from scratch series. Eventually that also means 200 mil all. I spoke last episode about farming likely being one of the first 200 mils, and cooking is going to be another one for sure. But for now, I'm just grabbing the 99 real quick. I gotta say, I suck at Karambwan cooking, but this is quite a simple method. Just line up the inventory so that the bottom row is next to the range or the fire that you're using. You might suck at this as well to start with, but eventually you just go into a kind of zen mode and the XP just starts to skyrocket. Maybe it was all of the mining I did in the last episode or being trapped in that cave with the mole for too long, but I'll admit, I found this kind of fun. I just went into a really nice flow state, and before I knew it, it was over. I went to the cooking guild to get the 99 cape with a few clan members. And also, is it just me or are 99 parties kind of dying out? I remember going to one almost every day with like dozens of people, but you just don't really seem to see that very often anymore. Anyway, after the 99 cooking grind, I went back to fishing to have a look at the list again, whilst reminding myself I am on a deadline. I quickly decided for the next goal I was going to start the Barrows grind. I thought about doing 100 KC every other episode, but to prepare for that I need to complete the easy and medium combat tasks as well as the Mauritania Hard Diary. The combat task will unlock the Gommel's Hill, which will stop prayer drain at Barrows, and the Mauritania Hard Diary is for the increased rune drops. And so for the combat diaries I need to take on a whole bunch of different bosses, and as you guys can probably guess, this is where the RNG starts to kick in again big time. I started to prep for the combat achievements by selling off all of the cooked karambwans and the rest of the junk in my bank, including bird nests from the birdhouse runs. I also sold off my whip because I have a Fang now. Can't believe these are almost under 1 mil now. That's kind of crazy. With the money I bought myself a trident upgrade, but I won't be using that just yet because the first place I went to knock out some easy and medium tasks was Temperos. All of the tasks here are pretty self-explanatory, nothing too difficult. One of them includes having a full angler set equipped, and that is actually a hard task, which I find a bit weird. So whilst I show some clips of me knocking out a whole bunch of miscellaneous combat tasks, I'd like to let you know that I've created a Discord. So if you want some regular updates and sneak peeks at what I'm doing next, or to join some community events or my clan, then have a look for the invite link in the description. But back to the task now, I had to get myself 72 Slayers so that I could boost with a Wild Pie to 77 to take down the Brutal Black Dragon as well as some other Slayer mobs. Then after that, it was time to take down Skatizo. There was only one single totem in my bank, so I had to make it count for all of the tasks combined. If I mess this up, I'll be wasting time that I just don't have on trying to get another one. I was quite worried because one of the tasks is to make sure all of the altars are down whilst I finish the fight. Oh my god. They just keep spawning. Come on. Oh my god, this is never ending, man. Okay, come on, finish him off. Finish him off. Come on. Don't pop up, don't pop up, don't pop up. There we go, that should be all 3. Yeah, nice one. What do we get? Oh, you're joking. Oh, of course, of course. Of course. Hell yeah. I kind of felt like that was gonna happen as well. Oh man, this account's RNG is so much better than my last account. That's so good. Oh. Hell yeah. I'm not sure what it is with me getting 1kc drops, but I'm not gonna complain. Again, like I said at the start, there's still even more drops to come too. Anyway, next I had to farm some keys for the free-to-play bosses, and it was at this point I just felt lost in the RuneScape grind, but in a good way. It's like, my main goal is to do TOA, but to do that I need to get money, and to do that I chose to do Barrows, but to do Barrows efficiently I have to do combat tasks. But to do these specific tasks, I have to grind out these keys. My friends were watching me on Discord farm these keys and asking me when I'll be at TOA, and it's like, come on, what do you think I'm trying to do? But before spending those keys, I decided to mop up a whole bunch of other bosses real quick, being Sarachnis, the deranged archaeologist on Fossil Island, which I feel like a lot of people don't even know exist. Then the crazy archaeologist, which is basically the same boss, but he's in the wilderness. Didn't get any ward pieces or the fedora drop from this guy unfortunately, but then it was time to take on the Chaos Fanatic, which also drops ward pieces and a small chance at the Chaos Elemental pet. Although, again, I didn't get them this time around. Which is fine because I'm hoping to do one big mega episode on the wilderness at some point in the future. After all of that, I started spending the keys I grinded earlier. I tried to get as many tests as possible per key. Remember, I'm on a deadline here and I don't have time to farm more keys. There is a task for both of the giant bosses to beat them on a free-to-play world, which means I got to wear some really nostalgic gear, and I have to say, I absolutely love this. For the next Briar Fighter task, I had to finish the kill with Venom, so I bought a Cert Helm for this as I was going to need one anyway for the upcoming Dagannoth King tasks. The rest of the tasks were pretty straightforward, and luckily I didn't have any hiccups along the way. I then went to Shamans for another couple easy tasks, and then it was on to the Dagannoth Kings. Not gonna lie, I was a tad nervous about this because I haven't been in years and I'm in much worse gear and worse stats, but it went perfectly fine. Setting them up is a bit of a hassle, but once you start the rotation it becomes quite easy. And you know what else is easy? Getting an Archer's Ring apparently. That's almost 4 million GP towards the TOA gear, and that is just so nice to see. The rest of the trip was pretty uneventful outside of the combat tasks that I cleaned up. I had another clear out and sold off all of the loot that I had acquired. I also sold off the Serp Helm as it wasn't going to be of much use to me anymore. I don't really like buying and reselling gear, but it has to be done for the deadline. At this point, I'd finished off all of the combat tasks outside of Barrows, so I finished the Mauritania Hard Diary for the increased rewards that you get. I spent the lamp on, you guessed it, rune crafting. Then I bought myself some Alks from a friend so that I could get some extra magic XP too. I did a few Barrows chests which finished off the easy combat diary. I spent the XP lamp on, yep, that's right, rune crafting. And then started the grind for the medium diary and got some very nice back-to-back drops. Ooh. Oh dear, it never ends. Never ends. Hopefully it stays this way when I get to TOA and get some big drops. Okay, but what about the back-to-back-to-back? Let's go, come on. Oh my god. You disgust me. Oh, just like that. Hot combat task. Classic, missing the level, but I just got level 90 strength and 110 combat. Well, I wanted to get the other achievement with that one, but we kind of screwed it up, so let's try again. Oh, oh, any luck? Oh, Guthan's plate buddy, nice. So the most annoying task here is to not get hit by any of the melee Barrows brothers, but there is a great method that I found. Essentially, get yourself a dragon spear and stun them as soon as they spawn. Then run to the opposite side, wait for them to break the stun, then have them come towards you and you just freeze them. At this point, hit them 4 times with your trident just to be safe, and then if you haven't killed them, you just get ready to run to the opposite side again. Then rinse and repeat. It also works on the reward chest too, you just have to get lucky and hope that they don't appear in the tunnels. I got screwed by that quite a few times actually. Now that was the last task I needed, so I went to go claim the reward. The hill is so nice because it stops the prayer drain at Barrows, and there are other rewards tied to the combat tasks too, which are really handy, including better clue chances, more bosses assigned on Slayer tasks, more pest control points per game, and for the medium diary, a slight increase in how many cannonballs you can hold, which is a pretty decent one. Ooh. Don't I have that one already as well? I'm pretty sure. How am I still getting dupes? That's crazy. Let's have a look. Okay, I've had 4 items and 2 dupes. Nice. Okay, well, it's money, so. Oh, I got an elite clue. Oh, Ferrex Flail. Nice. Okay, chest 100. Nothing. But we do get 145 million cooking XP. Hell yeah. The total loot for getting 100 KC at Barrows should be on screen. I think Runelight missed a couple of KC, but yeah, that's it for the most part. I think I made more money from the diary grind than I did from Barrows itself, though I'll be going back in the future to finish off the log for sure. At this point, I did another bank sale, selling off anything that wasn't going to be relevant for the TOA grind. I had a few hours left on my 2-week deadline, and so I decided to get 80 prayer. Now, I don't know if this has been mentioned much, but if you have breath unlocked, I highly recommend setting your spawn there. It's really close to the bank, but you also have a small chance of spotting crystal implings, and I managed to collect quite a few of them. Now, there were some really funny PKs out here, but one stuck out, and I've been requested by some friends to keep this clip in the video. I hate my stupid laugh so much, but here you go. How many times can I? How many times can I? Come on, you can do it, dude. You can do it. 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 Come on, you can do it, dude. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You're just gonna hit that 12. You're just gonna hit that 12. Come on. The poison's gonna. The I reached 1 health, he got me. Oh, GG. So not long after that, I got my 80 prayer. I was thinking of going for 85 prayer, but dragon bones are just so expensive at the moment. Back at the GE, I had to think about the gear I wanted to get and talk to some friends about it. I decided on getting myself a light bearer and an anguish. I also bought myself rigor and augury. Rigor is the best range upgrade that you can make, honestly. I have a lot of leftover cash, and one item that I really wanted was a Bandos God Sword, but it's just so expensive at the moment and I didn't have enough cash. However, with the theme of getting lucky, I went through my bank one last time and sold off all of the scraps, and it was just enough to buy the BGS. I mean, I could have just sold off my Blessed Boots or the Berserker Ring, but I mean, that just would have sucked. I'll quickly go over some other interesting bits that happened recently too. I've been editing for an extra week on top of the 2-week deadline that I gave myself, and I got a few farming levels, and I'm now 96, which is absolutely amazing. I also got a couple of hunter levels from the insane amount of birdhouse runs that I'm always doing, and during one of these birdhouse runs I ran past my fiance, who is maxing her Iron Man skiller. Herbivore is currently the best option for Herblore XP on an Iron Man skiller, and she's now at 50 million hunter XP, which is a little over 14,000 Herbivore KC. She's gotten 4 pets in that time too. There will be a bonus video out in the future about Tara's account, so keep an eye out. We also had a clan member get almost every single 99 all at once, which was incredible to witness, honestly. Speaking of the clan though, it was recently our 14th anniversary. I started this clan way back in RuneScape 2, and to celebrate we did a small drop party and some castle wars. Again, if you're interested in joining or you just want a Discord to hang out in, then there is a link in the description. Also, I think almost every single one of my episodes so far has had a RuneScape event in it, and this one is no different. It was the Easter event this time round, and I unlocked all of the previous year's rewards. Also, a little look at the dopamine tab. Caskets haven't gone up much since the last video, but I am now at 5,000 Castle Wars tickets. I'm saving all of my Castle Wars clips for a video in the future, and I'm also hoping to run some events in the future too. Anyway, here we are, the start of 2,000 Tombs of a Mascot, and this is the gear that I ended up with. There are some obvious upgrades to get, like an Ava's Accumulator from Vorkath, and I may switch out the Obsidian legs for tank legs depending on how I get on. If there was ever a time to subscribe, it's now, because I just know that this grind is gonna be incredible. Now, on my old account back when TOA came out, I was there day one. I made so much money as well. I remember a clan member getting a award and us selling it for like, I think 240 mil. We also got a few fangs that we sold for 300 mil a pop as well. I even got so comfortable doing the raid that I would kick bosses to death in a cow outfit, which funnily enough actually got us a purple one time. However, that was a long time ago, and whilst creating this new account, I haven't really done any higher level PvMing outside of a couple of entry mode raids for mini quests. I knew I'd be rusty, but wow, did I completely underestimate just how rusty I really am. I went back to entry mode for a couple of raids just to get to grips with the mechanics again, but not only did I have to completely relearn TOA, I also had to start unlearning some things too. And what I mean by that is when I was learning TOA on release, a lot of the methods weren't really known, or if they were, me and my friends didn't bother to learn them. And so I had a decision to make. I could just jump into a bunch of high level raids and have my friends carry me, and don't get me wrong, that's very likely going to happen in the future, but I believe it's going to be quicker and easier for me to relearn by slowly building up the invocation level back up for myself, and so that's what I did. And after completing the entry modes, I then went back to my first level 150 raid. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. That was rough. That was so rough, and I'm so rusty. So rusty, but wow. White light, obviously. I don't deserve a purple on that one, so. 429k. At least the common light's treating me well. Wow. I don't know what just happened. Whoa! Oh, I'm not finished. Oh. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was dead at the end there, but okay. Ooh, cache of runes. Need a log slot as well. Let's open it. 1466 blood runes. Oh my God, I really need a better range level. That was not fun. That was not fun, and I think I ran out of salt towards the end there. Yeah. God damn it. No purple, obviously. After those first few raids, I sold off all of the scraps in my bank for some supplies, and then I switched out the obsidian plate legs for Torag plate legs, just for some extra defense. I did a couple more by myself, and then I was feeling somewhat confident and brought in a friend to help speed up some of the kills and to help demonstrate some of the newer methods for me. Okay, what do I can just run when it comes to that now. And we go back. Okay, I picked that up pretty quickly. I'm just gonna drink that to be safe. Better safe than sorry. I wasn't pretty range. Okay,
Nice.
that is a bit more intense than Akka Carefree. Trying to switch between them.
It is, yes.
Let's have a look at that money.
This is
Thread.
way more loot than...
Hey, I got the thread. I got the thread.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
This is way more loot than I got in my last 340.
Oh, I've been getting great loot in these 150s, let me tell you. There we go, right there it is. Okay, so do that. And then I need the needle. Fun fact, you can get a needle in that sack of green.
Yep.
Augment your rune pouch. Hell yeah. Gimme. That's one inventory slot back. Hell yeah. Wait,
Well,
hold on. Gotta get these.
I
bolts picked up.
already moved. Oh.
That's 3k.
We will get you a drop and
Please.
and you will actually use the drop.
Please. Wait, are you killing that?
No, we're killing the one where the butterfly is running.
Okay. So you don't necessarily go for a certain one anymore.
Exactly.
You just kind of do whatever the butterfly is doing.
Exactly.
I kind of got screwed at the end there. Hardcore Raiders, what is that?
Nobody died.
Oh.
Okay, please give me the promised RNG now.
Yeah. Nope.
No promised RNG.
Meow. Oh, elite clue. That's not bad. Oh, sweet.
Nice.
Didn't use any ambrosia dose. Still got
Awesome.
silk. I didn't use any brews that entire time. Well, I used the warden brews at the end, but
Good luck. Oh.
oh, I have the corruptor. Gimme, the worst one, but
Nice.
1 out of 3.
Loot is loot.
It boosts the chances to get the other ones as well, right?
Yes, it does. Damn, I would love to put more invocations on.
I know. I think after dinner I'm gonna try some solos and just maybe I'm gonna try 175 next, and then I'll go to 200.
Yeah, I think you got it down. You got into the thing already. Yeah, you'll be able to do a 200, I believe.
Plus, I wasn't using Fang before on this part. I was using crossbow, and it was so slow.
Yeah.
I think Fang is much better here for me at the moment. 99k.
Snapdragons, and Renar seeds. Nice.
On a diet blowing
Yeah.
mud. That was it.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was the 3 Baba ones to get to 200. Now it's time for 175. And the level 175 solo went fine. There were some mistakes here and there, but I was starting to get back into the groove at this point, which, you know, I was really happy about. I did it. Hell yeah. I still had 2 ambrosia doses left too.
Awesome.
And I got a PB. Hell yeah. Okay, what do I get? Wow. How much did you get from your expert, Tim?
Not even 300k.
I got 531k.
Fuck you.
Wonder how much mining XP I'm gonna have at the end of the 2000 raids. I might get like a solid like 300k
probably
experience.
Calculate that. Zebek is being nice. Oh, he's not anymore.
There we go.
Nice.
I kind of screwed up a bit there, but still no deaths. All good.
Yes!
Oh, we got a
it's
purple.
yours.
It's my purple.
It's yours!
It's my
what
purple.
the
Oh my
fuck? How
god.
is it yours?
Oh my god, I got a purple already.
Oh, fuck.
Oh man. Okay. Come and have a look at the scoreboard.
Oh god.
The leech. The leech. Right. This is probably a ring, but let's find
Please
out.
don't be a ring. Please don't be a ring. Please don't be a ring.
Please. Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh!
Ooh. Mask. Okay. Okay. That's
Okay.
40 mil.
Okay, take it. It's not a ring. It's not a ring. It's like 40 hardcore deaths.
Not with my gear, dude. That's like 100 hardcore deaths. Oh yeah. Nice. 7
Okay,
mil.
where's my split?
7 mil split. Yeah. Wow.
Nice.
Oh, that feels good. That feels good. I was struggling. I was like, I might not be able to buy supplies. I might not be able to do this. Now it's like, hell yeah. I could just buy a bunch of brews and everything else I need. Once I got that first purple, I was feeling pretty confident. I bought a bunch of supplies and tried out a 200 invocation solo raid next, and again, it went pretty well. Wow, nice. Didn't use any ambrosia on that last warden, but I did on the first one, which, yeah. Oh, back to back. But the solo? Nope. 635k. Hell yeah. Oh, 91 hit points.
I'll tell you what though, you're gonna get really good at movement with all the fanging you're doing in this phase. There you go.
Hell yeah, novice tomb looter.
Let's go. What's that? What's that
It's maybe 20 KC. I'm not sure.
for? Rage? Ah.
Oh my god.
We take it. We take these.
Let's go. And 300k.
Actually, honestly, that's insane, dude. I swear you just got the other one.
Yep. I only need
Honestly,
the blue
we'll take
one
it. We'll take it. Oh no excuse. I'll see you in the 400s.
now.
There we go.
I've never used it. I've never used it, so.
No!
What?
You
What the fuck?
Unfortunately, we will never get a shadow on this one.
We will never,
any,
get a shadow.
Never, ever. No shadows, no purples.
No shadows, no purples. Yeah.
Actually, not.
God damn it. Oh.
I got another thread of Eladinus.
Yeah, but look at the chat. I just got the breach. I got all 3 gems.
So you're... Fuck you. Fuck you.
Hell yeah. Tomb Looter. Oh, that must be 25 KC. Well, I got your soul runes for you.
Awesome. You got less damage than I did.
Yeah, that's pretty good
happened here?
damage taken. Hell yeah. So, Deadly Prayers,
Yeah.
Aerial Assault, and
Yeah.
Feeling Special, 250.
Yeah.
So faster memory plus more orbs when moved about. Kefri hits in a 3x3, and
Yeah.
Deadly Prayers. Make sure you get your prayer switches right. So the 200s were going quite well. I was making a few mistakes like what happened at Sebek, but fortunately nothing fatal. And as you can see, I decided to try bumping up the invocation level to 250. This is ugly. Okay, well, okay. I still had 3-4 rows. Not too bad. Not too bad. And a purple, obviously. Hey, not too bad. Let's have a look inside the cache. Hey, that's really not too bad. How much is that? Oh, got a mil. Hell yeah. Set. As if I got that. I misclicked that hard. I turned preserve on.
250th normal. No purple.
Tim, look.
Oh.
I got a second blue gem. I'm on 38 KC. When I was in my solo raids, I like to try and practice by taking 0 damage in certain rooms, and one of them being the phase 4 warden. There's a lot to try and dodge in this phase, as well as pro switch in for each of Zebak's attacks. Also, because I believe Fang is my best weapon here, at least for now, I have to stick to the first row, which makes things slightly harder. Okay, finally did it. No damage. It's dumb. I didn't need to do that, but it was fun. No purple. 300k. Pink. Nice. Nice. Novice Tomb Raider. Interesting. Not sure what that is. Could that be 50 including entry? 400k? Not too bad. Oh, another jewel though. Okay, that's a pretty stacked chest actually. Nice. Woohoo! Okay, purple. Oh my god, it's a purple. Oh, I did that as a joke, but it's actually a purple. I did that as a joke. Oh wow. Just go, let's get that staff. Let's go. Get that shadow. You've been needing it for a while. It's due, it's due, it's due. A fang. Okay, well, you know. Thank you.
Oh.
Woohoo!
Yay!
Money. 22k and my 3rd Jewel of the Sun.
Wow. Anything.
Purple again! Purple again! I'm not gonna say it. Oh, I was gonna say I've not seen a ring yet. God damn it. Yay, 2 mil. Okay, so I wish I could show more purples and highlights, though I did go on quite the dry streak. There are some more clips coming on the grinds that I've recently done outside of raids, including 299s, and I'll show those in a moment. But I'd like to say that I did bump up the invocation level to 275 throughout these loots that you see on screen. I'm going to be doing experts very soon, which should mean that I see more purples coming in. And whilst doing these 2000 raids, I'm gonna switch it up every now and then by working on the maxing grind or going for a pet on the side. That way it's not just an entire year of TOA videos. Not only that, but as soon as this video goes live, I'm gonna be working on my side series too. Okay, 100 Tombs of a Mascot, only 1900 to go. Can I please get a solo purple for the last one? No. I gotta step it up. I gotta get past the baby raids, get into the 300s, 400s maybe. Yeah, I just gotta step it up. Gotta try and get a Bofa maybe. Bofa could help me push towards the higher levels. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, time to sell the loot. I've got a bunch of bird nests from all of the bird houses I've been doing, so I'm just gonna empty all those real quick. Okay, good time to disconnect. Okay, maybe not. Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened, but I'm so glad that just happened now and not a warden, because that actually would have been horrific. Let's open the bird nests. Okay, all the bird nests are open. Let's get selling. Okay, so I just sold off my loot tab. I'm just gonna have a look around my bank for some junk to sell off as well and see what kind of a cash stack we've got. So I ended up with around 30 mil cash stack in the end, which is still a long way off the Bofa, but there's still a lot of upgrades that I'm going to be able to get, being the Avaz upgrade from Vorkath, the Kandarin Hard Diary for more bolt specs, and I'm also going to be getting up my magic level through the Mace Training Arena, which should help out a lot with Akka and P2 Warden. But for now, let's have a look at what I was doing outside of raids. First off, I decided to get my thieving level up to 70 at Audi Night so that I could keep runecrafting as my lowest skill for Tears of Gothics. And also, here's something you may not have seen coming unless you're in the Discord or follow me on Twitter. I decided that whilst I was at TOA, I'd pick up a bank standing skill, because sometimes myself or the people I'm raiding with don't want to instantly go straight back in and want a 10-minute break. So instead of wasting XP, I'd cut some logs instead. It was also quite nice because I was going to Eurovision with my fiance, and we also had a total XP competition in the clan, so I decided to just keep fletching, and before I knew it, I was 99. And another skill that I finally maxed was farming. This was a long time coming, and despite getting 99, I still haven't unlocked the bottomless bucket from Espori, and I'm at 80 KC. I also still need to get the farming outfit from Tithe Farm, especially now that they've changed it so that it's solo instances for everyone. And as the last level up outside of TOA, I managed to get 92 Hunter, which now that I'm thinking about is kinda crazy considering I haven't really done any Hunter at all. I've literally just done birdhouses for the majority of it, trying to stack up those god eggs. And speaking of god eggs, let's have a look at the dopamine tab. There's a couple of new additions to the tab, including the Master Casket, which I got from swapping out an elite that I couldn't do. Obviously there's the gems and the thread too. Now these do alch for 180k, but I'm just going to keep them and just see how many that I can stack up over the TOA grind. The Castle Wars ticket stack hasn't changed a whole lot because I was mainly doing fletching as well. The first thing I want to show you is a clip from a court mass that I hosted for the clan just a couple of days after the last video went up. Okay, that has to be a kill for me. Has to be. Oh my god! Okay, it happened!
Whoa, no kidding.
It happened! Yay! Woo!
It's always Liam, man.
It's always Liam. How much damage did you do, Liam? I did 186.
200.
Yoink, 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 yoink.
Oh, it's so close. Okay, come to everyone to the clan hall. So yeah, we managed to get an arcane sigil, which is always nice to see. We like to run these every other month, and whilst that was the first drop I've seen on this account, we have previously gotten another arcane sigil and an Elysian, which was incredible to witness. We always do splits on these as well, so I collected all of the money from everyone selling their drops, worked out all the splits and gave everyone roughly 7.5 mil each. And that's not bad for an hour's work, I must say. Probably took me longer to make sure I was trading everyone correctly, if I'm honest. I'm sorry, but I scammed you all for 7k.
What?
Dare you?
Reported.
Rune Watch.
No, absolutely unacceptable.
Oh yeah.
Put it in the coffer.
I'm not putting it in the coffer, I'm keeping it. Okay, so let's have a look at the upgrades I'm planning to do. I need to get my magic level up a bit, so I'm going to start off with green logging the entire mage training arena. I find myself splashing quite a lot on Akka and the crocs in the Zebak puzzle room, and that just always sucks. Plus, one of the rewards is bonus to peaches, which is going to be really helpful for some future grinds, and it's a requirement for the Lumbridge Hard Diary. The only problem is, this place absolutely sucks, and it's just not very enjoyable. I mean, the enchantment room and the alch room are alright, I suppose, but if you're thinking of completing this log for yourself, then you're likely going to be trapped down here for 40 hours. But yeah, as I say, I'm here to train up my magic, and I gained a little over 2 million XP, with most of that coming from the alch room. If you're not an Iron Man and you don't really care about the log slots, then I think the only reason you want to be here is for those bones to peaches. But if you are an Iron Man or you want the log slots, unlock the bones to peaches first anyway, because it's going to help out a lot with the graveyard room. I wish I had more to say about MTA because I spent so long here, but there's just nothing interesting to show other than grabbing all of the collection log slots. Speaking of which, you can bank all of the points you need in each room for completion, but annoyingly, the enchantment room caps out at like 16k, and you need over 25k at once after unlocking bones to peaches. But it's all good because I got to stand there enchanting in the most peak fashionscape imaginable. Once I had enough points, I went back to the reward shop and grabbed the rest of the collection log slots, being the wands and the mage's book. Then after that, I sold everything on the GE and made a profit of around 10 mil, which is always pretty nice. Though I'm going to need to rebuy the entire set again in the future when I want to fill up my playground house containers. Alright, next up for the upgrades was turning my Ava's accumulator into the assembler. It's got double the ranged attack bonus, a couple of ranged strength bonuses, slightly better at picking up ammo, and a little better defense. You have to get the Vorkath head drop for this, which is guaranteed at 50 kill count. However, I did manage to get lucky and was able to get it at 18 kill count. I was thinking of camping Vorkath in the future to fund some more gear at TOA, but I've got a different plan now and I'm going to explain that a bit at the end of the video. Okay, next upgrade is a little bit niche, but it's still pretty good. My current ranged weapon is the Dragon Crossbow, and let me tell you, there is no better feeling than hitting 100 damage Ruby Bolt spec on a scaled Zebak. With the Kandarin Hard Diary, it increases the chance of hitting those bolt specs, so I decided I'd complete that next. I already had all of the requirements, so it was a pretty quick one. I even did some of the Barbarian training too, and unlocked a collection log slot being the Granite Plate Putty. I'll be doing the rest of the hard diaries another time, but for now I dumped the XP lamp into rune crafting. So with all of the upgrades out of the way, it was time to head back to the tombs. I did a couple of learner raids to start with, helping out a couple of clanmates. Unfortunately, no threads or gems for them and pretty standard loot. You might notice I don't have some of the upgrades I just got in these clips, and that's because I was sending some raids whenever teams came up whilst going for the upgrades. Anyway, after a while I was feeling confident and wanted to raise the invocation level, so we did a 295, which ended up becoming quite hectic. I'll go bottom.
Okay.
Dead.
Oh!
Well,
What the hell? Was that two of you? What just happened?
what the fuck
Gavin?
am I doing?
Oh my
Okay.
god, we got a
Come on,
swimmer.
boys.
Oh no.
You didn't even make it that far, homie.
Nice.
Oh no!
That was it.
Oh, no. Okay, so
No,
let me
it's
get this
alright.
right. I've brought you guys in to carry me, and I am the only guy deathless right now. Brilliant.
Yep.
If we actually got a purple on that,
Guys,
if we got a purple on that, that would be amazing.
that would be so nice. Oh.
Wow, we got a purple. Why is everybody sad?
Yeah, so whilst I didn't die in that raid, I can't say the same for the upcoming ones. I've cut out a lot of the team deaths and my own. If you've watched any of my videos, you'll know I don't really like to add too much filler, so I'll only put the funny ones in. Otherwise, I mean, let's be honest, we're going to be here all day. Anyway, after a few more raids between 250 and 290, I decided it was probably time for the first expert.
The boulder!
Oh, I fucked up. My bad.
I'm going to.
Come on.
Oh, I just got hit with Join me, Tim. Join me.
Tim, you good?
Tim!
Tim! What's going on?
Cheap with the hard carry.
Wait, what? Are you dead as well?
I died ages
Guys,
ago.
this is my first expert. You're supposed to be carrying me.
This is how you learn to swim, man.
Oh my god.
Just throw him in the water and let him drown.
Just red X. 2 tiles under, 2 tiles out. You got this, man.
Do you know how brewed down I am right now?
So easy.
Yeah, actually.
Revive me, I have ray again.
Revive me again.
He
Yeah.
actually did it. Wow. Well, at least we died early in the raid, so we didn't lose that many points.
You think that's my only death, man? Hey! You don't know what I have in store for
Are
you.
you threatening me with dying?
Yeah, think of it as a, I don't know, something.
He's dead
Yeah,
person.
you can't get me, man.
I'm not trying,
Trying your heart
genuinely
out.
not even trying to. I'm just don't know what I'm doing.
Just I keep hearing you giggle after it.
No.
You go like, ooh, you're not making it out of this one.
Yeah, new challenge mode. Try to kill your teammates in TOA up, but still making the raid.
Okay, that one
Like,
was.
Literally last tick, he just darts, bro.
There are 2 prayer points.
I just can't believe it. I feel like he's moving so fast, but I don't have a thrall or anything. We must just be
I'm the
cooking.
thrall, dude. I'm the thrall. There we go.
Easy.
Let's go.
Ooh.
I get to keep my money.
Combat task. 4 points.
Oh, nice.
Which one?
Expert, 2 expert. Ba-da-ba. No purple. You know, doing these raids are just so much more fun when you're not taking them very seriously and can have a good time. It makes the grind just so much more laid back, in my opinion. I mean, the drops are nice, don't get me wrong, but it's the funny moments for me that are more memorable. Now, on screen, you're going to see me open all of the incredible standard loots from more experts that we ran. I think the lowest I got was something like 29k. Luckily, not seen a fossilized dung yet, though, so there's that, I suppose. Also, another thing I want to mention is that every so often you're going to see me get an elite clue. Now, the most optimal, mega efficient thing to do when I get one of these would be to abandon my team for 20 minutes whilst I complete it. But in reality, I'm not going to do that. I'll normally just complete them when people are offline. After those experts, I decided it was time to attempt a level 350 invocation raid. If you manage to beat a level 350 or higher raid without any team deaths, then you're guaranteed a new collection log slot, being the Missouri crafting kit, which is a nice recolor for the Avers assembler I just unlocked, and it'll match nicely in the future when I manage to get full Missouri. Don't need to immersion, but I'm playing it safe.
Shadow do thing. Okay.
Awesome.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think you just got your Missouri kit.
I also just got a master combat task, something
You guys
I'm
don't
expert
remember when I
myself.
died in the room?
Good luck.
Good luck.
No purple, but guaranteed clock slot with this one. Let's go!
Good job.
Gimme! Yes, Missouri crafting kit.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
60k. These experts are terrible for GP. I am 3 or 4k damage behind though, just because no shadow, no
Yeah.
T-bow, no nothing.
With ECB.
Trident, Fang, and Blowpipe. Yay! Missouri Assembler.
How does it feel?
Not any different.
Oh.
It looks pretty cool. It looks pretty cool. After that, I decided to run some more experts with some clan members. One of them at this point was around 70 experts dry without even seeing a single purple. At one point, he had to disappear for dinner or something, so I decided to run one with my friend Scoot instead.
Any purples you've seen so far? Many?
Okay, I've seen three purples. I got the first
Okay.
one on like 17 KC. And then I saw 2 purples, which was a Fang from Tim and a Lightbearer from Jensen. But that was at 60 KC. I'm now at like 120 something. Tim's not seen a purple in like 60 or 70 experts. Jensen's not either. So it's just been mega dry, which is why I'm really keen to do raids at the moment, because it's got to pay out soon, right? So
Surely.
wow, I think I
Nice,
only took 1 or
great,
2 hits
great.
there. No ambrosia doses again.
Nice.
Oh, come on. End it for me, Scoot.
Oh!
We get you. I'm so
There we
sorry,
go.
Tim. I'm
It's
so
yours
sorry,
too.
Tim.
It's yours.
Please,
Is it
please
mine?
Screen share.
It's
Is it
yours,
mine?
Please screen share.
This is such a nice feeling. Come on, come on, come on. Please give me an upgrade. Please. Another mask. Okay. I mean,
Hey, I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
Worst piece,
Yeah, yeah.
worst piece.
yeah, I've already got it. It's not even a collection log, but I
Ugh.
mean, it's
Hey,
money,
Hey, it
so
could have been a ring. Could have
We
been a
take money.
ring.
We need money out here.
yeah, definitely.
I got loans to pay back.
So yeah, another purple snipe to my name. I'm really happy about that. But unfortunately, like I said, it wasn't a collection log slot, but I'm not too worried about the log slots really. I mean, when I'm finished with the 2000 raids, I should have at least seen all of the drops, right? So with that in mind, it's one of the better ones to get right now. We did send the back-to-back. I mean, it's an unwritten rule in RuneScape, isn't it? You have to, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be this time. I do hope that once I get to the higher level experts, I'll start to see the back-to-backs. However, in that chest, I did get 2 caches of runes, a thread, and some runoff seeds for a total of 740k, which is pretty decent, I'd say. We kept sending the expert raids, hoping to break the purple dry streak for our friend, but unfortunately, all we saw was white light after white light, so we decided to take a short break.
Are you gonna feel worse, like you going drier, or like getting like a light bearer or something?
I
To be
think getting a
real,
light bearer.
When I get a light bearer, I will just rage log out.
Yeah.
You'd
At
rather
this
extend the dry
point-
streak a little longer. It gets like a bit better than end it right now with a light bearer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck the light bearer. If I get a light bearer, I take it, trade it to someone else, and log out.
I just trade some random person. Here you go.
After that incredibly motivated conversation, we went back to it, building the dry streak even more for him. Once I got to 25 experts myself, I managed to snag another combat task, being Expert Tomb Looter. I think for the other combat tasks in TOA, I'm going to wait until I have much better gear. I'm not exactly in a rush to complete them, I'll be honest.
Creds on HP up.
Oh, 94 HP. Nice. I had no idea. I'm glad that didn't stop me in the waves as I was running by. That would have killed me. Very nice, very nice. Decent time as well, I suppose.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yes.
Oh, here we
Fucking
go.
Finally.
Here we go. And it's yours, Tim.
Finally.
And it's yours. Good luck, man. Good luck. Let me stand
Okay,
here.
let's go.
Yeah, no milk. And you've been waiting too long for this. Come on. Tim.
I'm gonna kill myself.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so, okay, but the back to back, right? It's gonna be a back to back. It's
Yeah, wait, I have to message people.
You have to give me that 2 mil or however much it is.
Give me the 2 mil.
You don't know how desperate I am for money right now. I will take that 2 mil.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I have to say I love that clip. The raids at this point were looking like they were finally starting to pay out, and it wasn't too long until the next purple showed up. That was horrible. I still need to wake up.
Good luck.
Good luck. Yes! Yes, you got another one, Tim! Come on. Fine. Okay. Okay. Nice.
Not bad.
It's not bad. It's better than
It's
better than what happened before.
Trash.
Okay, Tim, where's my money? Oh, you're here. You literally just appeared as I said that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Like magic. Ooh. 17.5 mil.
Down to the coin.
Yes. I have a little bit of my money in green dragonhide bodies at the moment, so nice though. That's nice. I think that would put me over a 200 mil bank if I was to bank all my gear, but I'm not going to do that right now. So that's a little bit of a spoiler, but I was doing a crafting grind when I wasn't raiding, and I'll show all of the progress on that after the TOA clips. I was sticking to mostly 300s to 330s at this point. I do know that 400s are the meta and they're even named the money raids, but I want some upgrades before pushing the invocations up even more. I want to get to the point where I could comfortably do them myself solo. Christ, that was so much more chill on a 300.
Nice. Alright. Give us the light.
Give us the purple light. Oh!
Yes.
Yeah,
Of course.
baby! Is it mine?
Yeah, it's yours, bro.
Holy, I'm sniping so many purples from people. Come on, come on, come on. Ah,
No way.
it's a clock slot. Still 2 mil though. 2 mil's not bad for me at this stage.
Thank you.
Nice. It's always so nice seeing that purple light, and the dopamine really starts to hit when you realize it's yours. But after some more uneventful experts, I went back to doing some solos around the 260 invocation level, as it's what I'm most comfortable soloing right now with my gear and stats. Okay, another one down. I think for the next ones, I'm going to use thralls just for some better DPS. No purple. Because I'm really only barraging in the monkey room and maybe for the Zebek puzzle. That's an awful chest. So I think I'm going to try out thralls because it's going to help me out in so many more places, like, well, basically everywhere else. So I'm going to give it a try. Oh wow, level 96 strength. I didn't even see it come through. This is where thralls might suck though, because I can't freeze those crocs. But I have leveled my mage, so hopefully I can just finish them off with a trident. I think there's some tiles that I can stand on as well that blocks the crocs, but I don't have those marked right now. Also, this is another thing that really affects my DPS when I have to stand on these tiles and being on long range. It's just so slow to attack. And then sometimes I forget to switch back to rapid as well, so I'm stood there for ages thinking like, oh my god, is he not dead yet? And then, yeah. Ooh, 500k, not bad. Okay, I spoke earlier about cutting out team deaths and whatnot, but this one was too good. I just had to keep it in. DD.
I'll stay put.
Ooh, no! You didn't stay put? Come in. Ah! Shit!
No!
Ah! Oh my god.
Jesus. Oh, that just happened. Nice.
Okay, I summoned the thrall right at the end. Whoops. It gets a bit hectic during that. Okay. What we got? Purple.
Yes.
Hell
My
yes.
name. Let's go.
Dude, you're so... I love raiding with you because you get loads of purples. If this is good, it could get me a Bofa. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I was actually waiting on that. It's collection log.
Oh, it's collection log as well. Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 7.3.
Nice. Making money.
Oh yeah. 91 mil. Hell yeah. Yeah, but another purple too. I bet you wasn't expecting that, was you? Scuff really does equal stuff. Also another mask, which is the purple I've seen the most so far, and another 7.3 mil added to the cash stack. I did some more experts and some solos. I think I've fully converted to thralls at this point. The DPS increase for all of the bosses far outweigh being able to freeze crocs and blood barraging in the monkey room. I'm down one inventory slot though because of having to hold the Buck of the Dead, but at the same time I'm clearing rooms faster, so in theory it means I need less supplies in the end. Also, I'm still waiting on the day that I managed to grab a solo purple. But let's forget about that for the time being because I have to give you some backstory on the next big clip. I had some group Iron Men in the clan wanting to learn some TOA, but what I didn't realize is that at the time they were both quite drunk. 3 other clanmates decided to join who have some experience in TOA as well, one being another group Iron who disconnected in the Akka puzzle room. I asked all of the team to wait until he could rejoin because I think if we proceeded to the next room he'd have been kicked out and that would have just been terrible if he were to get a purple. And, well, wouldn't you know, he managed to grab the purple. He was FFA by the way, so whatever he gets in this chest, it's all his. As I say, it was a bit of a hectic voice chat, but I'll play the clip.
They're going to be fuming. We're all going to be fuming.
What do you want?
I really want a fang. I really want a fang or a light.
I hope it's a fang.
Come on, fang. Come on, fang.
Let's go, Steph.
Take his fang.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's so good. Yeah, that's what I mean. Dave's iron, so he gets to keep it.
Dave's an iron.
Oh, is he? I forgot. Yo,
He's
go
a-
Dave. What a guy.
A Missouri top. Quite a nice drop, although I think he'd be better off with a fang, like he said. I don't think he's got any armador pieces to fortify the Missouri yet, and from what I remember, he's mainly using a Bofa, so it's best to stick to crystal armor when using that. Anyway, I did a couple more after that, but I didn't see any more purples, so let me show you what I was working on in the background. I said before that I was crafting. Initially I was doing sapphires mainly because it was break even or profitable at some points. It was also very easy to do whilst playing on mobile or when I was playing my other account for my upcoming side series. Now I did say I wanted to have that video up before this one, but it's not quite finished yet because I was doing some more raids than skilling for the most part, and the completionist series will always come first. Anyway, after a while I switched away from the sapphires and moved to green dragonhide bodies, which will also break even and double the XP per hour. I also want to say that in the future, when I have a bigger cash stack that I can spend on buyables, I'll mostly be doing whatever gives me the most XP per hour. The plan here is to keep the cash stack roughly the same or only have it go up so that I can buy a Bofa. But with Desert Treasure 2 out, the Bofa has gone up a little bit in price, so I thought, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to go to the Gauntlet and greenlog it. That way I'll have a new pet, a Bofa, the armor crystals I need, as well as the shards and a ton of GP to spend on other upgrades instead. So yeah, that's the plan for the next video. Another goal I was working on was the bottomless bucket from Hespori. At one point I managed to get a new PB of 39 seconds, which I don't think is too bad considering I don't have a crystal halberd, and I'm not exactly in great gear either. I'm not using thralls either, which I probably should be at this point. Also, as you can see, I'm reaching almost 100 kill count without a bucket. 96 kill count, can I please have a bucket? Oh my god, I finally got it. Almost 100 kill count, but I finally got it. Wow, 289k. It's not even worth that much. That's the second green boss log. Hell yeah. 96 kill count. Oh my god. I did a few more kills as well, and the RNG decided to balance out and give me another one. But that wasn't the only farming related collection log slot that I somehow managed to finally get. Oh my god, I wasn't recording. I was just doing a quick farm run and I just got the farming pet. 17 million XP. Oh my god, that's the... I checked the tree, I was like, why is there a collection log popping up? Oh wow. That's so cool. I've never had this pet either. That was such a surprise. Oh wow. I literally just checked the tree. I was like, why the hell have I got a collection log? Nice. I was waiting for my birdhouse run. And I just thought I'd just go do the regular trees. God damn. Wow, I wasn't expecting that for like at least another 20-30 mil XP. That's so cool. I'm so happy to add another pet to the collection, and that makes 5 in total now. With camping the gauntlet as my next goal, I'm thinking that's probably going to be the next pet. Next up is Tears of Guthix. Always got to remember to get that sweet runecrafting XP, almost reaching level 70 with barely touching this skill. Another grind that I've always been working on in the background is Hunter. I didn't manage to grab the level up messages, but you can see them in the chat, and that's level 94 Hunter, all from birdhouses. I should probably go for the Herbie pet and maybe the Chin Chomper pet soon, because they'll bring in some nice GP. Anyway, let's have a look at the dopamine tab. I now have 100 of each god egg stacked at the moment. The elite casket stack is growing slowly but surely. Strangely, haven't had any new TOA gems since I got lucky on some in the last video. This crystal shard stack should grow a fair bit when I complete the gauntlet from scratch in the next video. And also the Castle Wars ticket has grown quite nicely, reaching over 6,000. I need a total of 7,349 so that I'm able to buy every single piece and store it in the POH, as well as building the Castle Wars armor stand on top of that. I am on a mission to complete old school RuneScape from scratch. I'm currently aiming for 2,000 Tombs of a Mascot, but to push the invocation level even higher, I would really like a Bofa. I've been making a lot of money recently. In fact, in the last video I did manage to get a split from an arcane sigil drop with my clan. I sold off all of the loot from completing Mage Training Arena. I got some drops of Vorkath, including the Avaz upgrade, which I then upgraded further with the Missouri kit. And I also doubled my bank from getting a whole bunch of purples, including a Missouri mask, a light bearer, a fang, my first light bearer, another Missouri mask, and whilst I did see a Missouri top, unfortunately it was FFA and went to an Iron Man. Other notable drops that also happened in the last video was 99 crafting, my first bottomless bucket, along with the farming pet. But with all of that in mind, it just wasn't quite enough to afford a Bofa, the crystal shards that I need to corrupt it, alongside the crystal armor seeds. So I sold off my entire loot tab and figured why not just go to the corrupted gauntlet and just grab everything that I need instead, which for the most part means the pet and at least one enhanced weapon seed. Also, towards the end of the video, you're going to see the hundreds of hours of progress that I've made on some other side goals, including one insane surprise collection log slot. So, the gauntlet isn't something I've done much of before. I never really had to come down here on the old Max main account, so this is quite fresh for me, and I have to say, going into this, I wasn't sure what to expect. Because I've heard so many Iron Men complaining about going dry here and calling it the Red Prison. But I'll be completely honest with you, I've been really enjoying it for the most part. Everyone has to start out somewhere, and the regular gauntlet is first, and I decided I'd stay down here for a little bit to get an understanding of how the prep and the boss works. You come in here with essentially nothing and have to make all of your own gear and supplies, kind of like dungeoneering in a way. The prep takes up most of the time here, and whilst it is mostly RNG, there are some things you can do to cut down that time. Like only going for a certain amount of food or going for the lowest tier of armor and things like that. So for the most part in the corrupted runs you'll see that I was doing a tier 1 prep but with a full invent of food and a couple of Egnial potions. After running a few regular gauntlets for practice, I tried out the corrupted gauntlet and unlocked my first collection log slot here being the Gauntlet Cape. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of it. I think it looks pretty weird. Also, I normally play with game sounds off and have done for years, but doing the gauntlet without sounds is essentially just handicapping yourself, because when it comes to the boss room, it's hard to keep track of Hunlef switching attacks with just visuals, when you're already tracking the tornadoes chasing you and trying to stand on a tile that's not going to cook you to death. In the regular gauntlet, I could get away with not using game sounds and missing prayers because it doesn't really hit that much, but when it came to the corrupted gauntlet, well, that's the point where I decided to turn game sounds on, and honestly, I think I've been converted and I'll probably be using them more often now. There's quite a lot of easy CA points to get from the gauntlet too, not just the kill count ones. Also, I managed to get some level ups whilst I was locked down here because it's got some nice passive XP. After a while, I got my second log slot from the gauntlet, being the regular weapon seed. Some other tips that I'd give for this place is installing the gauntlet plugin for sure. It helps out a lot when learning. I've turned off most of the features on it now, but one that I like to keep enabled is the true tile for the tornadoes. It just helps me understand where exactly they are so that I can either just keep running or actually just run through them when they're right next to me. Okay, ooh, Corrupt Gauntlet Grandmaster. Thank you very much. I'll be taking my enhance now. Okay, maybe not. Thoughts so far? I think I could probably speed up on prep. I'm enjoying the boss fight. I think it's pretty fun. But I am only 50 kills in, so we'll see how long I can find this fun for. We'll see. But yeah, I think I can speed up on prep somehow. I might have a look at some strats. Ooh, the first crystal armor seed. Very nice, very nice. Nice, how much is that? Oh, it says in the clan chat, 4.1 mil. Nice. And that's a collection log slot as well, so pretty cool. Okay, so I've just spotted that I'm 20 points away from hitting the hard tier. And whilst I wasn't going to complete every single task here, I just wanted to get the enhanced. There are some easy ones at the regular gauntlet, like taking no damage off prayer, not making an Egneal. I think there's one for making like no armor, perfect armor, etc. So I think I'm just gonna do that. So let's have a go. Fill at the water pump. Go and drop this. Go over here. Drop that. Don't need those. And I guess I could do with some more food. I don't know how much it's gonna hit me for, but we can find out. So this combat achievement is pretty easy. As you can see, I didn't even go in with a full inventory of food. I think as long as you pray correctly, dodge the majority of the tornadoes and the lava tiles, you should be fine. You don't really need to play perfect for this one at all, so it's some free points. Okay, the defense doesn't matter one. I guess I missed a prayer? Oh well. Can get on the next one. For the tier 3 armor one, I'd say this one's quite easy too in the regular gauntlet because you get so much time to sort everything out. I managed to do it with a not so decent layout as well, and I'd also say that you don't need to worry too much about getting a lot of food because you won't be taking much damage with the perfected armor either. This one is probably one of the harder ones to do in Corrupted, I'd say, but for the regular one, this is some free combat achievement points just because you have so much more time to prep. I missed the off prayer one there, I think, at the end. Oh well, still got the tier 3 armor challenge, so... Oh no, I did get it. Okay. Alright, cool. Nice. That's another 2 elite tasks done. Easy peasy. Okay, so I'm looking at Wolf Puncher next, and it's saying more than one attuned weapon. So does that mean I can use a basic weapon? So I can use like a basic staff and a perfected bow? I would assume so. I'm still not sure about these speedrun times. I might give them a go, we'll see. I think once I've done more KC, I might have a go at this one. But yeah, I might try these two, Egneal and Wolf Puncher. That should be enough to get me into hard tier, so... No prayer pot, and... Yeah, this one's going to be easy. Okay, that is a basic. It's not attuned, so I would assume I'm allowed to do that. Let's get some combo food. Don't need it, but we'll see. This one's quite easy as well. Just use a perfected weapon and a basic weapon. I guess you could also do the 5-to-1 method, but because this is regular gauntlet, I didn't bother to do that. Though I may end up doing that one in the corrupted because the basic weapon would barely hit for the entire fight. So that would suck in corrupted. Hey. Alright, Wolf Puncher, you can do it with just a basic weapon. That's pretty good. What do we get? Nothing. Okay, so I think Eggneel was next, wasn't it? So, without making an Eggneel, which means I guess flicking and a ton of food? Let's find out. Yep, so essentially you just flick for the entire prep phase, which is very easy to do. And I took a full inventory of food as well, but I didn't really need it. I wasn't using offensive prayers, but I kept my overheads on at all times. Okay, I went way overkill with this one. I still got 50 prayer points left. I made tier 2. I didn't even need to do any of that. Okay, let's have a look. Hey, nice, nice, nice. Good run, good run. The rewards for the hard combat diary are cool. Increased chance at hard clues, more pest control points per game, boss slayer task number is increased, and the cannon can hold 45 cannonballs now, amongst a bunch of other perks. I'm hoping to unlock the elite tier sooner rather than later as well for the increased elite clue chance. Oh yeah, another armor seed. My heart dropped a little bit. I don't know why. I thought that was the enhanced for some reason. I was like, oh my god. But yeah, this is the first one of the day. Nice. That's a good start. Cool, let's keep it going. Okay, is that a new PB? Oh, it is. 9:45. Okay, nice. I will admit, I did die a couple of times before that run, so going from really bad to really good. Okay. No enhanced. The grind continues. Number 79. Elite clue. Nice. Man, that was close. Okay, surely the enhanced. Come on. Oh, damn it. No, 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 no. Oh, man. Oh, that sucks. God damn it. Okay, birdhouse runtime. Okay, number 100. Nothing. We go again. What do we got? Oh, weapon seed and an elite clue. Damn, that was a big chest. Now, I've got most of the elite clue steps done, but one that kept coming up was thieving from the Ardoon chest, and for that I needed a couple of levels. I've boosted it with spice before once, but I decided to just get the extra couple of levels for it this time, which also puts me at 2k total, and that unlocks some more worlds for me, which is quite nice. Oh my god! I wasn't even trying for that. Hell yeah! Oh wow! Finally, it took long enough. I mean, what KC is that? 126. Well, at least I got it. Nice. Okay, first of the day. What do we got? Weapon seed. Oh my god, my heart dropped for a second. Yeah, what a nice one to get that level on. I think that's a new PB as well. 855 and 94 ranged. Oh, if I got the enhanced on that kill, that would have been amazing. Oh, that was so good. At this point, I was feeling confident with the gauntlet, and so I went back to the regular one to grab the perfect gauntlet task from that one too, and figured I'd also try for the easier speedrun time. And what was the time on that? 2:37. Wait, oh no, I read the Hunleth kill time. 5. Jesus Christ, I was like, there's no way that was 2 minutes 37. Okay, perfect crystalline Hunleth though. Hell yeah. Okay, what's the time on that one? Hey, 4:30. Okay, I'm still like 30 something seconds off being the 4-minute time, but that's still pretty decent. Okay, let's get it over with. Where's the enhanced? Give me. Oh man. Such horrible RNG on the hits in that fight. Jesus Christ. Okay, what we got? Oh! Oh my god, I got the enhanced! Oh my god, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. I said I'd get it today. I'm gonna get the pet as well. Oh yeah. Oh, that makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. Okay, it's a back-to-back, surely. Surely the back-to-back. I still had it in my inventory. I thought it was. Whoops. I genuinely thought that was a back-to-back. Okay, well, you know, we gotta keep going. Oh my god, another armor seed. Money. I knew I was gonna get one back-to-back at some point. Now I'm kind of like on rate, I think. If I go to collection log, the gauntlet. Yeah, so I've had 4 now and I'm almost at 200, so I'm kind of at where I should be right now, which is nice. Hell yeah, I love a bit of money. That was a long hunt left kill. 5 minutes. It almost took me as long to kill the Hudliff as it did to prep. Yeah, I was using the Howlbird that time. Okay. Well, nothing. We go back in. No! Oh no! Oh, the dog. Oh, that was not good. Okay, surely this one's the pet, right? This has to be. Here we go. Elite clue. Okay. Yeah, it was time for a birdhouse run anyway. 204. Back-to-back elite? Okay. Oh, I think that was back-to-back. Okay, I'll take it. Please. Please. For fuck's sake. I hate the stupid Howlbird so much. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is with the lag? I'm not normally one to blame lag, but come on. Oh my god, is it gonna kill me again? It is. Oh my god, I think it's time to video edit. I can't deal with this. This is not good. Hello? You just gonna sit there? You just gonna... Okay. Okay, 250 kill count. Let's see it. Oh my god, I thought for a second. I thought for a second that was another enhanced. Okay, well I'm gonna stop there for now. I will be back. I've got to get the pet as well, but let me show you what else I was working on. Yeah, so normally I'd show the dopamine tab towards the end of the video, but I have to show you something first before I show you everything else that I've been up to. The elite casket stack has gone up quite a lot since the last video because they're sort of common from the gauntlet. I also have a massive crystal shard stack too, which will become even bigger whilst I'm hunting for the pet in the next video. And I've been catching quite a lot of crystal implings whilst in Priv too. But the biggest thing I want to show you today is that the Castle Wars ticket stack is sitting at 7,300, which is in total taking me 892 hours. A huge increase in hours since the last video. I only need around 50 more tickets to be finished with the Castle Wars, but I'm hoping to finish this grind off with all of you in the future with some Castle Wars events. If you want to know when I'm going to be running these events and cashing in the tickets, then come join my Discord. The link should be in the description as usual. However, what have I been doing instead of Castle Wars for the AFK goal then? Well, I've been trying out a bunch of things. My first idea was to do Karambwans with the fish barrel, so I headed out to Temperos, and whilst fishing up the rewards, I did grab a couple of easy log slots. but I wasn't able to get the fish barrel and I really needed to just start AFKing something. So instead I decided to switch back to what I was doing before Castle Wars, which was Redwoods. I went from 13 million XP all the way to 20 million XP. And it's nice to actually make some money and XP progress from my AFK goal, because when I was doing Castle Wars, the only numbers going up was the ticket stack and my playtime. I do still need to finish off the forestry collection log. I think I'll start that when part 2 drops, but I mentioned at the start of the video that I got an incredible new collection log slot, and well... Oh my god, I just got a stale baguette. Oh wow, okay. Hell yeah. Oh my god, that's like one of the rarest items in the game. I think the guy who is rank 1 for collection log, even he doesn't have this. Oh my god, no way. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I had a feeling when I saw the sandwich lady. I was sort of AFK and then, oh my god, I saw her, I panicked. I was like, oh my god, that could be the baguette. And yeah, wow, nice. Now, partway through me making this video, shooting stars have been buffed dramatically. They are actually insane right now, with people instantly filling worlds. It gets so chaotic that the game isn't able to load everyone on screen. I'm sure you know of the changes, but if not, essentially they made it so that the crash star doesn't deplete super fast when there's a ton of people mining it. Instead, it's essentially on a timer, so you aren't punished for mining with other people. Which, may I add, is actually something I brought up just a few videos ago. I'm a big fan of this change, although it's not without its problems. I've seen a few clips of people lagging during PVM because of the massive influx of people joining the world. There's also some people saying that shooting stars may actually be too good now. Personally, I think it's all about finding the right balance, and maybe we'll see some further changes in the coming weeks. Also, of course, I've been staying on top of my birdhouses for the evil chicken outfit, and I've hit level 97 hunter. I'm committed to getting level 99 hunter solely from birdhouses. Also, I'm always keen to go to the tiers of Gothics and hit level 70 runecrafting, which puts me at base 70s now. So let's just start off with me doing my birdhouse runs. I've purely trained hunter only through birdhouses, and I've now finally hit 99, just in time for the Varlamore Hunter Guild. If you've ever wondered how many god eggs you get from doing birdhouses all of the way to 99, well, I've put them on screen for you. Next up was something that completely slipped my mind last video. You see, Jagex announced that there would be a Leagues 4 Trailblazer Reloaded. So here's me doing the Halloween event, here's me doing the Christmas event, and here's me logging in, claiming a dragon trophy, and buying a whole bunch of rewards with my points. I did mention at the very start of the completionist series that I'll be going for dragon trophies. They're needed to fill the leagues room in my house in the main game. I'm also going for every single pet in leagues as well, and I'll show all of the league pet clips at the end of the video. For now though, the rewards I bought in the main game were the Twisted House Blueprints. It's a theme for your house that turns everything dark. I got all of the home teleport animations, the death animation where you combust into flames, the High Elk and the Vengeance ones, and some ornament kits for the cannon, the blowpipe, and a couple of god books that I had. There were 4 other rewards that I chose, which I can't use quite yet, being the Bulwark Kit, the Twisted Horns for the Slayer Helm, and then the Trailblazer Globe and the Rejuvenation Pool Kit for the POH. And then, straight after Leagues, Jagex came out with a new mid-level rat boss called Scurious, which is the new best combat training method, and it has a pet. Seeing as though I'm not maxed combats yet, it does make sense to put the gauntlet grind on hold for a moment to go greenlog this real quick too. So I bought Bandos Tassets, a chest plate, as well as an Abyssal Tentacle, and made my way over to the Varrock Sewers. You don't have to complete a quest or anything to start killing this rat, which is an added bonus. And after about 60 kills, I got my first unique drop, being the Scurious Spine. which can be used to create rat bane weapons. I chose to make the bone mace first, which you create by combining a rune mace and a spine on an anvil. I then went straight back in, and these new weapons are insane. They hit so hard on the rat boss. I was getting roughly 140,000 strength XP per hour, which is slightly over what I'd be getting in the Nightmare Zone Darokin, I think. But also at the same time, I'm getting boss kill count and a new pet out of it. I got my second spine at 150 kill count, and I combined that one with a yew short bow to make a bone short bow, and then on the next trip I got the third one, so I made that into the final weapon, being the bone staff. Just combine this one with a battle staff and charge it with chaos runes. And a nice little bonus with these rat weapons is you can one tick insta kill all of the rat spawns, kind of like the skulls that the warden spits out at TOA. I personally decided to stick with the bone mace throughout the entire pet hunt. I do need to train my mage and my range too, but I can always train mage by alching in between hits during the boss fight, as well as during the respawn timer, which is exactly what I did. It felt like every hour I was seeing a level up, and eventually I got myself the second 99 of the video, being strength. This is going to be real nice to have in the corrupted gauntlet as well as TOA. I mean, sure, having all of the best gear in the game is nice, but stats are just as important, if not more so. Which is why I love this boss. It's such a great option for people just wanting to train their stats up, but it's also a very well designed boss in general. The boss teaches you prayer switching with the Major and the Ranger on Scurrius's back, as well as positioning. You have to dodge all of the falling rocks occasionally, and unlike raids or Jad, you aren't heavily punished for making a mistake. So if you or someone you know is trying to get into PvM and wants to practice mechanics, then this is a great way to learn and level up at the same time. For some quick tips, you can eat the food piles in the arena every 10 minutes, kind of like the altar or the God Wars dungeon. Also, there's a group version of the boss where anyone can join in and help, and a private instance one. The private instance one does have a little less health, so it scales nicely for solos. After the first week of the boss coming out, Jagex added some combat achievements. I unlocked the first couple of kill count ones just by logging in. There's also one for insta-killing all of the rat spawns, which is easy enough, as well as getting a perfect kill, which is also super easy. Not only that though, but they added a medium clue scroll drop as well, so after every trip I go off and do those. I'll be showing off all of the clue casket stacks later in the video like usual. Anyway, after a bunch more level ups and Scurrius spine drops, this finally happened after about 2,500 kill count. Oh my god! Oh my god, I finally got the Scurry pet! Oh my god. Oh, finally. Oh my god. Yes, I can leave. I can leave. I think I say this every time I get a pet or like something I'm like really going for. I see the collection log pop up and I'm like, why is that coming up? Why is there a collection log coming up? Because I just go into like autopilot mode and I'm just like, oh my god, there's no way I'm gonna get this. I'll be here forever. And then when I finally do get it, I'm surprised for some reason. Nice. Okay, well, onto the gauntlet, I guess. So yeah, I did get my next pet. It just wasn't the one I was expecting at this point. Some cool little things you can do with a Scurry pet is feed him cheese for some unique dialogue. I feel like that one's kind of obvious, but one little Easter egg is using a cannon barrel on the pet. When you do that, it runs away from you, asking why you'd want to do that. Which I'm pretty sure is a reference to one of the old designs where instead of a ranged minion, he just had a cannon strapped to his back and would just shoot you instead. Which, I think they should have kept that. They could have also kidnapped like a splasher in revenge and then had it shoot you as the mage attack instead. But either way, the boss is really cool, and as you can tell, I highly recommend people try it out. And if getting a pet, a bunch of medium caskets, combat tasks, and a ton of XP wasn't enough, every single duplicate Scurrius spine you get can be traded in for combat XP lamps. I'm sure Iron Men will likely go for prayer XP, but I decided on getting myself an attack and a defense level as I was quite close. I also finished off 93 Mage because I wasn't far off that either. I can't really remember why I was cosplaying as a prayer pot, but there you go. And yeah, okay, so finally back to the gauntlet. I was a little rusty going back in, as you can imagine, but we're still getting kill count fairly quickly. Also, I finished last video on 250 kill count, and it didn't take very long to get my next gigantic drop. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got a second one. I got a second enhanced. Oh my god, 282. 30. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even... What? Are we gonna sell that? Do I just sell that, or should I make a blade out of it? Oh god. I really was not expecting that at all. That has really thrown me. I didn't think I'd get another one. Oh my god, I'm kind of speechless right now. Jesus Christ. 108 mil as well. Wow. Alright, I think it's time. I don't usually do this, but if you've been enjoying my videos so far, then do subscribe if you haven't already. Whenever I upload, my videos are guaranteed to have a ton of hours dumped into them, and usually have big drops and achievements. I also try not to waste time and show all of the interesting bits, and as you can imagine, because they take so long to make, being subscribed is one way to make sure you don't miss out on them. It's also a good signal to YouTube to push out my videos to more people as well, so thank you. Finally got another armor seed. What is that? Was that 400? I can't see the kill count. 395. Finally got another armor seed, man. I'm almost dry for another one. Let me check my collection log. Where's Gauntlet? Yeah, I finally got 6, and it's a 1 in 50, I think? Okay, yeah, it's a 1 in 50. So I'm due 2 more armor seeds at this point. Okay, well, you know, I'm happy I'm finally catching up. I can't complain too much, can I? I got the 2 enhancers, so... Alright, well, back in I go. Alright, what we got? I hate you. I was waiting for the collection log pop up, but it wasn't there. At this point, I had to take a short break from the gauntlet grind because my fiance was maxing her second skiller, which is an Iron Man this time. She's been camping Herbivore for well over a couple of years now, and she finally got herself 99 Herblore. There is a new Herblore minigame coming to Varlamore, so that kinda sucks, but she was still super happy to have completed a goal. We did a small drop party for the Saints, including a bunch of potions that Tara made, as well as some donations. And I don't know if it's just my clan, but anytime we're celebrating something in the hall, it always ends up with us in the combat ring. And you know, as fun as it is to grind out content and go for drops, taking a break and doing dumb things like this is also super fun for me. Straight after the party though, I went back to the gauntlet, scoring myself 2 more armor seeds, putting me just about on rate for them. After claiming my loot every time from the gauntlet chest, I'd go out of the portal and check for crystal implings. I've caught a ton of them throughout the grind, and they'll be added to the dopamine bank tab. The next clip needs a little bit of context. I've started streaming over on Twitch. It's a nice way to show the day-to-day progress and for me to answer any questions that you guys have. Now, the reason I mention this is because I saved a chest to open at the start of the stream, and obviously I wasn't expecting anything out of it, of course, and I was just chatting with viewers who were popping in, and then this happened. Anyway, I got a chest ready, so... Whoa! No way! No way! I just started! What? I got an elite clue out of it as well! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, 112 mil. 112 mil. Oh, that's how we like to start a stream. That's how we like to start a stream. Oh, have a look at this. Have a look at this. Third one? Sure, why not? Why not? It'd be rude not to, right? It'd be rude not to take a third enhanced. We're up to 570 million. Woo! So yeah, sure, I'm not getting the pet, but I'm still very much enjoying the gauntlet, especially when it's pumping out drops like that for me. As I say, feel free to come over to Twitch and checking out the streams as well. Shout out to everyone who has been checking them out already and keeping me company whilst doing the gauntlet grind. It's been super fun. Anyway, more gauntlet progress. I'm at 500 kill count at this point, and I did start to get lower average times. I'm aiming to get the 6-minute 30 time eventually for the Grandmaster task, so trying to improve prep and making sure that I'm not missing too many attack cycles whilst in the boss room is super important. But my motivation for going fast comes and goes. I mean, during the gauntlet grind day in and day out, sometimes I just want to chill out and I don't mind doing slower preps just to make sure that I'm racking up kill count safely with full inventories of food. Also, of course, from the gauntlet, there's a 1 in 20 chance of getting an elite clue, and whilst completing one, I did get a nice range level out of it. I went back to the red prison and also got myself 99 hit points for the third 99 of the video. I kind of forget that hit points itself is a skill, so I'm always happily surprised whenever I get a level up for that. I also don't want to talk about my clan too much. After all, this is my own progress series, but I am a clan leader and I want to just say well done to all of the gamers in there recently. We've been seeing so many shadows, scythes, next drops, and tons of big money items flooding into the clan recently. I managed to capture this one in a clip. I'm pretty sure that that was a learner raid for someone as well, and that they essentially tripled their bank value. But I guess it is kind of relevant to talk about the clan because we were running a PVM bingo. We split everyone into 3 teams, Zamorak, Guthix, and Saradomin. I put myself on the Guthix team, which is why you may see me rocking my team colours throughout these next clips. And because I designed the bingo board, of course I had to sneakily put on Corrupted Gauntlet so that I wasn't swayed away from my goals yet again. I didn't contribute a whole lot for the team besides some armor seeds, but we did end up winning, and almost everyone who took part ended up making a bunch of money and taking home some new pets. If you want to run the PVM bingo for your own clan, I'll put the board I made in the description with all of the templates if you want to steal it and just, like change things around. They're very fun to take part in and it gets everybody PVMing together. Okay, so that is that's a cool RuneScape name. All right. Reverse psychology. I am not getting an armor seed. I am not getting a pet. I'm not getting an enhanced. Trash loot. Go. It worked! It worked. I got an armor seed. It sort of worked. It actually sort of worked. I got an armor seed. 4 mil. 4.7 mil. Hell yeah. After a few more runs inside the gauntlet after the armor seed drop, I got a new PB on 770 kill count. Come on. Damn, I don't think that's time. Oh, it is! I got it! I just got the master task time. Hell yeah. I was hitting so bad at the end, I didn't know if I was gonna hit it or not. I had like how good was the prep? 4 minute 14. 3 minute, oh god, I still had 5 seconds to spare as well. Still not good enough for the 6 minute 30 time. I think I could probably get it, but yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that for now. So, the predicament that I got myself in was that because of leagues and because of Scurrius, this video that you're watching ended up quite delayed. So I set myself the hard cap of 800 kill count, which is the rate for the pet. At that point, I'd sell off the loot tab, mop up some smaller goals that I've been wanting to do, and so that way I can get this video out for you. I will be straight back into the gauntlet after this video is uploaded though. I am not giving up on the pet. I do not care how long it takes me. I am not leaving. The loot tab this time has just about 675 million GP in it. If I take out the enhanced seeds, it comes out to about 311 mil. Although that's not showing the true amount because all of the runes I was collecting from the gauntlet were just all going straight into my mage tab. I don't really see a point in selling these off because I'll likely just use them in the future anyway, so I decided to keep them. You also just get pure cash from gauntlet as well, so that just went to my coin stack. But also, as you can see, there's a bunch of other stuff in here too, like the leftover bird nest from doing 99 Hunter, as well as some Karambwans and redwoods, but I'll tell you where those came from in a moment. For now though, I needed to open all of the bird nests to sell off the loot from those, and I was running out of bank space for the first time, so I decided I'd buy my first bank slot upgrade on the account. The first upgrade costs 1 mil, and you get a nice 40 slots out of it. Eventually, I'll have bought all of the upgrades for the bank slots, and in total, it's gonna cost me 888 mil. After opening all of the nests, I took out 6 armor seeds and 1 of my enhanced. I headed over to the singing bowl and made myself full crystal armor for the first time, and also made the corrupted version of the Bofa costing 2,900 shards, leaving me with a spare 2,500 crystal shards, which is quite nice. I then went next door and bought 4 recolor crystals for a total of 2 mil GP, and went with coloring my set purple. 2 reasons for this. The first being that I want purple chests from TOA when I return, but the other reason being because of my Saints clan. I started it around 15 years ago when I just got finished playing the old Saints Row games, so purple is our color. I teleported over to the Grand Exchange and had a final look at the loot tab, and after making the armor set and corrupting the bow, the tab sits at 536 mil. I sold off absolutely everything, and with the cash stack I already had in my bank, I ended on a little over 586 mil, the biggest cash stack I've ever had on this account so far. Now it's time to knock out some smaller goals that have been bugging me for a little bit whilst doing the gauntlet. I've got my quest cape months ago now, and since then there have been a bunch of mini quests and regular quests added. I've got to keep on top of these, so I finished his Faithful Servants, which is a small mini quest where you do 1 Barrows run. You come out with a strange icon and give it to the strange old man. There's a nice 20k prayer XP lamp as well as a crypt map, which is quite useful for whenever I return back to Barrows. And then there was a new barbarian training method released, and because I hadn't quite fully finished my barbarian training, I figured now was as good a time as any. This new barbarian method lets you smash plant pots whilst farming, which is a nice quality of life upgrade, and you can also plant seeds by just punching them straight into the patches without the use of a seed dipper. I did already finish the fishing side of the barbarian training, but I still needed to kill a mithril dragon for some chewed bones. So I did that real quick for a nice collection log slot. Unfortunately, didn't get spooned on a dragon full helm, would have been nice, not gonna lie. And then next I had to make a barbarian potion and smith a hasta, both straightforward enough, and with that my training was done. I am told to seek to inspire all with my daring deeds and legendary feats. I'm sure it'll be quite some time until I take on more legendary feats, as next I decided to buy myself 99 prayer with a cash stack that I'd built up. During the off-peak hours I went to the Chaos Altar to sacrifice all of the bones. And also because I spawn in Prif, anytime that I'm respawning I'm on the hunt for even more crystal implings. They have a nice unique drop that I'm hunting, being the Elven Signet, but also they do have a chance to give out elite clues too. When the Chaos Altar was too busy or it was peak hours, I go back to finishing off quests. Children of the Sun was next, which is the quest that unlocks the new area expansion, Varlamore. It's a real quick one, the only annoying bit about it is the trailing mission with the stealth system. These aren't fun to do in any game, let alone RuneScape. But as I say, it didn't take very long and that was another quest completed. Next was Path of Gloffrey. This was an old RuneScape 2 quest that released just after the 2007 game backup that we're all playing today. So it just fit nicely into old school. I can't say much about this one though, it's just really quick, quite fun, unlocks new Slayer monsters, and it gives a whole bunch of XP, including 20k Slayer, which is pretty good. And then came my new favourite quest. I didn't have high hopes for this one, but I absolutely loved it. Defender of Varrock. We get to see a big huge zombie horde taking on the guards inside Varrock Castle, and it's just pure mayhem. I usually skip dialogue, but this one was really fun. Especially the part where backup arrives and he screams "Die zombie scum" and just completely obliterates the entire horde. It's good stuff, great XP, and Secrets of the North is next. Before starting the quest though, I noticed something that I had no idea that existed until now. A dog just chilling inside the mansion grounds called Scruffy. Has he always been in the game? Because I've genuinely never seen this dog before. Anyway, this one was quite good too. It has some nice boss fights and puzzles. A nice bonus of leaving quests unfinished for so long is I get to use the Quest Helper plugin. I suck at puzzles, especially in RuneScape. Back in the day, I always paid the 200k to have the Monkey Madness puzzle completed for me, and the Quest Helper plugin is just an absolute godsend for me personally. I had a fight with Musper for the first time. I went in mostly blind and managed to survive. I imagine that the quest version is a weaker version than the actual boss, so I'm going to have to make sure that I actually watch a guide whenever I come back here. And yeah, another quick one out of the way. This one didn't take very long at all, and that 60k agility XP is very much appreciated. Another quick goal that I wanted to knock out was completing all hard achievement diaries, because I just about have all of the stats required for them and the unlocks they give are very nice to have. I recommend to anyone, if you're not sure what to do in game and you have some achievement diaries to complete, maybe just go for those. It's a good way to progress throughout the game and you get some nice XP lamps for your trouble. And of course all of the various unlocks they give in each area. I'm sure in the future we'll see a Varlamore achievement diary, so I'll have to make sure I knock that one out as well. Anyway, back to prayer, and I decided to test something out whilst at the Chaos Altar. I'm usually doing one inventory runs, and so I have a locator orb and a burning amulet on me, which leaves me with one extra item to keep on death. So I brought along a dragon's spear. I figure I can use it to stun PKs when they're attacking me or someone else, but it also gives me the opportunity to mess with the PKs or make some escapes. In this clip, I'd already finished up my bones, so I decided to protect the other bone runners by stunning this guy repeatedly, and then we all just decided to fight back and we killed him. And usually at the Chaos Altar, most PKs out on their own aren't actually very good at all. The guy came back and he took out the poor bone runner next to me. I finished up the inventory while stunning him away, and then after I was finished, I speared him again and then stood on top of his loot pile. He was so focused on killing me that he actually left some on the ground, so I picked those up, sacrificed them, and then he eventually took me out. I asked if anyone was out PKing in the clan and called them over. They took him out pretty swiftly and I carried on unbothered for a little while. My experiment with the Dragon Spear though was a success. If you're doing one inventory runs yourself, I recommend you do it. Sometimes if I'd already used up all of my bones, I just troll the PKs by spearing them, running out of the altar, closing the door and repeating. It was quite fun to mess around with them, and very rarely some would get quite anxious of you spearing them. I mean, remember, it is multi in there, so if they're speared and another team comes along, they're kinda screwed. And then, shortly after 92 prayer, I witnessed a murder going on. I couldn't let this guy get away with it, so decided to take him on, and an actual PK logged in at the exact same time and helped me out. As he dropped to the floor, he politely asked if I wanted his glory, so I took that. Then another ragger logged in and started hitting the runner next to me, so I tried to help out. Then ended up killing him as well. Any ragger coming into the altar with a skull, I decided to take on. This guy rocked up, and so I speared him off the altar so he couldn't use his bones. He tried to fight back, couldn't hit at all, and then just made a run for it. The only problem was I had a couple of stuns left, so he just dropped to the floor, and that was a free inventory for me. One small problem I'd run into rarely is that because I'm using the burning amulet, anytime I tellied over to the lava maze there would sometimes be actually good PKs scouting the KBD killers. If you find yourself in these dastardly wicked conditions, just put on augury or your best mage offense prayer, because this works for magical defense as well. Anytime the PK got close, I'd spear them off, then made a run for the KBD arena, which doesn't count as the wilderness, so I could telly away. Then I ran over to the Ferox Enclave to recover. I switched worlds and carried on with the prayer grind, getting myself 94 prayer along with 122 combat. And then shortly after I got 95 prayer, and at this point the amount of PKs was slowly increasing, the danger rising. But I got so confident with my spear that I didn't even care if I'd see a PK. This guy almost took me out for an entire set of bones, but I did manage to escape on 8 hit points with a logout. And something you could do is combine the locator orb with the redemption prayer to claw back some hit points. So I did that on my way back to the altar. I'm sure you get the idea by now though. Bring along a dragon spear with you if you're doing this yourself. Just take out the raggers and stun PKs off you and sacrifice the bones as soon as possible. If you're like me, you can just mess around with the PKs after using the bones, and it's good practice for prayer switching in PvP and making escapes. It also just wastes their time, and if they spot you again, they're more likely to try and take on someone else instead. So yeah. Many dragon spears and bones later, I got myself the 4th 99 of the video, being prayer. This skill cape is one of my favorites, but the emote is probably the best out of any skill cape emote in my opinion. It fits the theme of being a saint real well. And that's prayer done, so now it's time to grind out the rest of the hard diary tasks. Something that had slipped my mind was needing a Slayer helmet for the desert hard diary. I had to kill a Dust Devil with one equipped, and I never actually unlocked this. I did some Turiel Konar boosting, where you take on 9 tasks from Turiel, where you just kill a few cows and cave bugs, and then you return to Konar on the 10th task. Doing that gives 90 points per Konar task, and it speeds up gaining points rapidly. After a few uneventful tasks, I had enough to make the Slayer helmet, and immediately went to take out the Dust Devil. KQ was next, just the 1 kill for the hard diary. Unfortunately, no 1 kill count pet or head today, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll be doing all of my Cal fight tasks here in the future anyway. After a bunch of miscellaneous tasks, I cashed in the RD hard diary so that I'd have a boosted chance of pickpocketing. I wasn't far off 75 thieving, and that's exactly what I needed in order to complete some of the tasks in the other diaries. I did a bunch of random tasks including completing a pest control game, and then started to claim all of the XP lamps from all of the NPCs around the game. That was all of the hard diaries finally completed, and of course, as you can probably guess, I dumped every single one of those lamps into rune crafting, getting myself level 72. I also noticed that after doing a whole bunch of teleporting around the game and using the staff inside the gauntlet, I was close to my next mage level, being 94. This is a big one because now I'm able to do my Flaming Vengeance animation, and I've unlocked Ice Barrage, which is huge. It was also quite fitting for my final quest being Desert Treasure 2, an absolute mammoth of a quest. I did buy myself a few mage upgrades for this one, with my cash stack being a Tormented Bracelet, an Eladinus Ward, and a Basilisk Jaw to upgrade my Nater's Knot helmet. With my new gear, I made my way over to the temple and started the quest. I wasn't sure if I was going to enjoy this one. I heard it's super long and quite difficult. On the other hand, I've been told that it's probably one of the best quests that Jagex has put out in a long time. When you take out the first smaller boss, you get to decide which bosses and areas to take on. I just went with whatever quest helper wanted me to do, so my first start was Stranglewood and Verdorvis. Not a great first boss in my opinion. I really do not like the stealth mechanics in this game, like I said earlier, so Strangled and the infection meter thing were kind of annoying to deal with. The little tower defense portion was quite cool though, along with the Verdorvis fight. After I took him out, I bought myself another upgrade, being an Archer's Ring. I already had a ton of points stacked up in Nightmare Zone, so I instantly imbued it. There were a couple of demi-bosses, and then it was time for the Leviathan. I think I over-prepped for this one because I didn't know that it was another one of those fights where it's a weaker version of the regular boss just for the quest. I think I only ate like 2 pieces of food. And then next was the Duke, a bunch of puzzles and some survival sections. Nothing too bad, the Duke fight itself is quite fun, but I'm not sure if I'd enjoy prepping the Duke a poison concoction every time, but just gonna have to cross that bridge when I get to it. After beating the Duke, I tallied out and I got a sandwich lady random. I already have the stale baguette, but I wouldn't say no to another one. But no, turns out it wasn't the sandwich lady after all, but a ragger in disguise. I absolutely loved this. I didn't have much food left at all, and the guy is sprinting after me, barraging me, tele-blocking me, and yeah. Just overall, this quest has been great so far. I did make it back to the temple, and the last big boss to take care of was the Whisperer. The Lesser Undercity where you find the Whisperer looks incredible, but the puzzles being so spread out and having to sprint around everywhere wasn't so fun. But it did have a nice creepy mysterious vibe to it, which I did enjoy. The boss fight itself with the Whisperer was probably my favourite one out of the 4. If you're lucky, you can get the pets and some of the unique drops from doing the quest. One of my clan members managed to get the Whisperer pet himself, which was amazing to witness. I wasn't so lucky this time, but I think I've been lucky enough with 1kc drops in the past. Then after the Whisperer, I got my revenge on the mysterious stranger who was chasing me in the desert and took back the final medallion I needed. Then shortly after is the final fight where you take on a whole bunch of bosses one after the other. It was actually a little tricky and I didn't have much food at the end of it, but I did finish the fight. With Desert Treasure 2 finished, I had successfully reclaimed my Quest Cape. I used 100k XP lamps on defense because I was close to a level, and that's 90 defense for base 90 combats, and almost 2.1k total, getting very close to maxing now. As usual, I'm always working on side goals as well as keeping up with my farm runs. I got myself a couple of extra bottomless buckets as well as hitting 35 million farming XP. I should probably go grind out the farming outfit at some point, but I'll leave that for now. I also managed to get the master speedrun task completed at Hespori during a routine farm run. Was really not expecting it, considering at this point I'm still using a DDS. Normally people use the Crystal Halberd, but I didn't complete the diaries when I got this clip. But I do have one now, so maybe I'll see an even better PB. Someone in my clan also asked if I had all of the Hespori tasks completed now, so I went to check and I didn't. So I still needed to kill Hespori without using a single prayer point. So the next day I knocked that one out simply by just not praying at all and just eating food. Another side goal I was working on, which I've hinted to during the video, was going for a fish barrel at Temperos. I needed a new AFK goal, and using the fish barrel at Karambwans is incredibly AFK, and I could also work towards 99 fishing. When looting the pool, I did manage to stack up a bunch of spirit flakes, and I also got myself the tackle box, which is a nice item to save some bank space. Eventually I stacked up enough flakes to get the cosmetic override for the angler set. It works exactly the same as the regular one, given 2.5% increase in XP, but also acts as a rope inside Temperos, so it's a nice little quality of life boost. I would now show you me getting the fish barrel, you know, the entire reason that I'm here, but unfortunately I somehow deleted the clip, so here's a screenshot instead. I'm normally very good at keeping my clips organized for videos, and this is the first time this has happened. I was working on a little bonus video to upload, but I decided to scrap it when Lee's came out. So I think what happened was I deleted that clip along with it. But yeah, anyway, as you probably saw when I was selling off my loot tab earlier, I collected over 160,000 Karambwans just by AFK in here. Not only that, but I got a ton of clue scrolls as well. It takes a little while to grind out the fish barrel, but it's totally worth it to unlock this method. The reason it's so good to AFK is because the fishing spot just doesn't move. You literally just click it once and you're good for like a solid 5 minutes or so. It's also really easy to do on mobile whilst watching a movie or something. After getting 94 fishing, I thought it was probably time to put Karambwans on hold, because there's an entire section of the collection log dedicated to aerial fishing. I made my way over to Mulk Island and instantly got myself a golden tench, a fairly rare drop being a 1 in 20,000 chance. Incredibly lucky. Every so often when you hunt the fish, you have a small chance of getting a Mulk Pearl, which is what you need to buy the other items from the reward shop here. In total, you need 1,370 pearls. And if you do end up staying here and completing this log yourself, then you're very likely to get duplicate golden tenches. So you can sell those back for an extra 100 Mulk Pearls, saving you a few hours. Now, most people I know hate this content. I'm personally not too bothered by it. I don't hate it that much. If I was going to give you some tips for it, I'd recommend setting all of the regular fish to one-click drop and just buy fish chunks on the Grand Exchange, which is the bait you need. That way you don't have to cut any of them yourself and you could just focus on getting pearls. Obviously if you're an Iron Man you can't do that, but yeah. Another thing to note about this place is that you get a lot of passive hunter XP too. Completing the log here, I managed to get an extra 4.6 million hunter XP. I was only really here for the log slots and fishing XP, so it's a nice further incentive. Now, you may be thinking the only reason I must have enjoyed aerial fishing is because I got a ton of golden tenches to trade in for extra pearls. Well, you'd be wrong. I mean, sure, I got the first golden tench almost instantly, but I didn't see my next one until around 1,000 pearls afterwards. But when I did eventually get it, I then got my third one almost straight after, so it's sort of balanced out. Shortly after those tenches, I got my fifth and final 99 of the video, though I was around 100 pearls short of completing the log, so I had to carry on. When farming my last few pearls, Jagex released an update where clues could remain on the floor for 1 hour at a time, essentially giving us stackable clues with extra steps. So if you're wondering why there's like 24 clues on the floor as I grab my last pearl here, that's why. You can reset the despawn timer on the clues by redropping them as well, and you can keep track of the time by installing the Clue Juggling Timers plugin. Anyway, with all of those pearls collected, it's time to buy all of the rewards. There's 3 equipable fishing rods, but the biggest item here is the fish sack, which costs 1,000 pearls itself. Can I get my fish barrel? If I empty that, can I just straight up just use that on the fish sack? Yes, I can. Where fish sack barrel? Hell yeah. Now I'm a proper collection logger. That thing looks cool. I then went ahead and started completing all of the clues that I left on the island. And next up is woodcutting. After finishing the AFK goal of fishing, I went back to the redwoods and managed to get 25 million XP in woodcutting. Besides the redwood logs that I sold off in the loot tab, the only other thing to mention about this grind was the amount of clues I got from it. But I'll show off the caskets I've collected over the past few months soon, because the other thing I was working on was obviously leagues. I did say at the start of the video I'm going for all future dragon trophies because they go in the POH, but I'm also going for all pets eventually because they do carry over to future leagues. My plan for this league was to upload 4 videos, but I was only able to get out 2 before I ended up getting sick, which ended up not being the end of the world because they weren't doing as well as my usual videos anyway. I guess the gigantic influx of everyone uploading league videos put people off, which, you know, I can understand. So for the future leagues, what I'll do is I'll just make one single video out of the whole event, or maybe I'll just attach it to another completionist video, kind of like what I'm doing with this one. Let me know what you think is best. I'm going to unlist the 2 that I made, but I'll put them in the description for anyone wanting to go rewatch them. For now though, I'll play the missing clips of all of the pets that I got this time around. Pet or pure essence? I'm good. Oh, it counts as a boss pet too. It counts as a boss pet. Alright. Second pet obtained. Hey. Okay, alright. I still need pure essence, so... Okay. Let me remember to clip that. Oh my god. Oh, please tell me I'm recording. I am. Brilliant. Wow. Okay. Giant mole on 37 KC. 37 KC for a giant mole. It took me like 6,000 on my old main account, and then it took, I think, about 1,600 on this account, but in the main game. Wow. Okay. That's number 3. That's number 3. I've got to still stay here for all of the kill count tasks. I was actually hoping I would go sort of dry on this one, because all of the seeds that I can get from the mole parts would mean a Tankleroot pet. But, well, okay, I just got the Kraken pet at like 300, which is quite nice, but I was hoping to stay here for a little while because I need all of the tentacles to upgrade the trident for one of the tasks. But I'm pretty close to dragon rank anyway, so I guess I just skip that task and spend some more time elsewhere. But all right, cool. Nice one. That's another one done. Yeah, so 4 pets this time round. I did get lucky on almost all of them, but to be fair, I was hunting 3 other pets, which I didn't end up getting. One was the Zuk pet. I managed to get top page for Inferno, but no luck, unfortunately. Then the other 2 were Cerberus and Thermi. I got top 5 for both, racking up thousands of kill count, but unfortunately didn't get those either. So I guess the RNG sort of balanced out in the end as well. I'm not too fussed about not getting the Inferno pet because I'm sure I'll be doing plenty of Inferno runs in future leagues. I did also max. I had well over 1 billion XP and I finished way over dragon rank as well. It was a ton of fun. I can't wait for the next leagues. Okay, here we are again, taking a look at the dopamine tab. I've added the dragon trophy here because it's a nice little bank tab icon. I'm up to 43 mystery boxes now, and the casket stacks are growing week by week. I think almost every stack has grown since the last video, especially the elite caskets. I'm going to start off the next video with 2.6 thousand crystal shards. You may also notice that the egg stacks have gone up since getting 99 hunter with birdhouses. I haven't actually done any more runs, this has just come from elsewhere, but I'll show that clip in the next video. Also, obviously the crystal imps have increased a whole bunch this video too, and I did grab another dragon imp. Besides that, I guess I've started my brimstone key collection here from when I was doing Slayer for a little bit. And we of course have a new addition to the pets over here being Scurry. Hopefully I end up getting the Hunluff soon so that I can add him as well. I've also got 68 spirit seeds. I really need to plant these, they're very good XP. And scrolling down, I've got those league rewards that I can't use quite yet, as well as a big stack of caskets from Temporos. These actually have hard clues in them, so they'll be fun to open whenever I finish that log. Currently, the goal is to greenlog Corrupted Gauntlet so that I can restart my 2000 TOA kill count grind, and right now I'm only missing the pet. First of all though, there's a couple of small grinds I've been working on in the background, like Kingdom of Miscellanea. I've been slowly farming this one for months and got myself a whole bunch of god eggs and some logs that I can sell off later. And this is actually the maximum amount that the game could store for me, so I put it all in my bank, and I'll be dumping more money in too, so that we could check on this another time. The next small goal was completing 2,000 monkey laps at Ape Atoll as I was in an agility XP competition with my clan. I'm sure most of you know why I'd be doing 2,000 monkey laps, but if not, basically at the end of Monkey Madness 2 you can find a monkey inside of a crate that you can wear kind of like a backpack. You then get to transmog the monkey backpack every set amount of laps, and after 2,000 you unlock all of them. And as of the time I'm uploading this video, Jagex is buffing the XP rates from agility. I knew that Ape Atoll wasn't going to be getting any significant buffs, so I thought it was a good time to get it done. But yeah, after doing all of the laps, you essentially claim all of these log slots all at once. And my personal favorite transmog is the Kruk Jr. one. With that all done, I return to the gauntlet. Not only do I need to get all of the drops from this place, I do also need to get all of the combat achievements too. So I focused a bit more on those this time round, and the first one I unlocked was Wolf Puncher 2, a Grandmaster task that requires you to only have one attuned or perfected weapon. Most people do the 5-to-1 method for this, meaning you hit Hunluff 5 times with a perfect weapon, then once with a different weapon to change Hunluff's prior. That way you essentially just keep hitting with a perfected weapon. Although I just did a tier 3 bow and a tier 1 staff, and did the usual 6 hits per weapon. It wasn't too bad, and I managed to do it first try, but I do still need to learn the 5-to-1 method for future speedrun tasks. 20 kills after getting that combat achievement, I scored another armor seed. Through my entire corrupted gauntlet grind, I've always been about 2 armor seeds below rate, though I am above rate on the enhanced weapon seeds, so it's not all that bad. I was also getting the occasional regular weapon seed, which it kind of sucked, but they are still worth about 200 to 300k, so it's still a nice regular drop. And also, like the last video, after every run, I always go out to scout for those crystal implings too, to add to my dopamine tab, which will be shown off at the end of the video. With all the time I've spent down here, I'm getting quite close to maxing out all of my combat stats as well, getting myself 97 range whilst doing a Hunlef kill. It's always a little bit spooky getting the level ups whilst in the boss room, especially if you have the tornadoes chasing you, but it's a good thing I'm not a hardcore because I have actually seen some people unfortunately drop to level up messages before. Anyway, I was doing roughly 10 to 20 corrupted gauntlet a day, hoping that I'd eventually run into the corrupted gauntlet pet, but the only drops I was seeing was more armor seeds and more regular weapon seeds. The armor seeds are still quite nice to see still. Sometimes I was seeing about 2 of them in a single day, which was great, but I kinda need my dopamine hits. So shortly after 1000 total corrupted gauntlet kills, I decided that I'd go for some more combat achievements to keep the grind fresh for me. One of them was the tier 3 armor task. Basically, you have to get 13 of each material on the map with a ton of shards and then bring them back to spawn to create perfected armor, along with making sure that you grab food, make a prayer pot, and your weapons. I think I went a little bit overboard with this one. I grabbed tons of food and almost had enough to make an extra prayer pot, but to be honest, you don't really need a full inventory of supplies. You hardly get hit like at all, and the armor has a decent prayer bonus as well, so you don't need to make that many prayer pots either. I think if you've already done a decent amount of corrupted gauntlet, this task is basically free combat achievement points. The next combat task I did was no armor at all. The prep is much quicker, obviously, because you don't have to farm any of the materials, although any mistakes will have an immense cost, because as you're getting hit and healing up with the paddlefish, you're just getting hit even more. I could have maybe taken in some combo food to mitigate that, but when you make the combo food in Gauntlet, the amount it heals is a lot less, so it's a little bit of a trade-off. I went in with a full inventory of normal food and 2 prayer pots, and it just about worked out for me. I still had a couple of pieces of food left, and if I got desperate, I could have used those 4 extra prayer doses I had for redemptions. Next up was the task to make no prayer potions during the run. Kinda glad I got myself 99 prayer in the last video because it certainly helped with this one. There's not much to say about it though. I got to take in a couple of extra pieces of food in place of the prayer pots and just flicked my prayer for the majority of it. If I'd have known how good the prayer bonus was on the perfected armor in the other task, I probably would have gone for both in one run, but oh well, it's done now and it was a pretty straightforward one considering it's actually a Grandmaster task. So that only leaves me with the 2 Grandmaster speedrun time tasks. 4 minutes for the regular gauntlet and 6 minutes 30 seconds for the corrupted gauntlet. I figure I should probably start with the regular gauntlet as it should on paper be a lot easier. I did a couple of attempts and knew I was failing the 4-minute time, so I would just like log out midway through the kill or just sacrifice myself to Unlef. But I realized that's kind of dumb because I could still be getting some loot if I just finished the kill. Keep in mind though, all of the drops are much rarer from the regular gauntlet, with the enhanced weapon seed being a 1 in 2k as well as the pet. But yeah, let's just see what happens. Oh my god, you have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. I was going for the regular gauntlet speedrun. How did I get the pet on that one? I did a regular gauntlet. I did a regular gauntlet. I was trying to go for the 4-minute time. I was trying to go for the 4-minute time. I get the pet from that. Oh no. How did that happen? I'm so happy and I'm so kind of upset at that at the exact same time. For a regular gauntlet, I was trying to I tried to go for the 4-minute time. I messed up massively. I was like, oh, that run sucked. I open the chest, I get the pet. What? So yeah, after I stopped the clip there, I was still sat on my monitor in disbelief for like another 10 minutes or so. It's such a strange feeling because I went dry for the pet, but technically got super lucky on it at exactly the same time. It's a 1 in 800 from Corrupted, and I did over 1,000, so I'm dry, but a 1 in 2,000 chance from Regular, and I got it at 23. It's so bizarre, but yeah, I still need to finish the speedrun times, but I'm gonna leave the gauntlet for a little bit because I think I've deserved a break from it, let's be honest. I'll be doing speedrun attempts every other day until I get them, and when I do, I'll put them in a video for sure. So, now that I've green-logged the gauntlet, the next big goal is returning to the 2,000 TOA goal. However, first I wanted to do some smaller log hunting goals and knock off some things on my to-do list, before doing 2 gigantic grinds back to back. The first place I decided to go was Armored Zombies. I unlocked this dungeon in the last video with the Defender of Varrock quest, and there's 2 log slots to get here. The Zombie Axe, which is a nice drop worth roughly 1.8 to 2 mil as of making this video, and the Zombie Champion Scroll, which drops at a rate of 1 in 5,000. I decided to barrage them, so I'll be getting a whole bunch of magic XP, and the zombies also drop a ton of hard clues, and because of the recent update, I could juggle them on the floor for 1 hour at a time. I did go a little bit dry for my first Zombie Axe. I think it was around the 1,000 kills mark that I got the first one, and then a few hundred kills later I got the second one and 95 mage. If you're wanting to come here yourself and you're not sure on the setup, then this is what I used. A mixture of magic damage and prayer bonus. The most important thing to bring here though is the imbued salve amulet, as it's the best in slot. Okay, got my third one. Third one coming in at 3,062. So it's basically a 1 in 1k for me right now. Still though, it's good money, it's good money. Can't complain. Still hunting the Zombie Champion score right now. Oh! Oh, okay, well there we go. I was just about to walk away from my computer. I just got the Zombie Champion scroll. Nice! I'm done. Now I've now I've got to somehow transport 34 hard clues. Nice. Alright. So yeah, it did take quite a while to transport all of those hard clues, and it took a couple more hours to do them all from what I remember. But it boosted the hard clue casket stat quite a bit. There was also an Easter event on, so I finished that off unlocking the Egg Priest robes. And next up was again reclaiming my Questscape. I'd only just got it back in the last video, but then Varlamore Part 1 was released. I wasn't really sure what order to do these in, but a few people were quite eager to watch me do the Lilypad Labor Dispute one first on Twitch, and I was told not to spacebar it. You prepare to fight the Lord of Dread. Cuthbert, Lord of Dread. I thought Cuthbert was dead. What the hell? He keeps licking me. Shall I bash his head in with a pickaxe or just like cut him into pieces with the axe? I'm thinking pickaxe. He's dead. Hell yeah. 2k woodcut XP, totally worth it. Next was Twilight's Promise. I don't remember a single thing about this quest other than it was super quick and unlocked the Civitas Illa Fortis teleport, as well as allowing me to use the Quetzal transport system. Then after that was At First Light, the Hunter quest. Again, not very memorable to me at least, but quite quick to do. Perilous Moons was next, and I got to this point where the fish are coming towards you down the river, and you have to catch them with the net, which I'm pretty sure is a 1-to-1 copy of an old PS2 game that I personally used to love, which was Jak and Daxter. Anyway, this was by far the best quest in Varlamore so far, and it's essentially a tutorial of the new dungeon, which is, at least in my opinion, an upgraded Barrows minigame. You kill 3 bosses, then loot a chest at the end for a chance at their armor set, but it's a little more involved with more mechanics, and it's aimed at mid-game players. I'll be back here in the future to greenlog it, but I did enjoy the one run that I did, and you also get quite a lot of nice XP from this as well, mainly the 40k Slayer XP and 5k Runecrafting XP. Looting the chest, I did get myself the Atlatl darts. Probably not worth mentioning, but it was my first set of them for a collection log. And that was the final quest completed, and just in time for my clan's birthday drop party. I've been running this clan since 2009, so 15 years at this point. I'll keep this bit short. We did end up dropping roughly 800 mil in total, and it was a nice little turnout. All of the drops were donated by higher level players, and a good majority, I'd say, went to the people just getting into PVM, which was nice to see. Normally when we have an event like this going on in the clan hall, we'll jump into the combat ring, but this time I decided that we'd go to Castle Wars. I do still need to get a few dozen more Castle Wars tickets, and I'd like to do the remaining amount through actually playing it properly. Unfortunately, I didn't win any of the games. I think most people have forgotten how to play this minigame, I'll be honest, but it wasn't all bad. I did get myself 91 defense and 123 combat. Not far off max combat level now. After the clan event, I went back to my to-do list. I'm currently close to 40 million farming XP, and I still don't have the farming outfit. So I decided to get that done at Tithe Farm, as well as go for all of the other unlocks, besides the herb sack. I can get that one from Slayer later on in my account, and I don't really have a use for it right now with all of my current plans. Whilst farming all of the weird alien looking fruit, I made sure to do some magic imbues when possible just to get myself some passive magic XP. And because you need to constantly water the fruit, I decided that I'd go for the upgraded watering can first. It basically holds 1000 charges instead of the regular 8, and it's just a nice little quality of life item. It also meant that I didn't have to stay on the lunar spellbook for humidify to fill the cans, but could instead use the regular spellbook and alch. That way I could get some faster passive magic XP as well as make a tiny little bit of profit. I honestly thought it would take longer to complete Tithe Farm, but I got most of the points done in a single day. I wish I got this done sooner, but I do still have 160 million farming XP to go, so the outfit and the other log slots are still going to be very helpful. I do need to come back here in the future though, not for the herb sack, as I said, I'll get that through Slayer, but I actually need another hat so that I can fill the elite stash unit, but I'll save that for another time. After doing Tithe Farm, I went on over to Espori and got myself another bottomless bucket. Just in time too, because I'm going to be selling off my entire loot tab again. I repaired the few zombie X's I got earlier on and made my way over to the Grand Exchange. The loot tab said I had roughly 83 mil, but when it was all said and done I ended up with another roughly 85 mil. Adding that to the cash stack I had in the bank already, and I ended up with 516 mil. I figured whilst I have this gigantic cash stack, I should probably use it to get myself some buyable 99s. So I started off with smithing, buying myself 10k Addy and Mithril bars. And the reason for this is so that I could use them in the Giant's Foundry. This place has a bunch of collection logs and rewards to buy in Kovac's shop, which is really useful for the skill. One being the smithing outfit set that actually lets you smith faster. It's one of the best skilling outfits in the game, honestly. There's a few other rewards too, like the double ammo mold, which speeds up cannonball creation, as well as a few miscellaneous log slots, and the colossal blade. There's also a ton of different molds that you can buy in the shop, which upgrades the quality of the sword you make. They aren't collection logs, but they are still worth getting just because it speeds up the grind overall. Plus, I am a completionist, so I gotta unlock everything anyway. After buying out all of the sword molds, the first few items that I bought was the ammo mold, the grog, the smithing catalyst, and the ore pack for 4 collection logs. If you want to be super efficient, the best thing to do is go for the smithing outfit first, because for each piece you have equipped, you speed up the sword creation process. But the points are super quick to get here anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. After some more sword hand-ins, I got myself the first piece of the smithing outfit, which was the gloves. I combined them with the ice gloves, which saves a bank space, but it's also some decent smithing fashionscape. The XP an hour here is decent as well at Giant's Foundry, and also for every sword that you make you get paid in pure GP straight to the bank. I was making a little bit of a loss on the bars I was bringing here, but you could also bring some regular armor and weapons like adamant plate bodies and long swords, then melt them down if you don't have bars. Which is a nice little method for Iron Men, but I have access to the Grand Exchange, so I just went with the more simple route. I got myself the smithing tunic next, and one of my level ups also brought me up to 2,100 total, inching closer and closer to maxing every day. The smithing boots were next up, and after a couple more levels I finished the smithing set by getting myself the trousers. Then just another level after that I got my last item being the colossal blade, and I have to say this thing slaps. With that last item bought, the Giant's Foundry is fully completed. I went back to Prif to do regular smithing at this point. My plan was to do Addy plate bodies all the way to 99, but I needed one more level to start those, so I used up all of the Mithril and Addy bars I bought previously. After I got the level, I went over to the Grand Exchange, and with the giant cash stack that I have, I decided to bank the entire 99 in one go, which ended up costing about 235 mil-ish. Now, how much do you think I'd lost whilst doing Addy plate bodies? I remember a few years back when I was maxing my other account and calculating costs, and it was roughly a 40 mil loss back then. But nowadays, at least during the making of this video, you actually profit, which is insane to me. I'll put the margins on screen for you now, and I would highly recommend getting this 99 done whilst the prices are good. Like I said earlier too, with a smithing outfit, you actually smith faster too. If you did 88 to 99 doing Addy plate bodies with the outfit, you'd finish it in 28 hours in-game time if you maintain the max XP rate. And plus, I'll say it again, right now it's profitable. So, after getting that 99 out of the way, I decided that I wasn't going to sell these on the Grand Exchange. I mean, it's still profitable if I did, but you can actually make even more money if you sell them to World 308 Anvil. It's a smithing and alching community, and they pay more than the Grand Exchange. I didn't know how long it would take to find someone who would buy all of these in bulk, but I came across an absolute champion who bought all of them in one go for 9,550 each. That's a little below World 308 Anvil's prices, but still higher than the Grand Exchange. I decided to just sell them all in one go for a little cheaper, just to save myself the hassle. Anyway, that's one buyable out of the way, and during this time, Jagex was making changes to the game, rebalancing some mage equipment. I had no idea how that would affect the prices, and one of the upgrades I wanted for TOA was full Virtus, so I bought the set. The price has since gone back down, but you just never know. Anyway, for the next buyable 99, I ended up doing Herb Lore, and of course I was cosplaying as the different potions that I was creating, which for the most part was Super Restores, Energies, and later on Ceridome and Brews. Which, by the way, if you're ever doing Ceridome and Brews and you can't buy the crushed nests, then just buy the regular bird nests instead and come to Nada. Here you can see the total value of the nests, and my cash stack is 244 mil, but after crushing them all within 10 seconds the value jumps up to 247 mil. I kept my eyes on the Project Rebalance blogs, and one of the updates they gave was adding magic damage to Eternal Boots. So yeah, again I went over to the Grand Exchange and got myself a pair. It's kinda painful looking back on these purchases, not gonna lie. I should have just bought like 50 Elder Mauls at 10 mil and sold them for like 150 mil each instead. But yeah. After level 96, my cash stack was hurting quite a bit from all of the Ceridome and Brews and bad purchases, so I switched over to doing super combats instead, which was roughly break even, although you need a high Herb Lore level to do these. After a few more hours and more Implings caught, that was my second buyable 99 of the video completed. And with those buyables out of the way, it finally frees up my cash stack to buy some upgrades for TOA. I ended up selling off my Bandos chestplate to make room for buying myself a Zarite crossbow as well as some Hydra leather. Whenever I'm close to purchasing a shadow, I'll for sure sell off the crossbow first to make up the difference. I could have also got myself a Void Waker instead, but at the time Jagex were looking at nerfing it. They ended up scrapping that idea though, so perhaps I'll buy one of those in the future as well. I then carried on with the niche collection log hunting and went for the 3 big fish. They're super AFK and I made a little bit of money out of it as well. Each of these have a different rarity, with the big shark being the rarest. Luckily for me though, it only took 1,100 catches for that one. The big swordfish came in a little bit later too, after 2,700 of them, which is a tiny little bit over the rate, and the same can be said for the big bass after catching a little over 1,000 of them. Next up was pest control. I hadn't got a single log slot here, and I did finish up the hard diaries not too long ago, which meant I was able to unlock Elite Void as well. Also, because I completed the hard tier of the combat diaries, it meant that I was getting 8 points per game on the veteran launcher. And in the end, I needed 1,910 points to unlock everything. And I basically had that done within a couple of days. And with that done, I've greenlocked a good majority of the minigame section in the log. There's a few that still need some mopping up, like the Soul Wars cape, cashing in my Castle Wars tickets, and the herb sack from Slayer for Tithe Farm, but yeah, it's looking really good right now. So let's have a look at the old dopamine tab. The clue caskets have gone up in total by over 100, with about 38 of those being hard clues. The crystal shard stack is now at 4,106, and I gained about 40 more crystal implings as well from all of the time spent in Pref. Obviously, I've added a new pet this video, and we also have some new additions, being the new champion scroll and the big fish. Eventually, I'll be hanging up the fish in the playground house, as well as spending all of these Castle Wars tickets, but that'll be later this year probably. Now, from this point onwards, I'm only going to be focusing on two big goals: maxing my account and returning to the 2000 Tombs of a Mascot grind, because I now have the Bofa and just better gear overall. But before I do return to TOA, I want to finally max out all of my combat stats, so that it's going to be easier to push up the invocation level. And if you've never been to the tombs, essentially the higher the invocation level, the more purples that you get. Now, a good method to train combat stats up quickly nowadays would be to kill Scurious, but I've already greenlogged that in a previous video, and I do like to combine goals as much as I can, so I decided to go for some more niche log slots that I wouldn't normally get through something like regular Slayer, and I also wanted to farm a bunch of clue caskets as well. I started off with Ogress Shamans, as they have a chance to drop a unique mask. I was only here for about 20 minutes before I got it, so if you're into log hunting, this is a really nice quick AFK one to do with a cannon. Next up, I wanted to get some champion scrolls that I wouldn't normally be getting passively through other goals. And what I mean by that is, if you take the Imp and Lesser Demon scrolls for example, those can be done through something like completing the collection log at Zamorak in God Wars. The pet there is a 1 in 5,000 chance, and the best way to get a kill count for this is by killing imps. So by the time you go on rate for the pet, you've also got the Imp Champion scroll. There's also a Lesser Demon minion inside the boss room, so once you kill Zami 5,000 times, you'll also more than likely have killed this Lesser Demon 5,000 times as well, which coincidentally is on rate for the champion scroll. Plus you've also got Lesser Demons in Slayer tasks, so you're more than likely to get it through that. So, the three scrolls that I decided to go for were the Joga, Hobgoblin, and Ghoul Champion scrolls. You don't see these really in any Slayer task, there's no boss variant of them or anything either, so they make for good training spots. I started off by killing Jogas using a blowpipe. I was probably here for a day or so. It's quite chill as the cannon can aggro them and they do drop medium clues sometimes, which is quite nice. And after around 2,000 kills, I got the scroll. But unfortunately, I hadn't updated my recording setup, so I couldn't use the replay capture, but you can see it in the chat box. I then bought another 10,000 cannonballs and went over to Hesidius, where there is this long strip of land containing loads of hobgoblins. Annoyingly, this is in singles, but the kill count is still quite quick. They drop Ranor seeds, herbs, and some beginner clues. I was a little divided on whether or not to do the beginner clues, because if I wanted to stack them, they are kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but after killing them for a few hundred kills, I just decided that I'd stack them on the floor and then complete them after getting the scroll. Which, luckily, I'd updated the recording setup in time for this one, and this particular scroll was around 2,400 kill count, which is around half the drop rate. Next up was the ghouls, and my god, these ones were so miserable. I'm normally not one to complain about RuneScape grinds, but these guys are just so annoying. They're in singles as well, but you can kind of hide behind some gravestones, meaning that cannon will be able to hit multiple enemies at once for faster kills. But the worst thing about these guys is the fact that they have absolutely no drops. Just bones, so no clue scrolls, no seeds, no rare drop table, just the bones at a 1 in 5,000 chance at a champion scroll. I spent so much money on cannonballs, Zora scales, and darts here, And I'm also kind of cash poor at this point because most of my cash stack is tied into a Zarek crossbow, which I'm going to be using later on at TOA. Anyway, I may not have gotten much loot from the kills, but I got plenty of ranged XP along the way, and it's where I finally got 99 range, which is the first, but certainly not the last 99 that I'm going to be getting in this video. At this point, I could have swapped to melee instead, but it's much faster kills with a blowpipe because, as I said, you can hide behind the gravestones. So I ended up getting an extra 400k or so XP before just deciding to use a melee setup and AFKing whilst editing a different video. And at this point, I was over 12,000 kill count dry of the champion scroll, almost 2 times the drop rate. I guess it's kind of deserved as I did get lucky on the other ones, but man, this is probably the worst one to go dry on. The final kill count was 12,097, and just take a look at this loot tracker. Nothing. Just thousands of bones and a champion scroll. But at least it's a somewhat quick kill count. Anyway, that was range done, and I needed to AFK for a little bit more, so I dropped off my account in the nightmare zone. I'd gained a ton of combat levels in a previous video where I greenlocked Scurious, so I only had a couple of levels left until 99 attack. The XP started to roll in, and before I knew it, I'd achieved 99 attack, which is the second 99 of the video completed, with plenty more to come. So, just magic and defense left now. I bought a Seer's ring and imbued it with the points I'd just gotten at the nightmare zone. And this ring in the past has been kind of useless, but since Jagex did a magic revamp, it now has a small damage bonus. My plan for both of these skills was to do magic defense barrage casting on jellies. They drop absolutely tons of hard clues, and they also drop totem pieces for Skatizo and ancient shards, which is super handy for the new demon bane weapons from Wild Gothic Sleeps. I'm also thinking a few of you are asking why I didn't decide to just do Slayer to train up the combat stats, and the main reason was that I just wanted to get to TOA quickly. But I am also planning to make a completely standalone video for Slayer in the future. I'm going to be going for 200 mil all anyway, so I'm not too bothered about fitting in Slayer before getting 99 in all combat stats. I ended up getting a fairly unexpected log slot here at Jellies, being the shield left half. I'll be honest, I thought I'd already got one of these before, but no, apparently not. And it's also worth noting that you can get a ton of rune armor drops from these, which helps offset some of the cost of barraging. Whilst juggling all of my hard clues, I had someone come up to me and just straight up ask me if I was okay, which is, I mean, it's understandable because on their screen all they can see is a guy walking backwards and forwards for about 5 minutes, and not the 70 hard clues that are on the floor on my screen. I do wish that Jagex would add some form of clue stacking like they have on Leagues. I'm not sure how it would be implemented. Maybe they could do some kind of like clue hunter guild with rewards at certain tiers that let you store a certain amount or something. But yeah, as of the making of this video, the best way to deal with it at the moment is to just install the clue juggling plugin on RuneLite. I wanted to try and get 99 defense and magic at the exact same time, and whilst I did get a few defense levels casting barrages, it wasn't enough to even it out. So it was back to the nightmare zone where I was playing my free-to-play account on the side. I did see a comment from some people complaining that I'm uploading other things other than my completionist series, but what they don't understand is that when I upload literally any other video, I'm always playing my completionist account regardless and always making progress. But anyway, back to Jellies, and a couple of casts later I got 99 magic, and on the very next cast it was 99 defense. This meant that I finally completed the goal of getting max combat stats and 126 combat level overall. If you're wondering just how many clues I managed to farm from all of this, I'll show the bank tab at the end of the video like usual. But yeah, it was a lot. For now though, I sold off what remaining stuff I had in my loot tab, as well as the Darok set and some random junk. The dragon crossbow was also gone now because I have the Zarite crossbow, and as well as the BGS. If you remember previously, I was trying to decide on whether to run with a ZCB or a Voidwaker for TOA, and at the time, the Voidwaker was on the chopping block for nerfs, so I went with the crossbow. Jagex then changed their mind, and I've been stuck with it since, but I've never actually given it a try, so I'm going to be running with it for a while. So, it's time to return to the Tombs of Amaska. I am a little rusty again here, so I started off with some normals to remind myself of the mechanics, and settled around 260 invocation for a while so that I could get comfy, whilst aiming for some faster times and improving. I wasn't really expecting to see anything from these raids, but I got lucky and saw my first solo purple quite quickly doing this. Oh my god. Oh my god. The first solo purple? Huh? Okay. Okay, I pray that this is recording properly. The first solo purple. Not expecting much, obviously. Let's have a look at the collection log real quick. So, Tombs of Amaska, Light Bearer up 2 masks. So, I mean, a Fang would be cool. It'd be a collection log slot. Any of the Missouri pieces, Shadow, obviously. Basically anything but Mask and Light Bearer. But let's see. It's probably going to be a Light Bearer, but let's have a look. I do have my purple crystal on. Here we go. A Fang! Alright, cool. Gimme. That's a nice 14 mil in a log slot. I can't believe that these are actually 14 mil though. Is it price checking? Yeah, 14 mil. My god. Back when I did TOA on release, like we were selling those for like 400 mil a pop, man. But 14 mil's 14 mil. I'm pretty broke at the moment, so that'll pay for some restores and some sour brews. Not bad, not bad. Let's keep them going. I went for the back-to-back, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be this time. I did a couple more raids, but then I put them on hold temporarily to join in on a Court Beast mass event that we had organized for the clan. It's a nice boss to do as well, because the clan members who are in the mid-game can also join in and get some bossing experience and maybe see their first big drop. Which did actually happen this time, because we saw a spectral sigil drop, and usually we do free-for-all on these, but when we do get a sigil we like to split them, and everyone ended up with around 3 mil each at the end of the session, including myself. Anyways, back to TOA now, and I've had a few people reach out and ask me how I'm going to go for all of the 2000 kill count. And for the most part I just want to push up the invocation level as high as I can with the gear that I have. My goal is to do 400s comfortably solo or maybe in small groups and then just run them back to back all day. But I'm also going to be needing to do some challenge runs on level 500 invocation for the cosmetic kits, the pet transmogs and some combat tasks. Also, I do like to teach raids to friends and clanmates when I have some free time. It's always nice being in voice chat, hearing people complete their first raid, and I did manage to get a few people their rune pouch upgrades, which you'll see throughout the video. It was also around this time that I decided to bump up to expert level raids when I was doing solos, and this is where I started to unlock some master and grandmaster tasks as well. If you're trying to get to the next combat achievement tier, I'd highly recommend asking a friend to take you alongside some raids, as they're just great for points. I thought I'd start to see more purples now that I'd bumped up the invocation level, but my next purple actually came up in a level 150 learner session.
Holy shit.
Woohoo!
Holy shit!
Beautiful. Done.
Woo!
I survived.
Yeah,
Oh
boy.
my god.
Thanks for the combat task, noobs.
Wow.
Purple?
Who's got the purple?
Whose
Purple,
is it?
really?
Whose is
Whose
it?
name?
Not mine.
Oh wait, it's
Oh,
mine.
shit.
It's mine. It's mine.
It's yours?
What'd you get?
It's mine.
Oh!
A billion GP for Rico.
Yeah,
Billion
for
GPU.
Diane.
Oh!
There it is.
Banger.
Elite clue! Woo!
Woo!
We went for the back-to-back together, as it's one of those unwritten rules of RuneScape that you just have to follow. Although, again, it just wasn't meant to be. The regular loot wasn't too bad though. I spent plenty more expert raids getting more and more comfortable with the mechanics again and farming a few elite clues, but it did take a couple dozen more experts until the purple chest started to pay out more frequently. Ha 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 ha. Oh, a purple. I stopped streaming and now I get a purple. Okay. What is it? Award. Okay, alright. Collection log. It's money. It's money. In fact, how much is that ward? 3.9 mil. That's better than a light bearer, I guess. It's better than a light bearer. Alright, alright, well. Collection looks slow. Oh, not quite a PB. I missed it by 6 seconds. Although I did 3 down, and I think for my PB I did a 2 down for first warden, so PB for 3 down, I guess. Oh my god, we got a purple! We got a purple! Woohoo! Alright, another purple. What do we got? Let's have a look. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Ah! Oh no! Oh my god! A light bearer! A light bearer! Hell yeah! After those purples, I did a whole bunch more experts, and again, the next purple that I saw actually came through on another learner raid. Okay, go for it, go for it.
Alright, ready? Let's get it.
Hold the shadow, he's getting a shadow.
Good luck, good luck. Come on, let's get it, guys. This will be good. Shadow time.
He's got the purple on.
Oh! Best one in the game. That's not even a split.
Nice one, Nathan, though. After that, I did a mix of some more advanced learners for the guys and some more experts for myself. At this point, I figured I should start learning some of the more advanced strats of TOA. There aren't many compared to like Tarb or Chambers, but a really useful one is skull skipping. You're supposed to one-hit all of these skulls, and then when you do, it'll hit the warden for massive damage. And if you don't, then you're going to take that damage yourself. Sometimes being one hit if you left too many of them around and you're on insanity. Hitting the warden for massive damage would normally be a good thing, but you don't actually get points for the damage that the skulls do. So if you can survive the skulls, then you can deal the extra damage yourself and earn more points. And the way to do this is by standing on specific tiles while still praying correctly and dodging attacks, then spam clicking the skulls with a ranged weapon. If you keep clicking, then you'll run towards them just as they explode, and the tiles that are supposed to damage you will just pass through your true tile and you'll take no damage. So you can get an increased chance at a purple, but the reason this is kind of dangerous is because if you lag even slightly, it can completely mess up the timing and you'll also take big damage, or potentially even get instantly KO'd from it. But yeah, I did start to do the skull skip method and I got immediate results from it. Oh my god, a purple! From the skull skipping, hell yeah. Alright. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Let's see it. Let's see it. Ah! I mean, it's better than a ring. It's better than a ring. Would have preferred a top or bottom, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers. Do we get the back-to-back? First back-to-back. We do! Holy! The first back-to-back. There will be more, hopefully. Let's see. Oh! Alright. Alright, okay. How many rings do I have right now? Dupe rings 3. Oh well, 2 mils, 2 mil. That pays for supplies, you know. Alright. Can I get a back-to-back-to-back? No. Okay, that was asking for a bit too much. Okay. Casheroons? 645k? That's not bad at all. So yeah, all of those purples came through from around 180 raids. I'm hoping for more in the future when I bump up the invocation level even higher. But for now though, I'm going to be selling off that Zarek crossbow, and instead I'm going to be upgrading my torso and legs to Bandos, as well as getting myself a Voidwaker and a Sanguinesti staff. I'm likely to be doing mostly solos, so I feel like I'll get most use out of the Voidwaker, whereas the Zarek crossbow might be better in groups. I'm sure someone's going to correct me in the comments. I'm not really one to dive super deep into DPS spreadsheets, but another reason for selling the crossbow is so that I can get a decent cash stack for supplies and the upcoming construction grind. Whilst doing raids, sometimes I was taking breaks here and there to work on the maxing goal. I've got a few skills left and I decided to go for 99 agility by doing rooftops. I need to farm well over 3,000 marks of grace so that I can buy every single set of graceful to fill the player-owned house containers. And I do need to complete the Hallowed Sepulchre as well, as it does have an entire log section dedicated to it. But as I've said before, I'm going for 200 mil all anyway, so I'm not in a rush to fit every single log section and grind in before getting a 99. Also, rooftops are super easy to jump in and out of in between raids, and they're also good to do on mobile. But yeah, there's the 5th 99 of this video completed. I still need to grind out some extra marks of grace as I didn't have enough to buy all of the graceful sets, so I actually carried on until I had some more. Also, it's worth noting that just as I'd finished grinding out all of those marks of grace, Jagex has released a new agility course in Varlamore with another additional graceful set, so I'm gonna have to come back and run even more laps soon. Time for a quick farming update, and I've gained a ton of farming XP since the last video. I'm over 50 million XP now, and the only patches that I've been doing are trees and Hespori. Which is worth noting, I did also hit the milestone of 250 kill count. But the best surprise in this little farming segment is that I got myself the first dupe pet of the account, being a second Tangle root. It's going to be quite interesting to see just how many dupe pets I get whilst on the road to 200 mil all. I might even end up with some duplicate boss pets if I end up getting unlucky on some of the drops as well. Speaking of pets though, sometimes I need something super AFK so that I can work on other things like managing my clan or planning other videos. I still had a giant Karambwanji stack from when I was going for 99 fishing, so I figured I'd use that up. I have the fish barrel so I can AFK for like 4 to 5 minutes at a time, and I get so many passive clues from doing this as well. And I figured maybe I could go for the pet here as a really long-term AFK goal, but shortly after hitting 15 million XP, I got the Heron pet. I still need to greenlog Temperos for fishing as well, and I need a few thousand spirit flakes so that I can turn the Heron pet into the Great Blue variant. Anyway, it's dopamine tab time. There's some new additions here with the fishing pet I just caught, as well as all of those champion scrolls from the beginning of the video. The Skatito Totem and Ancient Shard stacks have gone up a decent amount, and so have the casket stacks, with all of them being in the triple digits now, except for the Master Casket stack. There's the Marks of Grace collection that I gained in the agility grind, because I will be buying every single set of Graceful in an upcoming video. And I've also been catching a few implings that clan members have been calling out for me. I could sell the Dragon Imps, but I'd rather just keep them in here and then open them for elite clues when I have a good amount of them. Plus, I caught my first lucky imp as well. Jagex has also released an update where you can trade frog tokens for XP lamps, but I think I'm just going to keep stacking them for now. And I'm also going to be seeing how many caches of runes, threads, jewels, and Missouri crafting kits I can stack from the TOA grind I'm on. And if you want to, you can leave a comment on the video with your prediction of just how many you think I'm going to have by the end of it. My two big goals right now are 2,000 Tombs of Amaska kill count and to finish off maxing. And even though I did around 200 raids in that previous video, I'm more than likely going to be making even more money in this video just through getting 99 thieving and doing some farming on the side. I'm going to start off by selling the remaining loot tab from the previous video. You might be wondering where these random herbs appeared from, and they're not from herb runs that I've done already, but from the Nightmare Zone herb boxes, which you can collect daily if you have the points. I'm also going to be buying these throughout this video as well whilst I'm on the thieving grind. And as well as that, I'm going to be buying some herb seeds, and even though I'm over 50 million farming XP, I've not done a single herb run on this account yet, so it's probably time to do some. I'd highly recommend that you do the same if you'd like to earn some extra money on the side. There's a wiki page that shows the profit that you can make on a herb run, and it doesn't take much to get started. The seeds I've chose to start planting are toad flexes. The seeds are around 1k each right now, and each herb is around 3.5k, meaning on average I make about 300 to 350k GP per 5-minute herb run. Also, I'm going to be using up my Attis seeds from Hespori. I haven't used a single one of these yet, and I have loads of them. They essentially give you more herbs overall by saving the herbs' lives, kind of like the farming cape and the magic executor bonuses, and all of the bonuses stack together. It'll also give my Iosaur seed stack some time to rebuild too, as I've really only ever used those in the past. Now, I promise I will be getting onto the thieving section in a second, but as we're talking about first time farming, I think it's probably a good time to start planting my spirit saplings that I've been stacking up as well. I've had these since going for 99 Hunter through birdhouses only, and just a random tip, if you can't be bothered to plant these spirit saplings yourself, then you can just trade them in with Jane in the farming guild. She'll give you some high level seed packs which you can sell on the GE or use on your Iron Man. Anyway, let's get cracking with the thieving grind. To get to the method I want to do, I need to level up a little bit first, and so I decided to go to Pyramid Plunder. I bought myself the scepter so that I could get there quicker, as well as a Serp helm to stop the poison, and a regen bracelet to heal up a bit. I also made sure to use the scepter on the obelisk by TOA so that I can get there quicker in the future, as it unlocks a unique teleport. Pyramid Plunder is actually where I got 99 Thieving previously on my old Maxed Inferno account, and I used to really like this minigame, and it's even better if you can do it on a world with other people or with your clan, because they can actually help you find the next door to go deeper into the pyramid faster. There's 8 different rooms, and you basically just want to find the last 2 rooms that you can do as quick as possible because you're on a timer. And the reason being is that the last 2 rooms you can do are going to scale best for your thieving level and give the most XP and chance of the scepter too. Jagex did change this minigame a while ago. In the past, every golden chest in the middle of the room and sarcophagus had a 1 in 1k chance for the Pharaoh's Scepter, but because bots used to just swarm the first room and teleport out, they changed it so that it scales deeper into the pyramid. So the first chest in sarcophagus is now a 1 in 4.2k, and it gets more common as you go, leading up to a 1 in 650 chance. But yeah, I wanted to do this mini game until I got the scepter as a drop before going on to the main moneymaker, because it's a good place to level up quick, and the scepter is also a log slot and worth roughly 3 to 4 mil, which is still pretty good. I thought I'd end up being here for quite a while, but shortly after level 82 I managed to steal a scepter from a sarcophagus. As soon as I got it, I headed straight back to the Grand Exchange. I sold off the regen bracelet, the Serp helm, and the scepter that I bought previously. I'm going to be keeping all of the herbs and everything I steal in this video for a loot tab, which I'll show off at the end of the video. But yeah, since I'm at the Grand Exchange, I then bought a few hundred dodgy necklaces, 10k cosmic runes, and around 1,000 forgotten brews. Which leads me on to the main money making grand plan that I had for 99 Thieving, being blood shards from Vyres. These shards have gone up dramatically in price recently as I'm making this video, and with the rogue set you always get double loot, which means double blood shards too. This was the setup that I was using: a few dodgy necklaces which have a chance of stopping me getting stunned, some empty inventory slots so I don't have to keep dropping stuff immediately, a Draken's Battalion to get there, and a rune pouch for the cosmic runes, but also to store the death and the blood runes that also come from the Vyres. I also mainly use Forgotten Brews for healing, and these are probably the best thing to have in your inventory instead of food when it comes to thieving. They give a few prayer points per sip, but they also drain most of your combat stats, so they're mostly useless for regular combat, which is why they're quite cheap. And the reason they work well instead of food is because I can keep proccing the Redemption Prayer, which at 99 prayer heals me for a 24. So, with 4 doses, this heals me for 96 hit points total per inventory slot. Much better than the 11 hit points from a wine, for example. So then that means I can also keep pickpocketing instead of constantly banking all of the time. The cosmic runes were also used for the Shadow Veil spell on the Arceus spellbook, which gives a 15% chance to not get stunned when pickpocketing, and it also stacks with the dodgy necklaces too. Shortly after hitting level 84 thieving, I did get my first set of blood shards. I'd only been here for around 400k XP and I got them at like half the drop rate. At the time when I got these, it meant I got 27.5 mil GP in a single pickpocket, which was incredible. But it does even out to around 4 to 5 million GP an hour depending on the price of shards. And it also assumes that you hit the drop rate too. You'd think with a method that is so profitable, it wouldn't be great XP, but it's actually quite competitive with other faster methods. I was personally getting roughly 160 to 170k XP an hour, but that started to slowly rise with each level that I got because of the success rate going up too. It capped out at roughly 220k XP an hour, which was real nice. It's also worth mentioning as well that I have the RD hard diary done. The medium diary gives a 10% increase for pickpocketing, which helps out a lot. Some people seem to think that you need to have the cape on you at all times for this effect, but you don't. You just permanently have the boost. Shortly after hitting the 55 million farming XP milestone, I actually started to run out of Toadflex seeds as well, so I ended up buying even more. Which is a little bit weird because I used to hate doing herb runs when I was playing an old Iron Man I had, but I've sort of been enjoying them whilst doing this grind. It might be something that I keep doing in the future because I have so many of those Atta seeds to burn up, and they're good passive money. Another small farming tip that I have for anyone out there doing the herb runs, as soon as you click to harvest a herb and you see the XP drop, then do a spam click for a bit until you see your character kind of move to the side a little. When you see your character do that, you'll notice that you're actually picking the herbs twice as fast. And I'm not really one for tick manipulation, but that one's really easy to pull off. Back to the thieving grind now, and there is a reason this particular video is titled How I Would Get Rich from 99 Thieving. It was originally going to be called I Got Rich from 99 Thieving. You see, I ended up going extremely dry for these blood shards. I mean, sure, I got lucky at the start, but man, I ended up at one point going like 6 times the rate. Probably one of the worst dry streaks I've had on the account so far. But don't let that discourage you from doing this yourself. I run a thieving event for my clan, and there were some people who were getting like double the rate for the blood shards instead, and tripling the value of their entire bank. It's just pure luck at the end of the day. And I did end up getting a second set just after hitting level 98. Oh my god, finally! 300k away and I finally get some more. Oh my god, I actually looked in the inventory. I was like, what the hell are those? Because it's been so long. I actually forgot what they look like. Oh hell yeah, 340k to go. Hopefully I see some more. Come on. So yeah, I got quite unlucky with the blood shards, but again, please don't let my bad luck put you off from doing this yourself. It really is a good money maker at the moment. And I also didn't get any more from the remaining XP for 99 either. I was half considering just doing some post 99 XP to see if I would get the RNG to balance out and get some more shards, but I'm sure I'll get lucky in a different upcoming grind instead. But yeah, that's another skill down, and it's only 3 skills left until my second max cape. Construction, rune crafting, and Slayer are the skills that are left, all of which I'm going to dedicate an entire video to in the future. I'll be showing off the entire loot tab at the end of the video because I'm still working on some herb runs and claiming boxes from Nightmare Zone whilst mopping up some other small goals that I've got for this video. One of which is the new Worm Agility course in Varlamore, as I'm about to start collecting all sets of Graceful for the upcoming 99 construction grind. I want to fill as many of the POH containers as possible, as it's one of the completionist goals that I've set for myself. The course here is quite AFK, as you don't need to click for every single individual obstacle, and the way this place works is as you go around the course you're automatically going to collect termites, which are used as a currency to buy everything in the shop here. You also get some bonus bone fragments here like you do with most things in Varlamore, which is an added bonus as well, and quite helpful for Iron Men I guess. Buying everything in the shop, you're gonna need 1,590 termites, which only took around 6 hours or so for me. And like I say, it's a really chill course, it's quite AFK, and it's probably one of my new favorites. And I've still got to try most other stuff in Varlamore. It all looks great, and you could tell that Jagex actually learned a lot from the mistakes from Zaya when that first released. Varlamore just seems way more fleshed out and polished, and I'm really tempted to choose it as my first region for the upcoming leagues, as it has a ton of content to get you started. Which, speaking of leagues, I'd like to say very quickly that I do plan to play it. I need to get the Dragon Trophy for the POH, as that's a completionist task, as well as going for all pets too, as they do carry over between leagues, and they are kind of a permanent unlock for the account. I won't be uploading daily or weekly videos on leagues, I'm just going to upload one big video at the end instead and then show all of the pets that I got. But I will be streaming as soon as info gets released to try and figure out my build and my route, and I'm also going to be streaming a lot during leagues. So if you want to see that, come and drop a follow over on Twitch. But enough about leagues, it was time to unlock everything from the reward shop. I spent some of the Marks of Grace on a fresh Graceful set and then took it over to the shop. You actually get 6 log slots for recoloring this Graceful as well, like the Sepulchre and the Brimhaven ones. There's also a teleport scroll, which is quite cheap at 40 termites, but one of the best things here is the new calcified acorn, and I do have the agility pet. It was actually one of my first pets on this account, and feeding it the acorn gives it a transmog option to turn it into a skeleton. Perfect timing, as I'm making this video, it's almost Halloween. And pairing it up with the skeleton costume and the skeleton monkey backpack I got not too long ago, it looks great. Speaking of agility log slots though, I did green log Brimhaven in the past, but Jagex has since updated it to give it new bonus tickets for the shop. Kinda sucks that I green logged this before that change came in, but that's just how the game works. I'm not really one to complain about stuff like that, so I'm just going to take the free log slot being the new ticket that they added. The next thing I wanted to mop up was all of the new quests that came into the game, like Whilst Gothic Sleeps, which I'd been hearing good things about, but also some of the new quests for Varlamore as well. I started with ethically acquired antiquities, and it was such good timing for me to do this because there's a section where you have to shame the museum curator for stealing artifacts. There's some dialogue options here that were a bit ironic considering I just spent a couple of weeks stealing as much as possible myself from a bunch of vampires. It was a quick one to get out of the way though, and the next one was Death on the Isle. And also, not to get my hopes up, but Jagex has added a lot of dogs to Varlamore, and I'm praying that they one day release the Dogs of Gillinor quest that they've talked about in the past. There's a bunch of dog models created, including a Shiba, but most aren't in the game cache. It would be one of the few quests that I wouldn't end up spacebarring. And I did recently find out about the pet to NPC transmog plugin though, which is nice to have for sure. Anyway, as suspected by the title of the quest, it does send you on a detective case, and it's quite fast and easy to do. The XP rewards aren't too bad, but make sure that after you finish this quest, you go back to the costumer, as they give you a special needle. It's not a gigantic upgrade, but it does allow you to craft with an extra inventory space, as you don't have to use thread anymore. Next quest was Meet and Greet, where you basically help open a kebab shop and kill a couple of bosses. Not really much else to say about this one, it's quite a straightforward quick quest with some cooking XP as a reward. For the last Varlamore quest, I had to build all of the Quetzal transport spots, and I haven't even touched the Hunter Rumors yet, so I had to buy all of the feed on the Grand Exchange, which ended up costing me about 700k. But it's totally worth it. And a little bonus is that as I was running around building all of these and doing the quests, I got a bunch of music tracks too. I also spotted a trapped dragon impling at one point, which I managed to grab whilst building the spots. And after all of those were built, it was time for the last Varlamore quest, the Heart of Darkness. And it's probably one of the most interesting ones in my opinion. You get some really nice emissary robes from this, which make for some good fashionscape, and there's a couple of interesting boss fights. One of which is repeatable and has been sneakily added to the collection log as it has a pet and a couple of other drops as well. Bad timing for me though, because I probably would have done this for some attack XP whilst maxing my combat stats in the last video. But yeah, the quest is a little long, but overall not too bad, and it's quite straightforward. After that, it was time for Whilst Gothic Sleeps. I am sure most people have done this one already, as it's been out for quite a while. I just like to put off quests until there's a bunch of them I can knock out in an afternoon, and when they've been added to Quest Helper. Overall, I really liked this one, and you technically get a free pet from this, being the Broev. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but you can drop it next to you like a pet and store it in the pet thing in the POH, but it doesn't follow you around for some reason. One thing I've personally enjoyed about these recent quests is Jagex removing the need for 1 billion items and teleports. This one straight up gives you the items you need, including a Snapdragon Seed, and giving you one-time free teleports to all of the places you gotta go, as well as being able to NPC contact most people you need to talk to at one point. The boss fights are really enjoyable as well. I will admit, I went into the final boss fight mostly blind, and I almost died to them the first time, but I did manage to get it on the second try. Just about. I did have to hide behind a pillar and let some NPCs chip them down a bit though. But yeah, there we go. I've reclaimed the Quest Cape once again. It does get slightly more difficult as time passes to obtain this, so if you're working on this goal yourself, I'd highly recommend that you do the Quest Cape emote next to the Wise Old Man, because it's a diary task. The Quest Cape can be taken away from you when more quests come out, but not the task. Another very quick thing that I've not really been putting in my videos this year are the seasonal events. I recently did the new Halloween event that came out. It was really fast and easy to do with some great rewards, and I do wish Jagex would update Graceful so that it works similar to these event rewards, where you can change the color or the style if you have it unlocked, rather than buying like dozens of different sets. After the event, I went and grabbed a bunch more herb boxes from Nightmare Zone and had a look at the loot tab. I may have been completely screwed over by RNG for the blood shards, but I'm glad I did those herb runs as a backup plan, as the loot tab came out to a nice 123 mil. After selling almost everything and paying a bunch of GE taxes, I ended up with roughly 119 mil. Although I did keep the Pharaoh Scepter, as it's going to be quite handy when I'm doing my 2000 TOA grind, like I said earlier. If I actually went on rate for blood shards, then I would have had an extra roughly 80 mil. I did around 33,000 pickpockets and got 4 blood shards. And on rate it would have been 12 because of the rogue set doubling. But hopefully the RNG balances out in an upcoming grind instead, or maybe it's just payment for some of the luck I've already had on this account. Whilst we're at the bank, let's take a look at the dopamine tab. Not a whole lot has changed here. I mean, you don't get any clues from Vias, so the main things that went up were the mystery boxes from random events, and maybe a couple of caskets from the random implings that I caught next to herb patches that gave me some clues. I did also get the transmog for the squirrel, but one thing that I didn't really show in this video is that I finished my Castle Wars ticket stack. And I'm going to be finally spending all of those in the next video, where I'm going to be getting 99 construction for the maxing grind. I'll be filling in tons of slots inside the player-owned house, including the golden armor stand, and completing a whole bunch of other content. It's been nearly 2 years since I quit my Max Inferno account to start from scratch with the goal of completing the entirety of old school RuneScape. There's only 3 more skills until I've got that max cape back, and I probably could have got it by now if I didn't spend nearly 1,000 hours on getting every single piece of the Castle Wars armor set, as well as an extra set to build a Castle Wars armor stand. All in all, I farmed over 7,000 tickets, and yes, I know that you can sell back the pieces to get your tickets back, but when I say I'm completing RuneScape, I don't just mean going for the biggest number in the collection log. One of the longest tasks I have is to create the best house possible, which means building all of the weird but expensive things like the golden kitchen sink, which costs 150 mil. It's a literal gold sink. And it's not just all of the weird things I have to build either. It also means filling all of the various armor cases and wardrobes, which is where the main Castle Wars goal comes in. and I'll talk more about that later on. I'm gonna start by selling off all of the loot that I got in between uploads, and most of this has come from herb runs and Nightmare Zone boxes, and after selling everything I was left with a clean cash stack of 450 mil. You'll see this cash stack throughout certain points in the video, and you can see just how fast it plummets. Construction is not cheap at all, unfortunately. Before I buy all of the Castle Wars armor to store in the house, I first gotta build one. And so I may as well make my first purchase, which is a whole bunch of mahogany planks. I'm gonna speed through mahogany homes as quick as possible for all of the log slots. And if you've never done this before, basically you just fill out construction contracts in certain towns across the game. You get rewarded with points, which can be spent on a skilling outfit, an equipable saw, a plank sack, and some supply crates. After just a few level ups, I got myself 2.2k total, which unlocks some new worlds and means I'm only 77 levels away from maxing. At least until sailing comes out anyway. I then bought the plank sack. It's pretty self-explanatory, and it's a nice quality of life item to have for this construction method because you don't have to bank as often, which simply means the XP rate goes up. For my setup doing this, I basically just had NPC contact runes, some teleports to get around the map, graceful, my equipable Imkando hammer, and whilst I did have a stamina pot in my inventory for quite a while, I never really ended up using it because I'm 99 agility, and after each contract you get offered a cup of tea which fully restores your run energy, which is quite nice. After a bunch more contracts and levels, the next log slots I bought from the shop was the Carpenter set, which is the skilling outfit for construction and gives a small XP boost. I also bought one of the supply crates too, as that's a log slot. And these supply crates are quite nice for Iron Men or people wanting to do construction a lot cheaper, as they give back some planks and steel bars amongst some other bits. And it's quite a good way to stretch out the supplies that you do have. The last couple of items I needed from Mahogany Homes was the Hesidius Blueprints and Amy's Saw. A nice item to have as it can be equipped and saves an inventory slot for more planks. And something I didn't know about construction was that the estate agent can only hold one set of blueprints for you. They're not like a permanent upgrade, at least during the making of this video, so when I gave him the Hesidius blueprints, he gave me back the League's ones. And having a look inside the house, I kinda prefer it to the pitch black theme that the League's one has, so I'll put those blueprints back in the bank for now until I decide what to do with them. But yeah, that's Mahogany Homes greenlocked, and immediately after doing that I decided to go to Castle Wars and finally hand in all of my tickets. And unlocking all of these items all at once was one of the biggest dopamine hits this game has ever given me. I remember as a kid wanting these armor sets so bad. I'd be running around in Castle Wars in my full rune set and my dragon longsword getting frozen constantly by everyone with ancients. But I was having the time of my life. If you're new to my channel, you may be wondering how I got all of these tickets, and the vast majority of them was done with alt accounts, just like how everyone else does it. You basically go to any world that isn't occupied, you put both of your accounts in the Guthix portal, which splits them up, you cap the flag on the account you want the most tickets on, and then AFK for the majority of it. And to get around the 5-minute logout timer, you can turn on the logout timer plugin in RuneLite and set it to 25 minutes instead. Meaning, once you get the hang of speedrunning the flag, you normally have like an 18-minute AFK window. I'd normally set up games when I was going to go and have dinner or doing virtually anything else like video editing. But don't get me wrong, I've also played quite a lot of normal games as well. I've played quite a fair amount with my clan for events. I did some when Jagex put on community events themselves, and I joined in on quite a lot of casual games when there was a lot of people on at the weekend too. And whilst everyone does boost this minigame for the collection log, there is actually a dedicated underground community that plays tournaments with each other as well. You can normally find some of those videos on YouTube. After buying every single item individually, you may notice that I have an extra 1,800 tickets, and this is because I need an extra medium helmet, plate body, and kite shield. Which, yeah, I get that it seems kinda dumb, but there's something I need in order to build a Castle Wars Armor 3 stand. You've probably never even heard or seen one of these before, and that's because I don't think there's probably that many people in the game who have built one. I mean, why would you? Before I do build that particular stand though, I've got to finish off 99 construction next. And the method I decided to do was teak benches. They're fairly fast XP, at least once you get the rhythm down anyway, and despite all of the updates that Jagex has made to construction, I still find it pretty clunky to control. Although, as much as it does ruin your hands, at least it's really quick to do. I could have done mahogany tables instead, which is like 1 million XP an hour, but as you can see, my cash stack is already hurting quite a lot at this point. Teak benches are fast enough anyway, to be honest. I remember getting like 500 to 600k XP an hour depending on how much I was concentrating. And a little over a dozen hours later, I got myself 99 construction. It's just 2 more skills left now until I get my second maxscape. I sold off some of the mahogany planks that I had spare from Mahogany Homes and then went and bought the cape. This is a really useful one actually, just because of the sheer amount of teleports that it has. But yeah, I sat down on those teak benches that I just spent hours training on and then started to put a draft plan together on how I was going to lay out my house. And it meant removing all of the random rooms that I had built for various diary tasks and basically just starting from scratch. Then, once I had the room layout that I wanted, I got to work building all of the foundations that all good modern RuneScape houses have, like the ornate pool. And fun fact, there's a couple of cosmetics that you can add to this one. The first being the goblin decorations, which I think came from a Christmas event. And then the second one being the Trailblazer ornament pool, which just sets it on fire, which is the one I'll be using. Then it was the jewelry box, which is super handy for getting around the game, as well as the portal nexus. I'm just building the frame for this at the moment, and I'll be filling it up with every single teleport very soon. I then built the fairy ring spirit tree combo, and then I went to get all of the materials for the occult altar. One of which I have to buy from Eblis, or Iblis, I'm not really sure how you pronounce his name, but anyway, another fact about this guy is he has a one-time dialogue to sell you an ancient staff, which I hadn't done yet, so that's essentially 80k down the drain to tick off another completionist task that only I care about. The occult altar is quite pricey, but it's so nice being able to change spellbook in one location. And yeah, that's the foundations done. This is really the minimum people would consider for a maxed house, as they're the most useful. But I'm nowhere near done. Next was the costume room, which is the entire reason I spent so long at Castle Wars, and it's also why I'm going to be spending even more hours than I should at various other minigames. Like for example the angler fishing set. One of the containers requires both the normal set and the spirit angler set. There's every color of the rune crafting robes, every graceful set. There's even an extra duplicate fishing rod from aerial fishing that isn't in the collection log that I completely forgot existed, and the only difference is that it's oiled. There's also multiple copies of void sets, multiple void helmets, and just a ton of dupes that I'm gonna have to go for. And whilst you probably don't care about filling these containers yourself, I do recommend that you build them because they're a great way to save bank space. I started emptying tons of items from my bank into here as soon as I built them, including all of the items from Castle Wars, Trouble Brewing, all of the random event items, skilling outfits that I don't use anymore, and some quest clothing amongst some other random pieces of armor. I then spent a bunch of marks that I stacked up and bought 7 full sets of Graceful at once. I then went over to Zaya so that I could recolor every single piece individually, and by this point you should be able to see that I'm dumping tons of hours into this game, and if you're enjoying all of the stupid grinds that I set for myself, then do subscribe. I'm going to be putting out tons of content next year and already have some in the works, like stacking 10,000 easy caskets on my old account, and more. Anyway, I do wish this NPC would recolor an entire set at once because it was kind of annoying having to do each one individually. But it was time well spent because look at that bank tab. It's just too bad they're not staying in the bank though. I didn't build this house for nothing, so into the wardrobe they go. I do still have some marks left as I do need to buy some more graceful sets like the Quest Speedrunning one, the Recolor from Sepulchre, and one of the League sets, which I'll probably buy with my points from the upcoming leagues. I also found and dumped a bunch more sets into the cabinet, so more skilling sets, lots of miscellaneous sets, as well as every single Shazian armor piece from each tier. I also did a quick sprint around the game, buying all of the skill capes that I forgot to buy, and all of these are going into the cape rack, which, again, if you need bank space, then I recommend you build this one too. There's only a few useful skill capes that you need in your bank, and it also stores all of the skill cape HUDs, which take up a lot of room too. And next up was Diango. Luckily, all of the holiday items are automatically stored in your house, but there's actually a few random ones that you need to purchase yourself from his shop, including the April Fool's cabbage cape, the toy cats that were from an old charity event, amongst some other things. Something I've had in my bank and claimed a while back are the Mystic cards. These came from an ARG that Jagex put on during the Shattered Relics League. But you can claim these for yourself for free from Diango. He's got a redeem code option which I'll put on screen for you, and I'll leave a link to the wiki page in the description. Also, for what it's worth, there aren't any other codes to redeem anymore as they're all unlocked by default now, like the Runefest shield and emote, as well as the cow home teleport animation. Another cosmetic item that you can get for free from Diango though is the banana hat, which came from the designer hat competition that Jagex put on once. And with all of those claimed, I've now completely filled the toy box container, which isn't saying much because the other ones are much harder to finish. The next thing I did for the house was fill that portal nexus, which was quite expensive to do, coming in at around 13 mil. Another armor set that I need for one of the containers is the White Knight set, which also doubles up as a Falador diary task as well. Basically, you kill Black Knights in order to increase your White Knight rank, and after hitting 1300 points, you're basically able to buy everything and you're considered a master. And with whilst Gothic sleeps, you're able to kill the elite Black Knights for increased points, which makes this grind even faster. I remember doing this on my old account in the Tavoli dungeon with a cannon, and I remember it taking forever. After getting all of the points, I bought my armor from Surviving and put the elite black armor in the case as well. Another random set is the Ardoon Knight set, and whilst I'm sure you probably know about this set, you may not know about the Ardoon Knight plate legs. These are only available to 1 defense pures who are taking on Song of the Elves. You also can't re-obtain them after the quest either, essentially locking people out of buying them, which sucks. I think Jagex should allow anyone to get them really, but there is a workaround. You could store steel plate legs in their place, but the Ardoon Knight plate legs would still be nice to have. A few other strange armor sets to get are the ones that you obtain from the various Crack the Clue events that Jagex has put on in the past. I'll put the wiki guides in the description for these. The first one I'm going for is the Corrupted armor set. And for this one, you just need to talk to various NPCs around the game with very specific items in your inventory, and they'll give you the armor. The full set looks quite nice as it's a little bit transparent and it looks quite unique. I already had the original Crack the Clue outfit from when I first started the account and went to Wintertop, so I'll skip that one and move on to the Ornate armor set next. For this one, you just dig in certain locations around the map or do emotes on certain tiles. It really only takes like 5 minutes to get this, and it's another unique set that looks really good. Although I'm not really a fan of the helmet. Then the last Crack the Clue set I'm going for is the Robes of Ruin and the Infinite Money Bag. This one works the same as the last, where you dig in certain locations for the pieces, although there's an easier way where you just buy 28 specific items and dig next to the water altar in the Lumbridge Swamp. You'll then get a special clue which you can't pick up, but it is tied to your account. Luckily, I'm doing this way far in the future, and some people who are much smarter than me managed to decipher what the clue actually meant. You have to do over a dozen emotes in a very specific order in the Varrock basement, and then the wise old man will greet you and teleport you in. Then you loot all of the chests for the Robes of Ruin, which look like a cheap version of Virtus. And you also get the Infinite Money Bag, which, yeah, it does have infinite money, if you're willing to take it out 1 coin at a time. There is also a unique helmet as well that can be found by digging near the Ardoon Monastery, and this helmet existed for well over a year before people managed to figure out how to find it. And if you examine the helmet, it'll tell you the name of the first player to find it, being Pikachu Yip, and this one also goes in the armor case as well. Next up, I started filling in some of the rooms like the League's Hall with the pedestals, the cabinet, and the ornate statue. And this room is the entire reason why I need to play every leagues that comes out. I need to get all of the dragon trophies to fill these pedestals and cabinets, and I'm also going for every pet too, as they carry over between leagues. I'm going to be playing as soon as it launches on the 27th, and I'll be streaming as much as possible, so come follow me over on Twitch. I'm only going to be making one video on the league's progress, and that'll be when it ends in January, so I highly recommend you come and watch the streams. It's twitch.tv/SaintShebaRS. I then started building the workshop and more bits in the achievement gallery. I then built the pet room and upgraded the house to store all of the pets, which saved me even more bank space. And then I built the combat room and my bookcase. And this thing is yet another completionist task, as when you open it, you'll notice missing entries for books that you can find all around the map. You can find a bunch in the farming guild inside random crates. There's also libraries like the one in Prif that have a big selection of books. And there's also a library at the top of the Myths Guild as well. You can find some in really random places like Temperos, the new Alderan wine store, above one of the banks in Varlamore. You can find them on random corpses in quest locations or Slayer caves, tables in houses, or my favourite being the one on Fossil Island, where the only way to get it is to feed some breadcrumbs to a bell shroom to be teleported into a hidden area with a guy called Charles Charlington, which opens another can of worms being the Fossil Island tasks and the notice board, but I'll talk about those in another video. But yeah, you just use these on the bookshelf and it'll permanently store and unlock them. The next thing I wanted to do was a couple of quick TOAs to grab some bucks that I was missing, as well as making sure to grab all of the MVP items from all of the bosses. These are all used in a secret hidden mini quest, which you could start by using a camulet on the bank camel, then taking the MVP items to various NPCs and locations around the map, at which point you're given a secret ancient key which unlocks a hidden room at the end of the raid and awards you the Mask of Rebirth, which coincidentally goes into the magic wardrobe that I built. After that, I did a mad dash building all of the new stash units that came into the game, and then all of the elite stash units, which I couldn't build until now. I'm not going to be building all of the master stashes just yet, simply because I don't do master clues right now. I've stacked every single clue I've ever done, and I haven't opened a single one yet, so I don't really get any master clues often enough. And now, this is what we've all been waiting for, the Hall for Skilling trophies. I stuffed the harpoon fish and put it up on the wall. I created a rune armor set stand. But yeah, I'm going to officially declare my house open and ready for business. Not by cutting a red tape or anything like that, but building the most pointless object in the game that nobody cares about other than myself, the Castle Wars Armor 3 stand. I gotta say, it does look incredible, and I don't think I've ever seen one in game before. I'm not finished with my house either. I'm probably not even 10% of the way there yet. I still have to get all of the boss jars to fill that case. I gotta put some more dragon trophies on the pedestals. I have to fill the rest of the slots in the containers, along with finding the rest of the bucks for my stupid buck case. But I'm happy with where I am at the moment, and I've said it a few times in recent videos, next year is going to be absolutely incredible with much faster progress and uploads. I really recommend watching the streams for when Leagues drops. I'll be playing that until it ends, and then it's just full steam ahead. Finishing off the max cape, getting my inferno cape, my quiver, along with hopefully finishing off the 2000 TOA kill count grind, amongst many other things. So, it's dopamine tab time again, and this has changed quite a bit. All of the pets and the dragon trophy are now stored in the house. I've spent all of the Castle Wars tickets too, but I've got a new addition and a goal that is going to fill in the gap, which is my new Karambwan stack. I've decided that my next big AFK goal is going to be fishing 1 million of these, which I'm then going to one-tick cuck for 200 million cucking XP. I only need 980,000, but I figure 1 million looks much better. The clue casket stacks should also increase quite a bit with this grind, as you get tons of clues from them as well. And here's a bonus clip for everyone who has made it to the end of the video. That's me! I just got another fishing pair! Oh my god! I was looking at the Leagues reveals, I just got my second fishing pair! I'm just AFKing. I'm coming up with a leagues plan. Oh, hell yeah. Second fishing pet. I only got one like 1,000,000 XP ago. Nice. You know what's crazy about this? I just logged in. Is it welcome to old school RuneScape? Join your clan chat channel. And then I joined. When I did one trip, I emptied the fish sack barrel. I came back, instantly get a pet. What a nice way to log in. You just get a pet within 5 minutes. Nice. I love it. All right, that's 2 years of progress. I really hope that you enjoyed the video so far. Despite all of the progress, I still have a long way to go. So if you'd like to join me on this journey, then do subscribe, and leaving a like on the video always helps. On screen now are the next completionist episodes, which will be me pet hunting and getting the next dragon trophy. Or if you're not a fan of League's content, you can skip to the next video, which will be me getting 99 rune crafting. If that video is not ready, then it'll be a playlist for my other series so far. I'd also like to give a gigantic thank you to my channel members, Henrik the Epic and Misks at the supporter tier, Daniel at the patron tier, and my biggest thanks to my benefactors Casp and I Am Chomp. You guys rock. Thank you so much.